Touching a large magic seal, a certain person cast a spell in an incomprehensible language. What was the magic itself doing? At some point, there was an explosion, and the magician covered himself with his hands. This was a place with immense magic power. Even the strongest wand was destroyed by the summoning. But the summoning was successful. In the middle of the house was a fierce snore from a guy who fell asleep right in the middle of the hallway. Upon waking up, he was surprised that the doors weren't locked. Looking out into the yard, he was shocked to find himself in a forest. Not realizing what had happened, he thought he had just left the house. When he turned around, he realized that the house was really his. He didn't understand what could have happened in that case. Looking up into the sky, he saw incomprehensible mythical creatures that were dragons. The boy was shocked and asked since when did these dragons fly over his house. The hero realized that he woke up in another world, but still thought that it was some kind of deception. Yesterday, when the working day was over, his colleagues called him to relax after work. But it was very boring, so when he got home, he immediately fell asleep. Clutching his head in pain, the hero thought that he should sleep some more. Some voice in his head said that there was a huge amount of energy here, suggesting that it was the devil. The guy didn't realize who it was. Someone had warned him not to go near a large gathering of magic. It could be dangerous. One must be extremely careful with such magical power. Running up to the doors, the hero said his head was just splitting open. The voice screamed that there was even more magical energy here than she had imagined it to be. It seemed that even touching the door would be dangerous. Outside the door, the hero saw a group of girls. One of them yelled out that she knew about it. The wand for finding magical artifacts signaled her without stopping. The hero was surprised and didn't realize who these girls were. Judging from their costumes, they were cosplayers. The girls shouted that she would do it. Snapping out of their seats, the other girls wanted to stop the princess. The hero was determined that his mission for the day was to go to bed, and he decided that something had to be done about them. He rudely shouted at them to shut up and asked them to look at the time. A wind blew in and the girls were blown backwards. Resisting with all their might, the skirt was lifted up so that their panties were visible. All the girls were immediately thrown backwards and hit the trees. The guy was just shocked and couldn't understand how this could have happened. They just flew backwards, but that was just impossible. The girl's hand trembled. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that the hero had thrown them back with just his scream and called him a monster. In front of them, the guy looked terrifying. The hero stepped towards the girls, and one of them told the princess that they should retreat. The princess, who could barely get off her knees, said that was bad. Her legs were trembling from the impact. As she struggled to get to her feet, she noticed that she was shaking all over, while adjusting her short skirt that had been pulled up. The girl was so frightened that she did something unimaginable and wet her feet. Breathing heavily, she turned red all over. Ashamed, the princess apologized and said they didn't mean to disturb him. The hero was uneasy, realizing what had just happened. He looked at the puddle that was under the girl. He scratched his head and said that he just wanted to scare them away. He himself didn't realize what he had done. The girls only gave him a pathetic nod. The hero took one of the girls by the hat and asked where they were. Shivering with fright, the blushing girl said that his house was in the center of the most magical point in the world. The hero did not understand what she was saying at all. That's exactly what it was all about. That was why he had done those unimaginable things earlier. The girl asked if he had even seen what he had done. The hero didn't realize what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The girl called out to the princess that was standing near the guy. Grabbing her short skirt and pulling it to the bottom, she said that she couldn't go on like this any longer. It was time to get out of here. The princess raised her wand to the top and applied emergency teleportation. The 5 frightened girls that were standing in front of him simply disappeared. The hero thought in surprise that they had just disappeared. He was still surprised that he was the one who had thrown them back with just a single scream. Looking into the distance, he decided that this was indeed another world. He smiled and said that it was just unbelievable. Then behind him, in the hallway of his house, some girl appeared and called him master. The hero didn't realize who it was. The short-looking girl looked up at her host, peering out from around the corner of the hallway. The boy was thrilled to find himself in another world and called it awesome. But he needed to adjust to life here. He thought about how this world was different from his world, and what kind of survival skills were needed here. Suddenly, he became wary and turned back around. The guy rushed with all his legs into the house, and the girl barely had time to hide from him around the corner of the house. He immediately ran over to the shelves of food and made sure she was in place. Opening the commode, he also made sure all his clothes were in place. And of course his bed alone, and this has been going on for 10 years. Changing his clothes, the guy wasn't surprised that it hadn't changed. He yawned so hard that tears came from his eyes. With all his tiredness, he collapsed on the bed and sighed heavily. This family house was already 60 years old, which still had the smell of grandfathers in it. When the hero was in it, he felt protected. Closing his eyes, he thought that he could finally fall asleep. But then he was jerked out of his seat again by some kind of screaming. It was the screams of the frightened girls. They were yelling for the others to run away. The hero thought about how much time has passed, and is this really all happening again? The sudden screams made him shiver. It was impossible to believe that these girls had been teleported directly to the dragon's nest. The dragon growled at the girls, and they decided to use the rest of their magic to get the dragon away from the town. The girls tearfully called out to the princess. They said that the princess needed to escape and decided to distract the dragon. One of the girls shouted to the dragon, saying that the dragon was an overgrown lizard. The girls trembled with fear, for they could feel its full power. The princess asked her friend where she suggested she run, for the house of that straggler was in front, and the dragon behind. Besides, as a member of the royal family, she couldn't abandon her people. She must lead her people into battle, not run away. She had what dragons hatch from. The girls motioned for the princess to retreat. The dragon prepared to attack, beginning to concentrate the magic to strike in its maw. It spewed flames directly at the girls, who pulled out their wands in front of the enemy. There was a deafening explosion right outside the hero's house. Trying to cover his ears, the boy thought a bit loudly. The girls had time to defend themselves, but noticed that the barrier was starting to collapse. The guy tried to sink into his pillow, noticing that his head was splitting even more. Meanwhile, the girl begged the princess to leave them and asked her to leave, but the princess yelled for her to be quiet. She spoke her word and shouted that she would not leave them. The girls shouted to the princess. Their screams went straight to the ears of the hero, who was going mad with pain and screaming. Unable to endure more of this, the guy took a full chest of air in rage. He shouted what he could and told the juveniles to let him sleep. The girls noticed something coming at them. It was a tornado that the hero had caused. Together with the dragon, they looked in its direction in horror. The tornado caught up with them and threw the girls and the dragon to the ground. The hero covered his mouth, realizing that he had shouted too loudly. Running up to the girls, he asked if they were okay. The girls were trembling with fear, for his power was simply enormous. From the tornado, most of their clothes were just torn. The girl started crying and blushing again. She screamed for him not to do it again. Kneeling in front of him, and having no underwear, she wet herself again. The hero felt ashamed, for his voice made her wet herself again. Trembling, the girl said that he had defeated the dragon, and asked what punishment they deserved. She begged in that case to let her people live, and if necessary take her life. The hero sighed heavily, for he didn't understand what she meant. He didn't want her life. He asked them to be kind, and take their dragon with them. After all, that incomprehensible thing didn't belong here. One of the girls covered her mouth with her hands in shock, and the princess looked at the hero in surprise. She was shocked, and didn't understand how they could take the dragon. After all, to defeat such a dragon, you need at least 10 adventurers. The scales alone were worth a fortune. And the heart was more valuable than any gemstone because of its magical properties. Not understanding, the princess asked him why he was giving them something valuable. But the guy said he didn't need such a car. He didn't care what they would do with it, sell it or throw it away. Pointing his finger at them, he warned them to stay away from here for a while and let him sleep. He was decently tired of them and had a terrible headache. The princess could see that he had no ulterior motives. Magic was all that was left to make the dragon soar. One born to fly could not crawl. While conjuring the dragon, the princess, ignoring her bare ass, told the guy that her name was Dynia Prussia Medicine, and she was the second princess of the country of Prussia. She promised to pay him this debt. Therefore, she hoped that the hero would remember her. The hero noticed that they were fun guys, but he was very tired. After stretching and yawning to tears, the guy went inside the house and thought that now he would be able to sleep in peace. While the hero slept, his head somehow ended up on someone's lap. Through his sleep, he heard someone calling him. Touching someone's soft feet, he couldn't understand where this incredible feeling came from. A girl put her hands on his head and said she had made him lunch. When he woke up, the boy looked at the smiling girl in bewilderment and asked who she was. The girl called the hero a master and said that the disaster was ready. The boy immediately began to remember if he had closed the door. The girl said that the door was closed and no one but him could open it. He doubted this. If that was true, how did she get in here? The girl decided she should introduce herself and said her name was Sakura. She is a spirit bound to this house. And now, decades after her birth, she's met him. Met the family member who had cared for her for so long. Truth be told, she was so embarrassed, so she was afraid to approach him before. The hero asked her who gave her such a name. After all, the name Sakura meant to be a cherry blossom tree. He remembered that the supports of the walls of their house were made of cherry wood. Akira was mad happy that he remembered that. The hero said his grandfather told him that. The grandfather told dake that cherry wood was very rarely used for construction. The hero was surprised to touch the walls and said that their house was cool. After touching the wall, dake had no idea that they had such a cute girl living with them. The girl was flattered that he called her cute and thanked him. She was sure the Lord was already hungry after all that had happened. In that case, she asked him to raid the food. She allowed herself to take advantage of whatever he had and what she found in the fridge. Daichi was just thrilled to see a home-cooked meal. He remembered what Sakura said about getting the food out of the fridge and asked why it was warm. Sakura said that she used magic to create electricity. And there is also groundwater under the house, so she also made plumbing. Dake marveled at the magic and thought it was incredible. The girl agreed and asked him to eat faster before it got cold. After thanking her for the food, dake pounced on the plate of food. After filling his stomach full, the boy decided to ask Sakura. He already realized that this was a different world, but he didn't understand why he was called here. Sakura smiled and said that he had been living in this house long enough to fully soak in the magic, and this house, in itself, is a magical place. The hero remembered that that princess had said the same thing. They too understood very well what kind of power was hidden in this house. Scientifically, this place was called the Dragon Artery. A huge amount of magic was gathered in this place. And there was also a lot of magic in Sakura and the hero. Sakura told dake that he had lived in this house since he was born, in which case it was filled to the brim with magic. The hero realized where those gusts of wind were coming from. Sakura got excited and asked him to imagine the things he could do. She believed that he would unlock his potential with a little practice in magic. The hero got up from the table and suggested doing it outside the house. He didn't want to hurt her or anything like that. Sakura was surprised and thanked the hero for his concern. He asked her to wait for him here and said he would change his clothes. Once outside, the heroes saw the large craters that were created by yesterday's fight. Dake scratched his head. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought it was because of those little girls. Sakura asked him what he would like to study first. Dake said it would be good to be able to produce food. But he would like to clean those pits first, but food is more important. Sakura agreed and said that she knew how they could produce more food. Dake gave Sakura a wary look. She simply held out her hand and an apple appeared in her palms. She held it out to the shocked hero with a smile. They could plant some seeds and grow apple trees. Thanks to that, the lawn would be green again. They could kill 2 parrots with 1 stone. Dake noticed that it would be a bit long and checked with Sakura to see if she knew how long trees grow. Sakura said it was okay because they could speed up the growth with magic. The hero thought about it, a little disbelieving. Since this would be his first time, the girl promised to act as his mediator. She was fully attuned to his power, so she asked him to use it as he wished. The guy didn't realize when the girl asked to use it. Sakura smilingly said that he should touch her and imagine the growth of a tree. Dake blushed and retold what she just said. He nervously asked where he was supposed to touch her. Sakura put her head up to him and told him she was at his service. Daichai thought he had uncoiled his lip and said he would do it. Blushing with embarrassment, Daichai couldn't understand what was wrong with Sakura's face. She looked tired and flushed as if after a hard run. She begged the master to imagine the growth of the apple tree. By doing so, she would use his power. Stroking Sakura's head, he thought about the fact that the tree would have to sprout first. He visualized in his head the seed that was going to sprout. The girl began to tremble as the guy began to feel that seed. He had already visualized its growth as Sakura, breathing heavily, fell to her knees in front of the hero. She thought about the fact that his magic power is unbelievable. He told her that he was almost done, and the girl held back with her last strength. After a while, a sprout emerged from the ground. He looked at the sprout excitedly and said that it appeared almost instantly. If it was that simple, he could imagine an entire tree. He told Sakura that he could have skipped a few steps. Sakura was breathing heavily and said she was very hot. Leaning over to her, Daichai asked if she was tired, but Sakura was more surprised. She said she was fine and offered to continue. The hero thought he could do it, and leaning his palm on Sakura's head said they continue. The girl sighed with difficulty. She couldn't hold back, for he was putting a lot of power into her. He was putting more strength into her than necessary. Tears came from her eyes. She was incredibly red. She cried out that it was simply impossible because his strength was so much. Holding her hands in front of the sprout began to get bigger and bigger. Sakura screamed that she couldn't take it anymore. Just a little more and it would be the end. Meanwhile, the sprout was sprouting more and more. Its power flowed completely through her body, and after a while, a lush apple tree appeared in the place of the sprout. Daichai looked at the tops of the tree in surprise and said that it had grown instantly. He turned to Sakura, who was lying on the ground. He asked her if she was okay, but she didn't know what to say because she didn't expect him to do that. She said that he had done a wonderful job and picked an apple and handed it to the hero. She said it was an apple he had made himself. Daichai smiled and said that it was an apple they had grown together. The girl smiled and agreed with him. After tasting it, the boy was delighted, for it was very sweet. He realized how magic should be used. Sakura said it had incredible power. She suggested turning this place into an orchard. They had to plant a lot of trees, and Sakura happily wanted to help the hero. Suddenly, a creature flew over Sakura. This big creature looked like a bird. It grabbed Sakura and carried her somewhere. Carrying a huge sack of gold, the princess set it on the ground and said it was very heavy. They sold the dragon for a good price. There was a little over 3,000 silver in there. She had to bring that sack to the guy who killed the dragon. She wouldn't let her men near such a dangerous place again. She was sorry that her energy hadn't recovered yet, so she couldn't make the coins float. Her attention was caught by a creature that was floating in the sky. Its scales shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, but its size was small. It was a great dragon that surpassed all the others. It was very agile and immune to magic. A strong and rare dragon was rarely seen by Shudai, and the girl thought that it was attracted by its great magical power. Daichai shouted to Sakura. If the dragon stole his house, it would mean he was a bullshit landlord. He had to save her. He thought about the fact that he had to use magic. He had to hit accurately so he wouldn't hurt Sakura. He thought about whether he could use magic without Sakura. The hero tried to just visualize it in his mind. He ordered the apple tree to attack, and it flew straight at the dragon. Daichai was thrilled that he could use magic on his own. The dragon let go of the girl, and Sakura flew down. The hero decided to command the tree once more, and it flew at Sakura. Sakura screamed and begged to be caught. Running with all his legs towards the girl, he managed to catch up with her, and Sakura fell right on top of the guy. The hero caught the girl and accidentally took hold of her balls. As she stood up, Sakura turned away, and the hero apologized because he just wanted to catch her. It was an accident, but the girl smiled and thanked him. She shouted to Daichai that the dragon was approaching at 12 o'clock. The guy noticed that the dragon wanted a refill, saying he was persistent. The girl assumed that the dragon wanted to make a nest from a place of magical power. Suddenly, the guy's stomach rumbled and he blushed with embarrassment. All this happened at such an inopportune moment. Sakura was surprised that the hero felt hunger in such a situation. She noticed that he used up a lot of energy on the trees. Sakura told the master that from the information she had gotten, the dragon meat was very tasty. He asked her not to tell him such things with such a cute face. The hero noticed that the dragon had a strange color of scales and assumed it was poisonous, and there would be plenty of food for the two of them. However, he attacked them first, so there was nothing that could be done here. Dake decided that he was going to eat that dragon. Now that Sakura was safe, he could not hold back his power. He decided to just yell at it. He yelled at the top of his voice that he wanted to get some dragon meat, and the tornado headed towards the dragon. The dragon roared and dodged. It almost hit him, but he managed to dodge. Dake thought about the dragon being far away. The dragon looked disapprovingly at the guy. Sakura noticed the dragon flying away, and the guy told her that it would be a problem if it bit other people. But he was too far away, and Sakura called out to the master. She said his introduction was very important. He couldn't just yell, he had to direct that yell mentally. Dake understood her and tried to do it again, gaining air into his lungs. Summoning a tornado, he shouted to the dragon and ordered it to land. The dragon became alarmed when it saw a strong tornado chasing after it. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The princess that was heading in their direction was disturbed by this sound and became frightened. There was a rush of air in her direction. Catching her, the stream threw her to the ground, cutting the clothes on her chest. Falling, the girl exclaimed, and asked why this happened to her every time she came here. The hero excitedly said that they did it. Magic does get stronger if he focuses it. Dake asked Sakura what to do with it now. Sakura gathered her hand into a fist and asked to provide everything to her. She has the knowledge of cutting up dragons. With magic, it could be done easily. The guy was thrilled and said he had the coolest house. After serving a plate of hot food, Sakura said that she had a rainbow dragon steak for her master and wished him a pleasant appetite. After tasting it, the hero said that it was incredible. This steak just melts in your mouth, and the meat was tender. He could eat it like that all day long. Sakura also made a big refrigerator that ran on magical energy. It was near their apple trees. Dake told Sakura that she could make anything, but the girl said that wasn't true. She thanked the master for saving her today. Being self-sufficient in another world was fun. Meanwhile, the princess barely got up from the ground and said it was his magic again. Taking the coins, she decided that she would come here a little later. Basically, it seemed like business as usual to her. Apple farming, meanwhile, was progressing well, and the apple orchard was growing before our eyes. Sakura smiled and told the hero that he was doing much better now. Dake agreed and said that it was much easier to grow trees with magic. Sakura said that in that case, it was time to take on the next lesson. The hero looked at Sakura questioningly. The girl smiled and said that she would be his guide again. She leaned against the tree, exposing her backside in front of the hero. She asked him to touch her and transfer her magic. The hero rounded his eyes and blushed, noticing that it all looked quite erotic. Walking up behind Sakura and taking her by the shoulders, the hero asked if she was ready, and the girl agreed. The girl said he showed up. Turning around, they noticed an incomprehensible creature with a tree on its head that was looking right at them. Arriving in shock, Dake asked Sakura what it was, and she told him that it was a wooden golem. This little wooden golem was very good at picking apples. The hero looked at the golem in surprise, realizing that it was possible to do such things with magic. Suddenly, something swiftly passed behind Sakura's back. It was an incomprehensible humanoid creature with the head of a dog. They jumped on the girl from behind. She called out to the master, who was fiddling with the golem. Apparently, he didn't notice anything. She tearfully begged him and told him that she needed them to become one with him right now. Nervously swallowing the lump in his throat, Dake thought about what she meant. Thoughts of the two of them living in the house together had visited him. But he had only recently started seeing her because she couldn't take physical form in his world. Today was somehow too hot, so he agreed. Bowing to Sakura, he thanked her. He thought to himself that this day had finally arrived. Sakura asked him to close his eyes, and the embarrassed boy agreed and did so. They touched their foreheads against each other. The guy couldn't bear to open his eyes. He was embarrassed even more, realizing how close he was to her. It felt like the boundary between their bodies was just disappearing. The guy sighed, noticing how warm she was. It was an unprecedented feeling and sensation, and he thought he could get used to it. Opening his eyes again, this time he noticed something strange in the direction of himself. He saw a kind of hologram above him that resembled a map. He asked Sakura to slow down and tell him where they were now. The girl said that they were now looking at the area of their land from a bird's eye view. That was why she wanted to merge with him. One could see everything from here. The hero was fascinated and couldn't think of how spirits could do such amazing things. He realized what she meant by telling him earlier about it. It seems they had different ideas of what the concept of merging together meant. Sakura said that 65 magical monsters were trying to sneak into their home territory. She merged with it since she sensed them approaching. The wolf in armor smiled while exposing his sword. He said that this place was full of magical energy. It was great for him, and he wanted to build a home for his wolf clan from this place. It was Gallo-Garu. He ruled the forest where Daichai's house was located. His warriors said that everything was in place and they were ready. He was determined that this place would be their new home. Taking their swords in their hands, all the wolves raised them above them. Gallo ordered them to fight as they had fought in their last takeover of the city. And when they were victorious, they would have a feast. Gallo ordered to inform all the warriors to destroy anyone who would resist. He ordered to start telepathic contact, and the second squad went on the offensive. Also, the third squad rushed to the attack along with the fourth squad. The fifth squad rushed into action, followed by the sixth squad. Daichai looked at the moving dots on the map, noticing that they were running towards his house. Tapping his fist on his hand, he said he wouldn't let them walk around on his property. They might try, but he didn't think it would end well for them. The wolves were already on their way to his house. They were tearing through the thick trees. Gallo gave orders to all the troops to destroy all their enemies. He was confident that their elite squad would deal with all the enemies quickly. With the help of telepathy, their teamwork stood at the highest level. With a bloodthirsty lick, the wolf said that their enemies only had to pray to the gods. All the squads were on a roll. The hero noticed that they weren't far away now, and began to surround his house on all sides. Daichai grudgingly said that every inconsiderate one was trying to target the place. There were 65 of them in total, and the hero wondered if he could fight them off alone. Sakura asked the Hyojin to use her. They were now acting as one organism, so if Daichai let his magic into her, she would form traps. The hero thought it was awesome if they could do that. Daichai said that these guys had 6 squads. Taking the girl by the shoulders, he told her that he was trusting everything to her again. Sakura sighed heavily and asked to rely on her. Gallo yelled to his wolves to attack. Stopping near an apple tree, one of the wolves noticed something. The tree began to move, and with roots came out of the ground, which worried their unit. The hero ordered the golems to rise up. A wooden golem rose from the ground, which frightened a whole troop of wolves. Golems also began to appear on all sides of their house from where the wolves were attacking. The squad couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy and asked who he was. But Gallo's squad told the commander that the golem was not alive and that it was just a magical creature. Gallo looked angrily at the warrior and asked if he had fallen from an apple tree. After all, it required an insane amount of magic to create such a machine. A normal golem was as tall as a human, but this one was simply huge. The golems were getting bigger and bigger, and the wolves thought about the fact that it was just a dream. Gallo heard cries for help from his soldiers, which said that there was a big golem in front of them. They all needed help. Gallo asked not to be told that there were 5 more such golems. They walked right into the trap, and Gallo cussed. Daichai yelled that this was his territory and he didn't want trespassers here. He ordered the golems to throw this garbage away. From all sides, the golems started throwing the wolves back, and the wolves flew off of them with ease. This happened to every unit of wolves. Noticing the golem launching the wolves far into the sky, Sakura smiled and told the master that it was just great. He was simply excellent at controlling golems. Daichai told her that the golems did a good job today, and then his stomach rumbled again. He sadly said that he had used a lot of energy, and now was a good time to eat. Sakura also remembered that the hero didn't eat breakfast today. That meant it was time to make something delicious for him. Daichai thanked Sakura. When the wolves were hit, The golems could be seen even in the city itself. Seeing the huge golems, people were greatly surprised. What the hero liked about this world was that there was a lot of greenery. He also noticed some cool animals running around in the forest. It had been a whole week since he got here. He looked at the dragon that flew past him and thought that he had been in this world exactly a week ago. In the past world, he left home at 6 in the morning and left work, barely catching the last train. He had gotten used to his new life, and when he opened the door, he said he was home. Sakura worriedly said that he was finally back, because they had monsters trying to get into their house. He thought it was best to forget what he had said earlier, as he was still not used to uninvited guests. Taking the girl by the shoulders, he asked her to show him what was going on. Dake saw those wolves again, but they were with someone else. And they weren't dressed like the other time. They were much smaller, and the guy thought about the fact that they didn't come here to fight. He asked Sakura to activate the traps if they showed hostility towards them. Dake and Sakura walked straight out towards the unwelcome guests. He asked the kids what they wanted here, and one of the wolves told the other that it was truly the king's magical aura. They bowed to the hero and said he was their king. Their clan of Ludowolves ruled this demonic forest. Chief Garou introduced himself and said they bowed before him as king. They also brought proof of this, and the mysterious hooded beast took off his clothes. It was the chief's younger sister who appeared naked before everyone. He gave her to Dake as an offering, and the latter asked to use her and eat her in order to regain her appetite. Covering his eyes, the guy asked in shock what was going on here and didn't understand why this girl was without clothes. He couldn't believe that this girl was a real she-wolf. Except for the tail and ears, she was no different from a normal girl. Dake looked at the unfortunate girl and asked Garou what he meant, but Garou offered to eat him if she didn't suit him. The girl said that she had a lot of magical energy in her, and if he ate her, he would replenish his reserves. Garou asked to eat her so that he would spare the rest of his men. But Dake didn't know it was possible to draw his magic in this way. He was shocked that he was offered to be eaten by a lowly she-wolf, and he asked Garou if he had mistaken the shores. Pushing the wolf away with magic power, Dake told him that he was wrong. He wasn't going to eat anyone, much less his sister. He wasn't going to become anyone's king, just live in peace and tranquility. The squad looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he forgave them for attacking his territory. After all, they lost and ran away, so now he could use them as he wished. Dake thought for a moment, and taking the cape next to the naked girl, said that ordering it was a good idea. Dressing the girl, he ordered them to never attack humans again, and that was all he wanted. The girl looked at Dake in surprise. Garou was shocked at such leniency to the losers. He hugged his sister who was crying and expressed his joy that she was fine. The hero waved his hand and said that even though they looked like wolves, they were still human. He said it was time for them to go and asked them to remember that order. Garou once again asked him to become their king, and if he still did not want to, he would like to bring him their offerings. He pointed to a huge cart that was filled to the top with food and said that here were all the supplies of their wolf clan. He asked Dake to accept these offerings. It was tempting, but the guy took a couple bags and asked to take the rest back to their families. The wolf assumed he wasn't happy with their gifts, but Dake said that wasn't the point. There were only 2 of them here, and besides, Sakura was watching her figure. The wolf squad saluted him and said that Sakura looked in great shape. Carrying the carts away, they once again asked for forgiveness. Rubbing his lower back, Dake thought about the fact that they were very loud and it was finally safe to return to the house. He still couldn't believe that he was now their king. Sakura smiled and told the master that she would use these gifts to make tonight's dinner. She will make a stew with vegetables. The hero thought to himself that it was delicious. Ludowolf kings aren't supposed to gain weight so carelessly. It had been a few days since the Ludowolves had attacked the Daiichi house. Everything was calm in the Medi's kingdom. After placing the sacks of silver on the ground, the princess was determined that today she must complete her mission. Today she was determined to take these coins to the hero. Walking along the path along the forest, Sakura and Dake saw 2 dragons in the sky. He looked at the nearest branch with an apple and asked what it was. The boy plucked the apple, noticing that it was golden. Daiichi assumed it was rare and didn't know if such an apple was edible. Sakura noticed another one like it. She didn't think that if they ate them, something would happen. They decided to eat them together and took a bite. The hero said it was very sweet and juicy, but after swallowing it, dake thought there was something wrong with this apple. His body started to burn, and he asked Sakura what was going on. He looked at Sakura, who was breathing heavily. She also looked at her master. Blushing, the guy approached Sakura and admitted that he wanted to tell her something ever since they first met. Suddenly, some voice asked them what they were doing here. The hero looked at Sakura and asked what she said, but Sakura assured that it wasn't her. It was one of the dragons that was flying right above them. He told the other dragon that the king had banned him from flying here, calling him a disgrace. The second dragon replied that he knew nothing, for he saw no one here who could harm him. Adrian was surprised that the dragons were talking, and Sakura could hear them too. She smelled the apple and said it gave off a faint dragon magic. She assumed that after they took a bite of the apple, they began to understand them. This tree they planted in the same place where they killed the great dragon. The blood of dragons is very rich in their magical energy. Apparently his blood got into the ground and mixed with their magic. That's why this apple has such a strong effect. Tossing the apple in his hand, the guy said that this was interesting news. Maybe they could get other interesting things with the blood of other animals. He decided to check it out later. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Not expecting that, the guy dropped his apple and asked, "What is it this time?" A golem appeared in front of him and grabbed the princess. The girl was red as a tomato and hesitantly said hello to the hero. The boy noticed that she was dripping again. He was just shocked that it happened again. The princess thought about the fact that the hero had already forgotten her. An angry dake asked how much longer she was going to mess up his lawn. She sat down on her knees in front of him and said she was sorry. But this time she had a reason for coming here. She told him she had to pay him back. She was the person that lived in this place filled with magic. She introduced herself as Dainya, but said she didn't have to be called by her title. The boy thought about the fact that she never called him by his name, probably because he had never introduced himself to her. He scratched the back of his head and asked why Dainya had come here. The girl remembered and said she dropped them when the golem grabbed her. Placing the two large bags in front of Sakura and dake, she thanked him for saving her from the dragon. She wanted to give his share after selling the dragon and said that there were 3,000 silver coins here. That's almost 3 million gold pieces. The hero looked at the bag and realized what the currency here looked like. That's enough to not need money for a whole year. The guy thought about the fact that he would be able to idle for a whole year. Apparently these coins were equal to yen in value. The princess looked at the golem and thought to herself that he was doing a pretty good job. When the hero saved her life, she spoke of how she would still come back. Dake smilingly remarked that the girl was quite conscientious. Sighing heavily, she replied that that was her only plus. Not counting her talent for magic, which she hadn't been using very skillfully lately. She heard the voices of dragons from above, and one of them said attacking first. The first dragon asked if he was sure about that, since they were talking about how the guy ate the dragon. Also, the king talked about wanting to go one-on-one with him. The second dragon asked to see the man who was as tall as a pebble. Plus, if he killed their brother, he's already a dead man. Calling the hero a puppy, the dragon suggested that he was pretty tasty since he had so much magic in him. The hero told the princess that they were going to eat them again, which she was not thrilled about. Dake looked at the dragons that were gathering in increasing numbers. He wondered how many dragons it would take to defeat him. The princess looked up in horror and noticed that there were 5 to 10 dragons. That was a lot, and in her fear, she wet her stockings again. She thought about the fact that they were finished. Dake was surprised at how there were so many dragons here. It looks like the heroes had formed some problems. Daichi gloomily looked at the princess and thought about the fact that she was aware of it. After all, they had attacked them as soon as she came here. She tearfully looked at the hero and asked him not to put all the blame on her. The guy exhaled and said that he was joking. After looking at those birds, the hero said they should get ready for battle. The princess was shocked that they would need to fight so many dragons. One of the dragons told his fellow dragons that he would go first. He ordered the others to follow him and flew at the heroes. The princess was terrified and said they were attacking. She pulled out her wand and ordered a spell to burn and scorch her enemies. She used a fire spear that flew straight at the dragon. The spear crashed straight into the dragon, who grabbed it with his paws. There was an explosion that sent the other dragons scattering to the sides. The girl thought about what she had done until the cloud of smoke dissipated. She saw an angry, huge dragon. She couldn't believe that her best magic trick hadn't worked, or it wasn't an ordinary dragon. And there were more than a dozen of them here. Another dragon told the others that they were cottonmouths. Another dragon remarked that the hero was so scared he couldn't do anything. If that was really the case, a third said they had nothing to fear. All the dragons prepared to attack, saying that they had been dead for a long time. The hero yelled to the girls that they were all attacking, and that was bad. He asked Dainya to get behind him, saying he would take care of it. She asked to wait for him, saying that she could still beat them. She couldn't just watch Daichi fight, but before that, her former mentor used to do that when she couldn't focus on magic. The princess looked at her butt. She bent down in front of the hero, and a shocked Daichi asked what her mentor's training was. After looking at the dragons, he decided to do it since she asked so much. He yelled that he would spank her in the name of saving them. The blushing boy asked not to be called a pervert, and called the princess dirty. The princess blushed, but held her head up and said it was working. She could deal with them. At the same time, she felt something. She was overflowing with magical energy. The dragons at this time had already prepared to strike, and shouted for everyone to attack the heroes. One of the dragons asked how they would eat them if they vaporized them. The princess could feel the power within her. She hoped it would work. Preparing to attack, she pointed her wand upwards, from which a beam of light appeared. The girl shouted erotically, whereupon it flew straight at the dragons. The dragons couldn't realize what it was. They were just getting burned. One of them thought he was dying, and they all let out a wild roar. A huge sizzling beam rose high into the sky, scorching the dragons. Immediately, one of the dragons fell to the ground right in front of the heroes. The princess had not expected such a thing from herself, and the dragons were surprised that their fellow dragon had been killed by a single shot. It was just as their king had said. Turning around and flying away, they said they would never enter the area again. The girl took off her hat in shock, and clutching her head thought about what it was. After all, this was a legendary magic class, and she had never done such a thing before. The hero had no idea what she was yelling about right now. The girl thought about the fact that during the spanking, he had supplemented her magic with his. That was why her attack was so powerful. Her legs went under, and falling on her knees, she said that her magic was completely used up. She couldn't understand why the guy looked like he hadn't done anything. He didn't know about it, and assumed he was just cool. He didn't care. All that mattered was that she get that dragon out of here. He smiled at her, not understanding how she did it. Daichi said she deserved the reward. He would be sad if she left her prize behind. The princess looked at him in surprise, realizing that she had killed the dragon. After all, she had told him that dragons were expensive, and he was giving her a whole dragon again. She looked sadly at Daichi, hoping he wasn't mad at her. After all, she had violated his order to stay away from here. The hero remembered and pointed his finger at her. He remembered that he asked her not to come here and looked at Sakura, who was silently watching them. He smiled and said he wasn't angry. He said he didn't care what was going on as long as he lived in this house. After all, this place was all he had in this world. Sakura, delighted, smiled and looked at the master. The princess thanked the hero, and Daichi asked what she was thanking him for. She said she was relieved after learning that he no longer held a grudge against her. She had no energy left at all and said she would return for the dragon at night. As she left, she turned back to the guy and hoped they would see each other again. Only next time, he asked her to come without the dragon pack. She waved her wand and hoped so too. After thinking for a bit, Daichi suggested to Sakura that the golem carry the dragon to the point where she would teleport. The body would surely draw attention to them if it continued to lie here. Stretching out, the guy told the girl that he was hungry. And then a little nibble, that would be a beauty. The girl said they were having pudding tonight, so the night came. The princess conjured a teleportation spell around herself and saw a dragon in front of her. She couldn't understand why the body was lying there. She figured the hero must have thrown it out of his territory. It was already night, so the princess decided to just pick up the dragon and go home. She used a teleporter. The place of the teleportation was the Prussian castle. The girl teleported with the dragon right next to the fountain. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she heard a voice behind her asking her what was going on here. It was the magical Captain Knight. She said that it was a dragon that she had burned with one attack. The girl asked to sell it and put the money into the treasury. The knight admired the dragon, noticing that its scales could reflect magic. It was a high-level dragon. He turned to the princess and said he admired her. She killed such a dragon all by herself, but the princess didn't say that she killed it alone, only that he died after one shot. She had a man with her who gave her some of his magical energy. The knight was surprised and said that in that case it was called augmentation, and they both knew that it required a ritual to start it. The princess knew that, but he was able to use the augmentation just by touching her. He could probably be assigned a legendary or super high mage class. The knight was shocked that there was someone so powerful in this forest. And what they also noticed was that the Dragon King had stopped showing up in this forest. They must have been up to something. It was quite possible. But it could mean that there was a dragon-eating man living here. The girl was walking in the middle of the forest with a cane in her hands, and she saw some light at the side of Daichai's house. That strange girl stood staring at Daichai's apple tree. While walking in the middle of his garden and talking to Sakura, Daichi noticed a certain girl near the apple tree. He admitted that it was the first time he saw such a cute intruder here, and thought about the fact that this girl was lost. The girl looked at him and asked if they were really apples. The hero said that they are apples, even though they are golden. They are still apples. She said that she understood that, and had learned something new during her journey. The hero looked at her and wondered if it was considered normal to leave home at such a young age. The little girl held out her hand and said she was Hestia. She was pleased to meet them. The boy held out his hand and reciprocated. Hearing her stomach rumbling, the guy assumed she was hungry. But Hestia said she didn't know that, but her stomach was making strange noises. The hero wasn't sure if she was alright. Daichai looked at Sakura and asked if she would be okay if Hestia ate that apple. Sakura decided to test it out. There was a huge dragon-like aura around the girl. Sakura marveled at how much magical aura was in such a small girl. She smiled and said that she would be fine. This child was very strong magically. The hero offered to try it on her and see what kind of magical effect it would have on her. Tearing off the apple, Daichai said that in that case, she had a lot of magical energy in her. He handed the apple to Hestia. Hestia questioned if he was giving her this apple, and the guy said yes. In that case, she decided to eat it. She took a bite of a piece and chewed it. After she tasted the apple, she ate it in a flash and asked for more. The guy was shocked and asked how she could be hungry if this apple was more nutritious than anything he had ever eaten. Sakura smiled, and the hero noticed that she was in a good mood. He figured she liked kids. She agreed with what he said. She remembered the little master who never got tired and was always having fun. Daichai agreed with her, but it was a little strange to talk about childhood with her own house. Hestia said it was delicious, and she was probably even full. The hero smiled and wanted to stroke her head. He smiled and told her that she knew a few arcane words after all. Hestia looked at him unhappily. Daichai asked Sakura if she was ready to go home, and asked Hestia where she would go. She said the apple was very tasty. After thanking her, she said she would probably go home. The hero agreed and said that maybe they would meet again later. She smiled and said that they would definitely meet. Sakura said that this girl was strange, and Daichai assumed that it was common in this world. Upon reaching her destination, the voice said he had been waiting for her for a long time. A huge dragon came out to the little girl to greet the Dragon King Hestia Radon. He was glad that she had returned in one piece from human territory. He looked at the girl's clothes, which had completely fallen off of her. The girl reincarnated into another form and smiled. The dragon said that her disguise as a human was incredible. She asked him not to downplay her part, as they both worked in sweat for their people. The dragon apologized and asked her how her journey had gone, and how about the strength of the enemy. The girl, as if forgetful, remembered. She said that she didn't want to fight the hero at all, which made the dragon shocked. The probability that she would lose and die was high, plus she didn't want to destroy the place. This man was much stronger than her, and also his apples were very tasty. Unsure, the dragon asked her if this statement was accurate, However, many fighters were already ready to attack the enemy. They were already reinforcing their troops and were waiting for her order. She knew this and ordered them to wait a moment. Hestia decided to challenge him to a fight, and if they saw his true power, the power by which he would slay the Dragon King, then they would retreat. This battle is for the prosperity of the dragon race. If she wins, the boy dies. If she dies, however, the dragons will never come to him again. She was still their king, and even if she dies, she ordered not to dare forget this battle, and asked the dragon if he understood her. There were strange moaning sounds coming from a room in the house. A blushing Sakura lay in bed and called out to her master. Meanwhile, Daichai was standing by the pit and called out for Sakura to come over. Recovering, the girl got up from the bed and said that she would be right over. Approaching from behind, the girl asked if her master had called her. Daichai looked at the pile of rocks and told her that because of those goons, the garden now looks like a green mess. He couldn't even get his arms around a healthy rock, and the girl suggested using a golem for that purpose. He looked at Sakura and asked if he could synchronize with it. Sakura hesitated a bit and said that it could be done. He asked her if she was okay, noticing that she was breathing heavily and was all red. She assured him that she was fine, and that she had just run here as fast as she could. The hero was a little concerned and asked her to tell him in case she felt bad. She agreed with him and thanked him for his kindness. After stroking her head, Daichai suggested to start. 2 large golems appeared in front of them, and the guy told them it was time to get to work. He thought to himself that it worked out superbly. Daichai looked at the golem and wondered if it was too small for this rock. He decided that in that case, he would combine the 2 golems into one. He thought that if he channeled magical energy into his hands, then he could easily control them, so he decided to give it a try. After touching the golem, he decided to start. The guy was glad he was right. It felt like he was stuck in glue. So soft, and it was hard to believe he was dabbing the wooden golem like that. He decided to try to control it. He was surprised at how soft it was. The golem completely engulfed his hand, and Daichai told Sakura that apparently it was stuck. In shock, the guy looked at the golem that raised his arm. He talked about how he didn't order it to move. Sakura assumed that he was repeating his movements. Daichai decided to check it out. After trying to control his hand in the golem, he noticed that the golem was also moving his hand. Sakura said it was like that because he had synchronized with it. He was channeling his magical energy through his body, so he was repeating all of his movements. Once again, the guy repeated that magic was incredible. He had a simply wonderful idea. He decided to squeeze it here and press it a little here and then elsewhere. Sakura smiled and said that Daichi looked like his childhood self. She saw him as the same child who asked her to look at what he had done. The hero climbed right into a golem and became one himself. All that was left of him was his face. Who knew he could get those 2 golems, and that a phygenic wooden armor? Sakura said that the master is amazing, to make something like that out of 2 golems. But the hero asked not to flatter him, because right now he looked like a chubby oak tree. He decided to imagine that they were just shooting a new mecha. He just stood at the control panel. The hero decided to see if he could lift the rock like that. After lifting the rock with ease, he thought about the fact that he could do anything with this wooden armor. He suggested that Sakura clean the place up. Sakura was still smiling as she looked at her master. It was the introduction of a new technology. The hero looked up into the sky and said that these aerial projectiles were great. With magic, he bent and dug the top of the trunk into the ground. As the target flew past, the trees would bend and launch projectiles at the enemy. Thanks to his wooden mesh, making them was easy. Recently, the hero had expanded his territory and made some new traps. He looked at Sakura and said that these traps would definitely do the trick. The girl was tired and said that it was wonderful. She called out to her master, after which she fell to the ground. But the hero had time to react and caught her. He asked if she was all right. The girl said she was sorry and asked for forgiveness. She seemed to have used too much magical energy. She said she had fun with him and forgot that energy needs to be replenished. Daichai didn't understand what she meant, because he takes energy directly from the dragon's vein, so she should have slept for a few hours and she would have been fine. Suddenly, he heard some crunching outside the house. Sakura apologized and said that she was the spirit of this house after all, Due to the lack of energy, it looked a bit lousy. Dake asked Sakura if there was any way to fix it all faster, and she offered to give him her energy. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and thought there was a way after all. He said he would do it, but the girl was a little hesitant to answer. The girl blushed and said that the most effective way to restore magical energy is to satisfy her desire. The guy asked what she wanted, and the girl got embarrassed. Sakura said that it was necessary to satisfy her innermost desire to restore magical energy. The hero agreed and thought that he had bruised his brain a couple times from recent events. The hero asked for another reiteration of what she wanted. Blushing, Sakura said that he should satisfy her libido. With those words, she covered her face in shame. Dake thought that maybe she should eat or sleep to recover, but the girl said she didn't need sleep. And as for eating, she had expended too much energy, and it would take too much food to recover all of it. The hero remembered that he really never saw Sakura sleeping, and she always ate very little food, not at all proportional to how much energy she used. He asked from her if she always recovered energy this way. The girl blushed all red and said that she had never had so little energy before. Dake thought to himself that in that case, she did it often. The guy swallowed and said that he was embarrassed that they were chatting with her about such topics. He decided that she just needed to rest, but also his energy would restore her faster. Sakura said it was exactly like that, and it would help much more than just resting. Lifting the girl in his arms, he realized everything and said he would do it. He would fulfill Sakura's wish. The hero was just overflowing with courage. Dake brought the girl into the house and put her on the bed at that time. It rained outside and the roof began to leak. The embarrassed guy looked at the red Sakura and asked if she was ready. The embarrassed girl in front of him asked the owner if everything was all right. Dake noticed the cracks on the walls. Sakura is the spirit of this house, and it's understandable why it became like this. He asked her if everything would go back to normal if the energy was restored. She agreed with him and said that she was still the spirit of this house. She wasn't sure if the hero would like her body and apologized for the inconvenience. The confused guy didn't understand what she meant and said that she didn't bring any inconvenience to him. He admitted that she was cute and he also liked her character. He hated to see her in such a state and he didn't want to lose her in any way. The hero said that if it was okay with her, he would like to stay with her forever. Sakura looked sadly at the guy and lifted herself off the bed. She wiped her tears and said that it truly made her happy. And what he just said was just unbelievable. The hero looked at the crying Sakura in surprise. The girl said that she had always thought of him since he was born. She grinned and said she was glad they were here now. The boy swallowed the lump in his throat and thought about what she had said. He was embarrassed because before he had only seen her as a house. But now he saw an incredibly cute girl named Sakura in front of him. He touched her face and said that now they would finally be together. Without hesitation, the hero kissed the girl on the lips. It was raining outside, and Sakura looked at Dake with embarrassment. The guy said that he had apparently figured it out, and decided to start little by little. Looking at her master, the girl cried and said they were tears of joy, because she was so happy. The boy fell asleep right in Sakura's lap, and the girl stroked his head. He is the only one who can be her master, and he's the only one who lives in her. Waking up, Dake was just shocked and asked what happened. He couldn't understand what kind of asshole had added a second floor to his house. Sakura smiled and told her master that his magical energy was inside her, so apparently she got pregnant. The guy thought about her words and understood everything, but he didn't think biology explained the origin of the second floor of the stone structure. She smiled and reminded him that she was the spirit of the house. Logically, her children are the new houses. She said he transferred so much magical energy to her that it overflowed and the excess formed a new part of the building. The hero thought for a while and realized everything. It appeared that if he kept sharing energy with her, his house would grow. Sakura told everything that this was exactly how it was, and it was quite simple. That was how his son ended up on the first floor of his own house. After Sakura and Dake merged, he got the second floor of the house. After going down to the first floor, Dake was surprised at the sight of it. It was simply huge, and the young man was delighted. He figured it was a whole 3-bedroom apartment, and there was even furniture here. He told Sakura that it was just unbelievable, but she blushed and said she didn't do anything. It's all because of the energy he gave her. It's because she was overflowing with energy that the first floor appeared. Dake didn't think that he had done something great and offered to go back up. After going up, he said that it was a bit cozier here than downstairs. His attention was drawn to a small shed in the garden, and he assumed that one had come into existence that very night. He noticed that a lot of stuff had appeared since the energy replenishment. Sakura thought it looked kind of empty and suggested renting it out. Dake thought about becoming a landlord. It could work if they could find people to settle here. Sakura was glad he was thinking the same way she was. She wanted to make the place more crowded too, but she asked the owner to stay to live on the second floor with her. She didn't want him to go anywhere. But the guy wasn't really planning on moving anywhere. He felt really cozy in this part of the house because of the room and the furnishings here. His house could keep growing, but this is where his real home was. He didn't want to think differently, and Sakura said it was glorious. The hero asked if she was really worried about it. The girl was worried that if he saw the new construction, he would decide he didn't want it anymore, then move there. Dake said slyly, if he really thought that, then he will do everything he can to expand the place as much as he can at all. Sakura said cheerfully that she will do whatever her master wishes. The guy thought about what sounded like she wasn't going to lose to him. They both have the right to choose and be chosen. Sitting down next to the hero, Sakura said that's why she would do her best to make the master choose her. But he wasn't going to move anywhere, so he asked her to stop thinking about such things. Dake offered her breakfast, and she accepted. That's how 1 week passed. Their house ended up on top of some skyscraper, and the guy asked in shock, how is that even possible? He thought about the fact that the house had gained 7 more floors in just 1 week, but he hadn't done anything like that. Life with Sakura went by slowly and quietly. They ate, woke up, fell asleep, and took walks. But it's not like he never once visited her secret rooms in a week. At most, they slept side by side. Sakura smiled and told her master that his magic was very strong. It still overwhelmed her, and apparently he transmits energy to her even when they are just next to each other. The guy asked to explain everything in Russian. It meant that even if they slept next to each other, the house would continue to grow. Dake thought about how this was the easiest and most exciting way to make a new building for himself. He didn't think that the growth of his house would cause anyone a problem. The main thing was to figure out where the new floors would go. It would be interesting to see what the house would be like by the end of the manga. Looking down from the balcony, the hero was surprised that his house was now really huge. The only thing that bothered him was that they were up here, and no one was looking after the lower floors. Sakura smiled and told Dake that the golems would take care of all the problems. The hero thought to himself that she was right. The shocked princess that came back looked at the house. She couldn't understand what the hell had happened, and since when was there such an extension? She noticed that the guy's house was at the top. The princess called out to them to see if anyone was home, and Dake noticed the princess had come to visit. Sakura asked the owner if he would go to meet her, in which case she asked to use one thing. Looking around, he saw the elevator and asked when she had time to make it. Sakura smiled and said that with magic anything is possible. She apologized and said that she couldn't go with him because she had to cook dinner. The hero thought that magic was useful again. He was even a little intimidated by how much the house had grown. It didn't bother him at all to climb up to the second floor on his own 2 feet. But for the other 5, he would have to use the elevator. Once downstairs, Dake was greeted by the princess. He said hello and asked how the girl was doing, noticing that she was nervous. The princess breathed a sigh of relief, as she had already thought she was lost and had come to the wrong place. The hero told her that she had missed a lot of things. He and Sakura had done some repairs while she was away. The princess, meanwhile, was trying to finish all her business in the capital and get here faster. She proudly announced that she hadn't slept in 2 days. Dake didn't think much of the fact that this was a good thing. When he looked closely, he did notice the bags under her eyes. She reminded him of himself before he came into this world. He was constantly staying up nights in order to finish everything before the deadline. She had actually come here for a reason, so she asked him to accept something and placed a heavy bag of coins on the ground. In the sack was 1,000,000 silver coins. Dake frowned and told her about how he didn't need the money. But she wasn't okay with that, It was a thank you from all the residents, but the guy didn't understand what to thank him for. Ever since he settled here, their surroundings became overflowing with magical energy. Thanks to him, their animals and vegetation were flourishing like never before. In addition, the materials they obtained for the animals have become more kind and of higher quality. In other words, he does practically nothing, lives for himself, occasionally uses magical energy, and they thank him for it. That's why they presented him with a sack of silver, to thank him for helping their kingdom prosper. The hero smiled and agreed to accept them. He thought about the fact that this girl didn't know how to lose. He said he would take care of the money and asked the golem to throw the sack into the house. The princess remembered the past incident and became alarmed, saying that they could have managed without the golem. She couldn't forget that incident. There were brand new golems in a row right in front of her, and she asked the hero what they were. She was shocked at the room in front of her that was overflowing with golems. Dake told her that he had turned the first floor into a storage area for the golems. One of the golems came to life and opened its eyes. The princess looked at it with fear and thought it was happening again. She asked Dake if he was sure, since he had already abused her last time. The guy asked her not to dare say that, and assured her that he wouldn't do anything to her. The princess wanted to say something else, but she wasn't sure about it. After looking at all the golems that had come to life, she asked if he was going to take over their city. She was shocked that he needed all those golems just for home defense. But Dake didn't understand what kind of takeover she was talking about. Having an imagination was good, but he hadn't planned such a thing. He assured her that he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. He smiled and said he was quite content with his cottage and the garden next to it. The princess exhaled a sigh of relief and said she was glad to hear that. And even if he called them golems, they were still simple apple trees. He asked her to look, for she shouldn't have been afraid of a regular apple tree. The golem lowered its gaze, and the hero told her that she made him sad. The princess felt bad and said she was sorry. She jumped to conclusions as usual. Dake mentioned that she hadn't slept in 2 days, and asked the golem to deal with it. Plucking an apple off the golem, the guy threw it to the girl, saying it was a delivery fee. After catching the apple, the princess could feel that this apple was overflowing with magical energy. The hero told her that it would help with sleep deprivation. She agreed with him, and said that it would definitely help her and make her feel better. The princess asked if he was really giving it to her. Dake smiled as he remembered what she had said about her not feeling well. She would feel better if she ate an apple. The princess was flattered, but didn't know how she could thank the hero. But the guy exhaled and said there was no need to pay anything, and asked her to just eat it. The girl agreed and said she had to go, waving goodbye. The hero noticed that she makes a lot of noise when she comes here. They had already had many people visit them, though not only them. There were wolves and dragons here as well. Dake decided to find people who wanted to settle here. But to the people here, the shape of his house was strange, and even the princess was surprised when she saw it. He got a super idea and decided to ask Sakura about it. Sakura suggested that they could turn it around if they bonded. The hero was thrilled that such a thing was possible. The house began to change shape, and the outside was back to its original appearance. Dake was ecstatic that their old house was back. Sakura also thought that the shape of the house was convenient. Now his house looked like it did before, but it wasn't that simple. He had hidden all the other floors underground. The first 5 floors are storage rooms, and the 6th floor was filled with golems. He keeps the golems on the lower level, but that makes them less functional. He has created a unique system whereby they can instantly rise to the surface. Now it's like a secret base with cool hatches and stuff. Now he looked pretty normal to the people of this world. Sakura smiled. She was glad that in this case, people would consider this place favorable for habitation. The guys saw Hesja's silhouette and asked to see Sakura, who had come to see them. The hero greeted Hesja, noticing that she had changed a bit since their last meeting. The girl said it was a disguise, and she had dyed her hair and used makeup. That white hair made her more noticeable, which made it harder to travel. So before outings, her charges dye them. Dake understood, and said that she had good friends. The girl gripped the cane tighter in her hand. She lowered her gaze, and said that she no longer saw the point of hiding. She looked as she should. The boy suggested that if she didn't need it anymore, That meant she had found a safe place to settle down. Hestia agreed with him. Everything began to blur in front of the hero's eyes. Not realizing what was happening, he rubbed his eyes. Her clothes reminded him of a burial kimono. Hestia asked him what was wrong, and the guy thought that these clothes were similar to the ones he had seen before. It was usually worn when a family member died. The girl puffed up her cheeks and said it was her best clothes. Dake felt embarrassed and apologized, because he didn't mean to say anything bad. But it's possible that he wasn't wrong. She wore it when she had to make a life and death decision. Dake smiled as he thought about what kind of decision this crumb was talking about. She decided to greet them and also thank them for the apple. The hero thought so because all the people came to him to get rid of debts that no one liked. Therefore, Hestia took out a scroll and unrolled it. The girl unrolled the scroll, and the hero looked with surprise at the parchment, which turned out to be a map. Hestia confirmed and said it was a simplified map of the world. Prussia is here if they go this way. She pointed her finger at the castle. They will find the city of the Holy Knights, followed by the land of the half-humans. There are many cities and countries in this world. She gathered information about all the countries especially for him. She suggested to the hero that she could tell him about everything in more detail. The hero wondered what he knew about this world. In fact, he knew almost nothing about this world. He had never left the neighborhood of the house before, so a lot of things in this world were still new to him. But if she offered him information, he would gladly accept it. He bowed to Hestia and asked her to instruct him. She was a little embarrassed, but with a serious look she agreed. Sakura said she would keep them in that case and asked to give Hestia a good lesson. Dake looked at the map and asked where his house was. The girl pointed to the edge of the forest and said it was here. It was also called the Evil Forest, or the Forest of Temptation. To the west of here is a valley where dragons lived. The hero wondered and realized why they so often passed through here. Suddenly there was a noise from behind, and from the stones began to gather a kind of creature that looked like a golem. The hero was angry because no sooner had they started, and they are already interrupted. Hestia was not surprised by this. This forest was home to many magical stones of high quality. Prussia used them to make excellent items filled with magic. But sometimes these stones would combine and turn into golems. They were about to flee as the boy remembered that he had left the map where the golem already was. In addition, due to the fusion of multiple amounts of magic, they had regeneration. They were practically invulnerable to everything. Dake wondered if it was really that strong and asked how to defeat it. If they had materials to use, it could be destroyed. She picked up a large shining scale and showed it to the hero. It was the scale of the dragon he had killed recently. It was the scale of a strong dragon, and Hestia told him that if he threw it at the golem, it would be destroyed. The hero said that if he had the right materials they would win, and decided to test this by swinging at the golem. Throwing scales at the golem, it fell apart. The hero was surprised that this was really true, but he didn't understand why the scales exploded. He must have overdone the magic energy to the throw, so the scales became a weapon of mass destruction. Hestia said that even this golem could not regenerate after taking so much damage. The hero thought that he should be more careful in the future if he threw scales. He heard Hestia's stomach rumbling and asked if she was hungry. Dake plucked an apple from a tree and held it out to the girl. He said it would be good for a snack, and Hestia thanked him. When she started biting into the apple, the hero thought she looked like a small animal as she ate. Hestia said it was getting dark and she should go back. She asked if she could come to see him tomorrow. The hero smiled and waved at her. He said she could come here anytime she wanted. There was a lot of sadness in her eyes, and she thanked him. Around the spiky volcano, dragons flew furiously. One of them roared at the queen. Why was she at this guy and not attacking him? He said they were wasting their time. The dragon that was near Hestia told her that the inferior dragons would fly towards their death if she didn't make a decision. It was her duty as their king. But Hestia understood this perfectly well and said she needed one more day. She asked to wait one more day and then reappeared in the hero's garden. Dake noticed her. He asked to wait for her and said he was picking apples. He asked the golems to finish their work and then approached the girl. The boy apologized for waiting. Hestia handed him the staff of the Dragon King which was along with a cool cloak. Daichai wondered why she was just giving it all to him like that. He questioned if she really wanted to give it to him, since it looked expensive. She smiled a little and said that it was alright. Hestia was sure that he could use it, and then the guy thanked her. Daichai took the staff in his hands and put on his cloak. He smiled and said that the cloak was very comfortable and cool. Hestia said that a lot of people here dress like that. And this staff acted as a catalyst. He always used his imagination and couldn't believe that this staff was so necessary. Hestia thought and said he could hit things with it, like a melee weapon. She smiled and said it was a joke. The hero thought that he had never seen her make a joke before, so she had a playful side after all. Hestia said that imagination magic was very useful, but not very effective. The guy also said that when using magic, it made him very hungry and he got tired quickly. That is why it was recommended to use a magic key, but the hero did not understand anything. Hestia explained that he could fix a word with his staff that would be responsible for a certain kind of magic. This reduces the strain on the brain, and asked him to take a look at it. She looked at her cane and ordered the stick opposite it to burn. Immediately the flames fell upon it. Daichai was shocked and said that was cool. She said he could do that too. She could also order it to explode. Just then there was an explosion and the stick exploded. She asked to just make up his word and decide what magic would be assigned to it. It was super easy, and the consumption of magical energy would be correspondingly lower. Daichai realized this and compared it to the hotkeys he had in his head. Adjusting the sleeve on his arm, the guy decided to give it a try. He thought about what he would do first and decided to start. Daichai swung his staff at the apple tree and shouted to the wooden golem. In the same second, the tree turned into a golem. Hestia smiled and patted it. She called him incredible, for he had succeeded in just one attempt. But with only one golem, he couldn't tell how much his magic energy had decreased by. He decided to try one more time. He made 5 more of these golems. The hero was delighted and said that it all worked out. Besides, he wasn't tired at all, and more importantly, he wasn't even hungry. He turned to Hestia and said that this magic key was incredible. But the girl sadly put her hand to her head, and the boy thought he had screwed up somewhere. But that was because it was the first time she had ever seen such a person who would use such a thing so easily. Even when he was making up words, the staff consumed a certain amount of energy, so she suggested he be more careful. The hero understood and smiled, saying that it was incredible. He thanked Hestia. The girl smiled and said that he was worthy of the staff. Sakura came up to them and called them both over. She brought them a tray of cakes and tea, offering them a snack. Hestia thanked and took the tea. As she touched the mug, she noticed that the tea was cold, and Sakura said with a smile that it was iced tea. After tasting it, the girl said it was bitter but very tasty. Sakura handed her a tray and said that there were sweets. The hero marveled at the way Hestia was eating. She thanked Sakura and said it was delicious. The girl was happy to hear that. Sakura said she would be off again and asked her host not to overdo it. She said goodbye to Hestia. Daichai said that if Hestia was leaving, he could continue practicing by himself, but the girl said she would keep him company. After a while of practicing, the guy said he was tired and decided to make one last dash. He created huge, muscular golems. It was the evolution of muscle. The hero noticed that the combination of trees into one was working wonders. He would like to change the shape some more, but that's enough for now. Hestia said he had done incredible on his first day. He smiled and said it was all because he had a good teacher. It was getting dark, and the boy asked if Hestia would make it home alone. Hestia said that she would walk by herself and that she lived not far away. In that case, Daichai said goodbye to her. Hestia smiled, thinking that they had fun, but their time was coming to an end. She said goodbye to the hero. Daichai didn't understand what she meant and wanted to ask what her goodbye meant. But Hestia was already far away. He assumed she just wouldn't be coming anytime soon. That night, all the dragons gathered over the rocks in their valley. The dragon that accompanied the queen shouted to the others and asked to be heard. He shouted that tomorrow Hestia, king of the White Flame, was going to battle in the morning. The dragons were on the alert and were ordered to prepare for war. Hestia looked at the dragons in silence. The dragons were excited, for they had waited a long time for this hour. They were sure that this brat wouldn't even realize what had killed him. They doubted whether they really needed such a huge numerical advantage to deal with such a small man. The dragon shouted that everyone was going to head out tomorrow to see the king fight the brat. Hestia looked sadly at the dragons. She couldn't understand how she ever got to rule over jerks like them. The girl was surprised at herself. She thought these dragons were shallow, but there was nothing that could be done about it. She looked at the dragon behind her, thinking that he had already lived for over 100 years. If it wasn't for his ability to think so critically, he would have been killed long ago. He was her right-hand man. But Hestia was responsible for her charges and thought she should help them. The dragon behind her apologized and suggested that she use this time to prepare for battle. The girl took off her clothes. It had been so long since she had last taken her true magical form. Just then, instead of the girl, a huge armored dragon appeared in the sky. She thought of the hero who smiled at her so sincerely. Hestia told him everything he needed to know about this world and about magic. She had never met an opponent that she needed to fight at full strength, and she looked forward to this battle. Even if it meant she would never see this place again. While on top of the house, Sakura and dake looked at the marvelous view they had. dake thought it was the same dragon valley that Hestia had talked about. But the valley itself looked like just a bunch of pointed rocks. When the house took on the appearance of a tower, you could see absolutely everything in the neighborhood from it. Sakura was insanely happy to be spending such a wonderful morning next to her master. Thanks to the magic keys, he was no longer losing huge amounts of energy and waking up earlier. He was worried about Hestia, whether she had arrived home safely. He remembered the words she said when she said goodbye to him. Suddenly, the boy noticed a whole cloud of dragons flying at them. It was a whole horde of them, but the huge white dragon that was at the head of the dragons was something he had never seen before. Sakura said she saw hostility in their eyes, but apparently they were just passing by. Sakura suggested going downstairs, otherwise they might have hit them with air pressure. dake agreed with her. It still took a while to get down to the first floor. The hero noticed that they were pretty close. The dragon prepared to strike, which Daichi was shocked by. He couldn't understand why they were attacking. The white dragon struck right towards the side of the house. Daichi looked at the house and thought about Sakura being there. Turning around, he saw Sakura behind him and asked if she was okay. Sakura worriedly said that the structure of the house was not damaged, only the wall was a little charred, but otherwise everything was fine. The dragon spoke to the inhabitants of the house. The dragon introduced himself as the king of the Dragon Valley and asked to fight him. If they refused, he said he would burn the land with his white flames. The trees near the house were covered with the dragon's flames. The hero went out to the dragon and said that he had burned his house, in which case he was ready to fight him. It was his home, and he promised to do anything to protect it. dake turned to Sakura and extended his hand to her. He asked to begin her full synchronization. Meanwhile, he uses the magic key. The guy swung his staff and used the magic key of the full power of the tree armor. The trees started to create a huge golem that was right in front of the dragon. At the completion of the transformation, its eyes lit up with light. In the end, Sakura and dake moved right into the golem's wooden armor. It was his king mode. Daichi learned how to combine 100 golems, thanks to the magic key. And thanks to his synchronization with Sakura, he could see through the top of the armor. What he did before was just child's play, but this dragon was still simply enormous. That armor reached a height of 10 meters at most. But the dragon had all 30 meters in it. They also had a numerical advantage, and they could also fly. Sakura told her master that she would protect the house with her magic, and asked him to fight at full strength. The hero smiled at her, and thought about the fact that he and Sakura are now one, so protecting the house remains his priority. He shouted about how this was his home, and it was the only place where he could live happily, and he couldn't let some asshole from the Dragon Valley take it away. Controlling the armor, the huge golem ran into the royal attack. The white flame dragon prepared for defense. The dragon looked at the hero inside the golem and asked him to attack. There was sudden news in the kingdom of Prussia. The castle doors swung open and a man shouted that he had a message from the scouting team. The Dragon King was spotted in the west of the dark forest. The scouts also claimed to have seen his white flames. He was also accompanied by a dragon army. If they attack the city, it will be destroyed. The scouts also reported that the Ludewolf tribe had also fled. The man shouted to the others to sound the alarm and announce evacuation. But the people didn't understand where to run to, because there was no escape from the Dragon King. They decided that everything was bad and the city was doomed. Then a voice ordered everyone to calm down. It was the princess who came out to the court. She sternly told them that this was no time to panic. She asked the messenger how many dragons there were. He replied to the princess that there were at least 50 dragons. At the moment, they were flying over the dark forest. In addition, part of the forest had already turned into charred bushes. The princess thought for a moment and realized what the Dragon King was. A dragon that was the stuff of legends. There were legends where he burned down an entire country. She had heard that he was sleeping, but now they were seeing things with their own eyes. The princess turned to the Captain Knight and ordered him to start the evacuation. She asked him to save as many people as they could. The knight said he would certainly inform his warriors, but it would take at least a day for them to arrive here. The princess thought for a moment, then went to the weapons shelf and took a staff from there. In that case, she herself was ready to fight the dragon. The knight was shocked, but the girl wanted to do something for this city. The knight wanted to let her object, but she understood him perfectly. The princess said she knew that she wouldn't win the battle, she was just sacrificing her life. But she smiled and said that if she tried her best, she could hold him off. At times like this, she realized the fact that she was happy to be a princess. Instead of running away, she wanted to protect her people. The girl blushed and pulled down the short skirt between her legs. Pulling herself together and gripping the staff tighter, she said she was happy to give her life for her people. The knight and the others present looked at the princess in shock. She turned to them and said she was leaving. She asked them to watch her battle. The people of the castle wanted to stop her, but the princess had already managed to use teleportation. She moved straight to the lem, noticing that the teleport went perfectly. In that case, she began to look out for the Dragon King. High in the sky, she saw a dragon that was spewing white flames, and she couldn't believe it. Right in front of her stood a large golem that overshadowed her. The princess looked at the Golem King in shock. She couldn't understand what kind of creature it was that was able to block the dragon's flame. Dake looked at the princess in shock, not understanding what she was doing here. The princess recognized the voice of the hero and was surprised. Golem looked at the dragon and shouted at him that he burned his garden. He also burned the arms of his wonderful wooden armor. The hero was furious and sent the dragon away. He said he would not let it continue to destroy his house. Dake summoned the rest of the golems that were at home in the vault. All 5 floors with golems began to wake up and start to move. Dake smiled and thought about how it was a great idea to fill all the empty space in the house with golems. And now he hoped it would be fine, since he hadn't tested some of the stuff yet. He commanded the golems to assume full defense mode. Absolutely all the golems immediately began to rush at the hero's armor from all sides. They enveloped his armor all over the golem's body. This technique the hero called a royal defense. Dake shouted to the reptile to attack, and told him that he would pay him for his garden. It was time to counterattack. The battle with the Dragon King was starting to get into full swing, and the guy shouted to him that they would show everything they could do. At first he thought about bringing the dragon down to the ground. The hero looked at Sakura and asked if everything was okay. She only said that the fire didn't damage the structure of the house, so everything was fine. In that case, the guy said that they would do it. Traps started appearing around the dragon from all sides, and Sakura said that the target was captured. A trap was triggered on the flying weirdos, and arrows rained down on the dragons from all sides. The dragon thought about just dodging and not burning these projectiles. But as he dodged, he noticed that they were revealing themselves. But even in this position, the dragon was able to dodge, which the hero noticed. In that case, he tried another technique and tore out the trunk of a tree. Taking aim, he threw the trunk at the enemy like a spear, and the tree opened in flight. The dragon thought he had another obstacle in front of him and decided to just burn it. He applied the dragon's breath. Dake thought that it was very convenient for the dragon because it could just burn everything in its path and hover in front of them. But he thought about how it was weak for the dragon to just land and fight like a man. The hero golem used a wood shield, but as soon as the shield collided with the dragon's flames, it immediately shattered. The guy said that this shield was made of magic apple wood, and it shattered after a single blow. The rest of the dragons flew near the king and shouted that the Lord was winning. The dragons laughed and remarked that the battle was very good. They were even sorry that it was about to end. The dragon looked at the hero and said that he is the current Dragon King, and this is his full power. With those words, the dragon prepared his next attack. The guy noticed that he was going to breathe fire again, and if that happened, everything in the neighborhood would be burned. Daichai got angry and asked the dragon not to think about giving up so easily. The hero turned to Sakura and told her that they will use everything they have. Sakura agreed with him, and the dragon thought to himself that this was the end. Focusing his attack, the dragon used the white flames of the Dragon King. The Golem King lowered his hands to the ground and addressed every tree they had left. He ordered them to grow and unite, whereupon a huge tree was created above him, which took the dragon's blow. The earth in the neighborhood trembled and everything began to crumble from the force of this blow. This was the climax of the battle with the Dragon King. The hero noticed that the top of the tree was starting to be sizzled and said that they needed more magical energy. Daichai strained as hard as he could and the tree began to slowly grow. After a while, the sapling tree regained its crown. The dragon was surprised that the tree began to grow. He did not understand how it was growing through his flames, and the hero shouted at it to bite it out. Bursting through the dragon's flames, the branches wrapped around him and began to squeeze all over his body. Daichai said it was fine, and the dragon was caught. But then the guy noticed that the staff that Hestia gave him was cracked. He thought about the fact that he let too much energy into it. The dragon shouted in rage that he would not lose to him. With those words, the dragon used his flame directly on the tree that held him. Well, Hestia was getting nowhere, and she realized she was exhausted. Guy noticed that this dragon was indeed the king of all dragons. He was much stronger than any other dragon. But now he asked to be allowed to demonstrate what this armor could do. Lifting up the leg of the huge golem, he said that it was simply incredible power. It was the power of hundreds of apple trees. But that wasn't all. It was also the magic that overflowed into his house, and it flowed in every cell of this armor. The Golem King walked over to the trees that enveloped the dragon and wrapped his arms around them. He used all his maximum power and shouted that now it was definitely the end. Pulling the roots out from under the ground that were restraining the dragon, he plowed them to the ground using a royal deflection. The branches of the tree, along with the dragon, collapsed to the ground. The princess looked in shock at the dragon that was defeated. The rest of the dragon pack watched silently. Daichai said that all those things he mentioned, they were what determined this victory. It was their incredible strength. The hero looked at the dragon that fell with the branches to the ground. He thought about the fact that they had succeeded and the dragon had finally fallen. Sakura said in tears that the master was incredible. He was the best. The shocked princess only watched as the golem headed towards the dragon. Surprised at herself, she didn't understand why she was crying. The girl didn't realize what had just happened. The legendary dragon of white flame had been defeated. There had never been a person capable of defeating it. But now it really happened right in front of her eyes. The princess thought that she was a sorceress after all, and had been practicing the magical art all her life to become the best at it. She summoned him to make Prussia stronger so that it would prosper. A house appeared in the forest and a man, the master of that house. She clutched the staff in her hand and no one denied his help to the country. She was truly grateful to him, remembering their first meeting. But she was disappointed because if he was here, it was impossible to call her the strongest. The girl in tears thought she had some feeling, and she felt it when she saw his strength. The princess smiled and blushed and said about how cool he was. After getting off the golem, the heroes examined the dragon. The guy looked at the surroundings and said that the place was ruined again. Daichai looked at the house and said he was sorry he didn't keep it safe. The flock of dragons were still circling over the house, and Sakura asked the hero if he was going to plant more apple trees. The hero was in complete agreement with him. After all, they need protection. He still didn't understand why the other dragons didn't attack. The dragons only looked at Daichai and noticed that he was looking at them. They still couldn't believe what that brat had done. Still, they didn't attack and decided to just fly away, and the heroes looked after them. The guy smiled and said that now there was one less problem. He didn't have enough magical energy to fight everyone right now. The hero decided to approach the dragon that was lying on the ground. Looking at the immobilized Dragon King, he wondered what he should do with it. But then the creature's eyes opened and he asked to kill it, for he was trapped and the other dragons had retreated. It also drained all its stores of magical energy and asked to just finish the job silently. The hero looked at his enemy. Dake didn't understand why he wanted to kill him, and the dragon wondered. The guy suggested him to imagine what would happen if he killed him. He would have another huge dragon carcass in his yard again, which would bring him trouble. The Dragon King said that this could be fixed and that he could shrink. With these words, the dragon shone with light. The light was so bright that it blinded the hero, who covered his eyes. After the transformation of the dragon, he saw Hestia in front of him and was stunned. In shock, Dake looked at the girl who was without clothes. Hestia lowered her gaze and admitted that she was Hestia Redona. She was the white flame of the dragons, that is, their queen. But now she was already a former queen. Putting his hand to her face, the hero thought that she would be more talkative than that brat with wings, and he also thought that the Dragon King could still defeat him. And then the girl fell on her back. Hestia lay on the ground and said that he should have energy left for the final strike and asked him to kill her and end this fight. Dake still didn't understand why he should kill her. Taking off his cloak, he asked why did they even attack them. Covering the surprised girl, he asked her to answer him. The hero said that if they solved everything now, no one would need to die. After a little silence, Hestia admitted that she had fought for the sake of the other dragons. Hestia admitted that he was indeed the strongest she had ever fought, and that she needed to prove it to the other dragons. The hero looked at her questioningly, not sure what she meant. Still agreeing with her words in thought, he sat down on the rock in front of Hestia. Sakura also took a seat. The boy realized that she had fought for the sake of her kin and asked how it had gone, and if she had managed to prove to them what was required. Hestia agreed with him and said that the dragons realized that if they went at it, they would definitely die. But something had to be done to make them believe for sure. The girl leaned over the hero and asked him to take her head. In case anyone dared to oppose him, he would just show it to them. Hestia came closer and bowed her head, but immediately received a fist on her head. The shocked girl took hold of her head, on which a bump had already formed, and asked what the hell was going on. Dake looked at Hestia sternly and said she was being punished. Hestia's tears welled up and she said it hurt. But the guy needed to teach her a lesson somehow. Sakura admitted that it would be weird if the kick was weak. But the hero smiled and said that he forgives her, so everything will be fine now. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. Picking up the cloak that had fallen off Hestia, he said there was nothing he could do about it, and she had her reasons for doing it. But with a bump on her head, she paid for his favorite garden. The guy put the cape on the girl again, and the girl said he shouldn't be so nice to her. But Dake smiled and said that if she needed help, she could just ask him for it. After all, now they have enough time to talk. Hestia thought about his words and didn't understand what he meant. All he meant to say was that she should tell him all her problems. After all, it's normal for neighbors, especially if they are good friends. The hero said that if she had problems, he would help her, and if he needed help, she would try to return the favor. He didn't have that many neighbors, so it would be good for them to stick together. The hero was sure that if she asked him for it, they would talk to her. Even if he couldn't help, he could always listen to her. Dake thought about the fact that they were talking here, and it would be necessary to finally clean up already. Hestia looked at the guy and smiled slightly. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, and she said that they would clean up the mess. Sakura looked at her host and asked if she could make some tea. The guy said it sounded good, and the girl's throat was dry just from the fire. Meanwhile, the princess looked at the dragon's body, which was gone. But she only saw the way he was defeated, which means she had to inform the people, after which she used the teleporter. This time, the truth remains in the shadows for her. This was Sakura's first extra memories that took place 50 years ago. As she approached a large flourishing tree that was in the middle of the forest, the man said that he would build his house right on that spot. After building the house, the man and the woman entered it, and the man said they would live here. As they opened the doors, they heard a voice saying for them to see it. The girl offered to go, as their father-in-law was calling them. Upon entering the room, the man asked to look at this pillar in front of them. This was the main reason why he decided to build a house on this spot, for it was the trunk of a cherry tree. Sakura's memories were somewhat hazy. But then Daichi was born. After that child was born, everything after his birth, She remembered clearly. It could be said that along with his birth, she also gained her consciousness. That was why they were the same age with him. While the boy was growing up, Sakura was growing up with him. She watched him from the sidelines the whole time. One day, she saw the boy's piercing gaze and thought about him seeing her. But Daichai called her parents and told them it was time to leave. The boy immediately turned around and ran to his parents, which made Sakura feel sad. One of the evenings was quite rainy, and the downpour was hitting the roof of the house with all its might. The girl clutched her knees in front of her and cried, thinking about Daichai not coming back. She couldn't understand where he had gone. With these thoughts, tears poured down in streams. She was terrified of being alone and sobbed every day. All this overpowered her, and she could not leave this house, for she was his spirit. Looking at her hands, she thought of disappearing. The girl screamed with all her might that she didn't want to die and asked for someone to come. After looking around the empty rooms, she sat down in the hallway and began to cry. But at some point, the door of the house opened and a boy shouted that they were home. As soon as Sakura saw him, she realized that she was saved. The grandfather that was with him cursed the typhoon and thought, why can't airplanes transform to fly around it? He missed this place and this house. Wiping away her tears, the girl thanked God. She knew who she should be grateful to for saving her. From then on, she accompanied the hero throughout his life at all stages of growing up. Walking behind Daichai's back, the girl thought that she would always follow him. The guy turned around and asked Sakura if she was tired, offering to take a walk in that case. The girl smiled and of course agreed. That same evening, the heroes worked hard to get everything in order. Daichai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that getting things back to normal would be a bit difficult. Hestia looked at the hero sullenly, and he asked if everything was okay. She noticed that he had broken his staff, and the hero said that he had ruined it during the battle. The girl said she put a lot of effort into creating it, and it didn't crack even when she hit it with her hammer. Daichai was amazed and asked how she made it like that. Hestia had a license to create magical weapons, and the hero was surprised that it was required here as well. It could be useful for earning money while traveling. She had made a good name for herself as a master weaponsmith, and the hero was surprised that she had seen so much. The girl asked if he needed a staff, and the hero said he couldn't use the magic keys without one. If he hadn't summoned so many golems, then the outcome of the battle would have been different. Taking the staff for herself, the girl said that she could fix it. Carefully examining the crack, she thought she could handle it in a day, just needing some materials from her tail. Daichai asked in surprise if she was serious, assuming it was her bones. He wasn't sure if that was okay, but the girl said scales or claws would do, since they'd still grow back. He also told her to help the neighbors, so she decided to help him. Daichai thanked Hestia and said he wouldn't fix the thing himself. But the girl said that if it was just the materials, he could have done it without her. The girl said that still in the world, and there are 6 more dragon kings. The boy wanted to say something to Hestia, but then decided that it was not important and thanked her for her help. He asked her to tell him if she needed anything. Hestia lowered her gaze and wanted to say something else to Daichai. Worried, she talked about how she had no place to live now. The hero asked what about the Valley of Dragons, and the girl said that because of that loss, the road there was closed to her. Dragons only follow the strongest, and the boy thought they had a hierarchy. Hestia said that if she went back there, they would tear her to pieces, and the hero remarked that that was pretty harsh. The girl said that if he couldn't help her, she would set up somewhere in the woods, but because it was dangerous in the neighborhood, she wouldn't be able to sleep. But the hero didn't think about the fact that there were guys here who could defeat her. He was right, but the girl was afraid because if she had a fight with someone, it would destroy everything around. She wanted to avoid that. Daichai thought about why that sounded so dangerous. In that case, Hestia asked where she could stay. Also, she would get money. The guy thought about her words and turned to Sakura for help. In fact, he didn't even see the local town here, as if giving her a hint. The girl smiled and said that the hero could settle her right here. Daichai noticed that she was reading his mind. But the girl smiled and said that she just thought it would be nice. Sakura said that Daichai is her master and following his decision is her duty. The hero smiled at her and thanked her for everything, but something else was still bothering him. He asked Sakura if Hestia would have any problems with the magic that these lands are rich in. But the girl only smiled and said that Hestia was so strong that there was no point in answering that question, because everything was clear. In that case, it was settled. Holding out his hand to Hestia, the guy said that she could live here, from which the girl was shocked. She was embarrassed and asked if it would definitely be alright, but the hero had no doubts about it. Dake said that as the owner of the house, he was okay with it. Even the house itself was okay with it, so she was welcome here. She could also use that guest house that appeared quite normally. Hestia hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Holding out her hand, the girl smiled and thanked for everything, accepting their offer. Hestia and Dake shook hands. Thus, they had their first tenant. Suddenly, a princess ran out from behind them and apologized. The surprised guy looked at the girl who was wearing a fancy dress. He noticed that it was Dainia who asked him for a moment. She had a big request for them, for it was an emergency. She needed him to go with her to Prussia right now. The princess asked the hero to go to Prussia with her, but the hero didn't understand why she needed to go to the kingdom with her. The princess answered him that he was the victor of the Dragon King, and ordinary people would like to see the hero, so he was invited to the castle. Dake realized why the girl was dressed like that. But since she was from the royal family, she had to look official. The hero didn't understand what he would even do there, and thought that he hadn't done anything to earn their gratitude. But the princess insisted that he was the hero and his battle was visible from the castle itself. Ever since then, people see him as the victor. The boy looked at Hestia and said that he was just defending his home. The princess said that it was because of this that their kingdom had not been burned down yet, so they would like to thank him. Dake didn't know what to do, and said in all honesty that he didn't want to go anywhere. Excusing himself, the guy said that he was too lazy to go anywhere, especially since it was a very hard day. But the princess wasn't so sure about that. She saw that the hero had a lot of energy, and in fact it would be better if he came tired and without her. With her, he looked intimidating. Pleading with the guy, the princess said it wouldn't take long. He would only stay in the castle for a while, and then continue to live a quiet life. After all, the people were greatly frightened, and they expected something terrible to happen if he did not come. The hero presented this frightening picture and asked them to dispense with it. Turning to Sakura, Dake said he was leaving and wouldn't be in until dinner. The princess thanked him heartily. She was sure that Daichi would agree. In that case, Hestia asked to go with the hero and said that she needed to buy something for the staff. The shocked princess looked at the girl and asked who she was, sensing great power from her. The princess blushed and said he could feel a tremendous energy from her, assuming it was his daughter. But the hero said she was just living here and was not his child. The guy turned to Sakura and called her Cherry and said he would be back soon. Dake asked the princess to get this over with quickly, and she said she would teleport them away. The guy remarked that the teleportation spell was cool, and the princess, proud of herself, said it was her specialty. She turned to the great magic and asked it to allow her to shorten a huge distance using her magical energy, and then the teleport happened. Immediately, Dake, along with the princess, found himself on the main balcony of the Kingdom of Prussia. The guy looked down from the balcony and saw a bunch of people looking at them in surprise. There was a kind of silence, after which the hall of the kingdom just exploded and the inhabitants started shouting that their savior had arrived. They were overjoyed that the hero was already here. Dake just pointed his finger at them and asked the princess what kind of people they were. The girl smiled and said that they were rich nobles or better adventurers and they had come here to welcome him. But the guy didn't understand what it was for, and the girl said that the Dragon King was only a few kilometers away from their kingdom. Many of the people had already resigned themselves to imminent death. Dake gloomily looked at Hestia that was next to him and thought about the fact that people don't even know that she had gotten as far as the castle. But the girl calmly turned to the young man and said that she had gone to buy things for the staff. The boy asked her to hurry up. After the girl left, the princess asked the hero in surprise if it was okay that he let her go alone. Their guards were good, but the city was still dangerous. The hero imagined her turning into a dragon and said it was cool. He thought she would still be more dangerous than the city. In that case, the princess asked him to come closer. She pointed to the place where the knight was standing and asked him to start the ceremony. To begin with, there was a small formal meeting right here. She wanted to introduce him to the captain of the Mage Knights. The knight bowed to the hero and said he was happy to meet him. He introduced himself as Okudo, the captain of the local mage knights. Daichai reciprocated, after which they shook hands. Feeling the guy's strong handshake, the knight's face changed. Daichai turned to the princess and said that his friend was not good, or it was customary to shake hands like that here. But the girl smiled and said that he seemed to have an overabundance of magical energy. The princess asked the captain if everything was all right, and he agreed with her, asking for forgiveness. The knight said that apparently he was not good enough to stay here and apologized, deciding to leave the ceremony. The princess decided it was time for them to begin and suggested that the guy introduce himself first. The girl blushed all red and said she would like to know the name of the man who had saved her twice already. Daichai looked at her in surprise and realized that he had never called her by name yet. The guy smiled and said his name was Daichai. The girl was delighted and said that it was a great name that suited him as a dragon vein master. She put her hand to her chest and said she would keep that name in her heart. The princess was approached by a knight who presented her with a tray with a hero's reward. She told Daichai that they had prepared something for him as a token of gratitude for his victory. He had done a great deed, so she asked to accept this reward. The hero looked at the piece of paper that resembled a diploma and thought to himself that it didn't get him anywhere. With a strange smile, the hero only repeated about defending his home. The paper said that he was given 10,000 silver coins, the right to use the facilities within the kingdom, as well as the right of passage into the kingdom. But apparently, nothing bad would happen to him if he just accepted it. In that case, the girl smiled at Daichai and said that they were done with the official part. The princess lifted her puffy dress and asked for company. People shouted and asked to be shown their hero. They wanted to hear a story from him, but the guy thought about how he was suddenly lazy. He didn't want to get even more tired of all this nonsense. Daichai scratched the back of his head and said he was sorry, because he wasn't very good at this kind of stuff, and in that case he decided to go home. The princess asked him to slow down, and didn't understand the fact that he didn't want to be the chief guest at the royal dinner. The knight supported her, and said they had the best kitchen in the world. But the hero said he was wrong, saying that the best kitchen in the world was at his home. And it seemed to him that now his dinner was getting cold. The princess knew it was useless to argue with him, and decided to teleport him home in that case. But the guy waved her off and said he shouldn't, figuring it would be a good walk. But it was very far away, and the princess thought about the fact that they could go together. But then the doors opened and Hestia walked in, saying she was back. Daichai noticed that she had taken everything she needed, and the girl said that now she could fix his staff. The boy said that they were now heading home, and asked Hestia if it would be okay if they walked. Hestia said that in that case she had an option. She turned to a dragon, and asked why not have the hero ride her. The knight and the princess were simply shocked, for before them was the very dragon of white flame. The princess in shock asked the hero how he managed to tame the white flame dragon. Daichai cursed, thinking about how he had forgotten about it. That was his little oversight. The princess was horrified at the thought of the hero wanting to destroy this city, but Daichai asked her to smoothly remove her hands, and said he didn't mean to destroy anything here. He turned to get Hestia's help to confirm. The dragon said that they really didn't mean to destroy anything. The princess was happy to hear that, and the hero waved her off and said that they were already delayed. The girl held out her hand and asked him to wait, saying that she was saying all this on behalf of the kingdom. But she also wanted to thank him personally from her. He told Damia that she really did look like a princess now. But he didn't remember bailing her out, so he asked her to save her gratitude for the moment when he would truly save her. The princess remained silent and smiled as she watched the hero climb onto the dragon. Daichai confessed to Hestia that he was freaked out when she started reincarnating. He wondered why she was smaller, and Hestia said it was because of the magical energy. There wasn't enough of it now, and the dragon's body was forming in proportion to her power. In that case, the boy put his hands on the protruding spike and said that he would hold on to it, then turned to the princess and asked her not to be out of sight. The two guards looked up in shock, and one of them said he had just seen a dragon. The princess and the knight silently escorted them with a look. It began to get dark, and the knight told the girl that they had already left. Meanwhile, Daichai was surprised that the girl could fly with him on her back. But Hestia answered him that it would be strange if she couldn't. The hero thought it was just a beautiful sight. The flight of a white dragon against a black sky. Some people who happened to look up were still able to spot the creature flying at an extraordinary speed. Some blamed the phenomenon on alcohol. But the fact remains that the white dragon returned to the dark forest from the light castle. It was also noticed by a dark figure from the forest. The girl said it was her sister and said it would be fun. Eventually, rumors began to spread in the town that a white dragon had built a nest right in the castle. Everyone wondered what the hell was even going on here. After flying home, Hestia reincarnated back, and the boy thanked her for her help. Hestia rubbed her eyes tiredly and said she was tired for the day. She asked for permission to sleep, and the guy of course let her go. She thanked him and said good night. The hero was also tired, and as he walked to the elevator of the house, he thought about the fact that creatures also need to regenerate magical energy. That's what Hestia was sleeping for. When the doors opened, Daichai was met by Sakura and greeted him. She told the host that today had been a hard day, and she had prepared rice for him. He could have dinner, or there was another option. Sakura blushed and hesitantly said something about how she could help restore his magical energy. The guy thought about how that was too cute, just like in the anime, and he needed to answer correctly. He smiled and said he would eat first, because it would be a shame if her cooking went to waste. Sakura agreed and said that eating at his age was very important. As she ran away, she said something about cooking for now. Daichi really liked the life here. All problems were settled and he could retire in peace. Sakura was pouring tea and had something to offer her host. The hero didn't understand what she meant, and Sakura sternly asked for a change of heart. She wanted Daichai to remodel the house, but the guy still didn't understand anything. After seeing Hestia-chan's attacks, she thought that this form wasn't reliable enough. The hero thought and agreed with her, because in this form, the house was unstable. He asked Sakura how he could make one in that case. He had already tried burying it in the ground. Sakura offered to use her body and magic power to its fullest, and the blushing guy asked what she meant. Sakura smiled and said that they should synchronize first, and then try to rebuild. Daichai understood her, for when they synchronize, he had to figure out how to do it. In that case, he offered to do it outside, standing in front of the house. The hero suggested that she try it. He put his hand on Sakura's shoulder and the synchronization was complete. The program showed them a complete model of the house. Now all that was left was to use the hero's magical power and intuition to rebuild it. One had to visualize it and use the magical power. To begin with, the guy decided to do a small test. He decided to move the 5th floor by 5 meters, after which he imagined it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was doing well, and the building moved. Sakura was delighted. The floor did move. She praised the master and said that he was doing a great job. This was exactly what she expected from him. He had mastered this method very quickly. But the hero said she praised him too much. He didn't realize that the house would be so easy to move. Sakura said that as long as they were synchronized, their magic power strengthened the walls, so it wasn't a problem. She smiled and said that it was important to just get used to it. She suggested trying different variations. Another 10 minutes went by like that. After that time, there was a whole house floating in the sky that looked like a bunch of blocks that had merged into one. After they finished, there was a multifaceted and multi-story cottage on the ground. Daichai looked at the house in surprise and said that magic is really amazing. The house could be rebuilt as if he was playing with blocks. In addition, he could change his shape at will, but he could not change his volume. Sakura said that the master was amazing for doing all this in such a short time. He now understood how to move it, deciding to move to its shape. The form of the building was still weak against outside influences, and he wanted to make a solid form. The apple orchard was quite large, so he decided to make the house wider. In that case, he realized what he should do. In an instant, the house turned into a pyramid of Cheops, and Sakura was just thrilled. The hero looked at the house uncertainly, noticing that it had turned into a pyramid in search of the right shape and safety. At the top of the pyramid, there were still 2 rooms, the dining room and the kitchen. But the hero compared the pyramid to a tomb, and he felt as if he had made a mistake. But Sakura disagreed with him. In terms of safety, it was the most suitable solution. With this reinforcement, there would be no trace of Hestia-chan's strike. The guy scratched his head uncertainly and said that the house was indeed strong and suitable for defense, but he didn't want to give Sakura, his house, a rough shape. The girl looked at him in surprise and smiled her thanks. She blushed and said that she would continue to expand anyway. In time, it would reach the shape he wanted. Daichai remembered what RPO happened before this expansion and blushed. Sakura smiled and asked him to take his time, since he could remake things at his leisure. Daichai smiled and agreed with her. He would continue to work on his design sense, and so his house became secure. That was how the fruits of love continued to grow. That night near the hero's house, from a small house came the clinking of metal that echoed. It was Hestia, who was hammering her staff with all her might. After taking off her goggles and inspecting the staff, she decided that she had finished working on it. It was the next morning when the boy went outside and looked at the house. Just as he thought, it was going nowhere. Sakura told him that the previous view was still in his memory, and if they synchronized, they could restore it. The hero thought about doing nothing. But then Hestia came up behind him and noticed that the guy was using magic in a rather strange way. Noticing her, Daichai wished her a good morning. She said that she had felt a change in the magic energy yesterday, but she had no idea that he was using it like that. A normal person would have fainted if he used that much energy even once. Hestia handed him the staff and told him that she had brought him the right thing. This new staff would make it easier for him to do such things. The hero was delighted to notice that the new staff was harder and thicker than the previous one. Hestia said that she had carefully selected the materials and worked on it in isolation. Because of this, it is harder than the previous one. The boy thanked Hestia heartily. Using the magic key, it would be much easier for him to fix the shape of his house. Hestia looked at Sakura, doubting that she was right. Sakura averted her gaze and said that they would need a possible synchronization. Once the form was set up, it could be changed in an instant. The hero said he understood and offered to try it. He suggested that Sakura synchronize with him and try to get back into construction mode, and Sakura gladly agreed. The magic key needed a keyword to activate. He needed to come up with a suitable keyword for the base form. Daichai raised his staff above him and said that the keyword would be the common tower. Looking at the house, he was pleased to see that it had indeed changed instantly. Sakura congratulated her master, and Hestia looked at the house in surprise. She said that it was just amazing, and he got it right the first time. In that case, the guy suggested Sakura to continue. He used the pyramid magic key, and then the house took the shape of a pyramid again. The hero was delighted and said that the magic key is great. Hestia asked for the staff for a moment, and the guy held it out to her. After examining it carefully, Hestia concluded that this time she had managed to make a staff that wouldn't break. She held it out to her, telling Daichai that he could take it back. The hero smiled at her and said that this staff was reliable enough. Thanks to it, he didn't feel tired, so it was very effective. The hero thought a bit worried and decided to continue. With a wave of his staff, the house turned into Heinji Castle. After that, he used another magic key called the Celestial Tower. He yelled out that he had done it, but since the house was small, it only turned out to be a miniature. In that case, he finally decided to use the guardian deity, whereupon the house turned into a solid huge golem. The hero stared at the golem and said that he had gone too far. He apologized to Sakura and said that he got very carried away. Sakura only smiled and told him not to worry about it, because they could take it all back. As expected of a master, he was moving too fast. If he kept up the pace, he would be able to do it without synchronization very soon. The hero smiled and said it was all thanks to the staff, and thanked Hestia. Hestia was glad that she had managed to do something worthwhile for him. She asked him to tell her if the staff broke again, and she would fix it. The hero agreed with her and said that if it happened, he would be sure to tell her. That's how he learned how to rebuild a house efficiently. Daichai used the skill of a muscle golem, only 20 times stronger. The golems acquired the pumped-up muscular bodies of men, but it was like their faces didn't match their bodies. The hero looked and realized that there was something wrong here. When he was creating a large number at the same time, some details were simply lost. From behind the hero, he heard a scream from the princess, who asked what it was. She said hello to Daichi, and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. The hero noticed that Dake came every time he was busy. He certainly didn't mind her coming here, and was also glad that she didn't wet herself. The girl asked not to worry about it, and said she took countermeasures. The princess talked about how she was already quite mature, and the guy didn't understand why she was so proud of it. He asked her what she wanted this time. The girl smiled, and said that she was here to give him ownership of the land in town. It took some time to get these documents done. She asked him to use this right as he would like, and the guy thanked her. The girl looked at the golems and asked what was wrong with them, for they looked scary. She felt a lot of pressure as they looked at her. The hero agreed that they looked pretty scary, but since he didn't want any accidents, he ordered the golems to go back, after which they disappeared. The princess noticed the magic key technique, and the guy was surprised that she knew about it too. Of course she knew about it, since it's quite advanced magic. Even a great magician like her could only use 1 or 2 phrases. The guy thought about the fact that his armored golem was created with a magic key. The girl sank down, for the guy had surpassed her again. The hero noticed that she first comes here and is enthusiastic, then immediately becomes depressed. He believed that she was living a somewhat troubled life. The princess didn't understand how he learned this, and assumed he might have made it up himself. But Dake said he was taught it by a passing little girl. The princess said hesitantly that since such a person existed and it was a little girl, she would like to meet her in person. But the guy said that they had already met her. Meanwhile, Hestia had just approached them. Yawning sweetly, the girl asked without opening her eyes if there was anyone here. The princess stood shocked to see the girl who had been teaching him. She was shocked that the hero was being trained by the Dragon King. Dake smiled and said hello to her. Upon hearing the girl's name, the princess said that it just couldn't be. She couldn't believe that the mage dressed in black was that high-class mage Hestia Radon. She hadn't heard that name in a long time. To think that the legendary mage was just a cover for the White Flame Dragon King. The hero was surprised, and asked again if Hestia was really a legendary mage. A few decades ago, an unknown mage dressed in black appeared in the Prussian Magic Association. In just a few days, she managed to get the highest rank, and then she simply disappeared, leaving behind only her legendary writings. She used the name Hestia Radon. The hero thought about the name being a little different, but Hestia said she used an alias. But they weren't much different. The other dragons offered her a fake name, as well as black hair and clothes. The guy smiled. He wouldn't have thought that she would turn out to be a famous person. Hestia said that if the guy was thinking about her being a legend, he was wrong. If he was in a magical association, they wouldn't be able to measure his power. He's so far beyond normal that the only close rank would be mythical, but even so, he could be much stronger. They just didn't have any way to measure his strength. So they couldn't give him an actual rank. Hestia and the princess nodded to each other in agreement. The hero wondered why they were talking about him so suddenly, since the princess was still afraid of Hestia a moment ago. Recently, the princess had often encountered people who were much stronger than her, and she felt like she was just getting used to it already. So by talking to the hero, she learned to resist fear. Dake said that it was certainly useful, but not very pleasant. The girl was embarrassed and wanted to answer him, but the hero said he was joking with her. But she did learn a lot today. She noticed that it was about time for her to leave, so she just asked permission to say. She was glad that she had met both of them. The girl promised to try harder and become as strong as them. She hoped that they would see each other again. Dake told her that he and Sakura liked her company, so she could feel free to come here anytime. But he had a condition in which she was not to moisturize his garden. The princess got angry and blushed and said that such a thing would not happen again. In that case, she should have left already. Hestia noticed that the princess was feeling better. For a few minutes ago, she had been very depressed when the hero thought about going back to his golems. Hestia suggested that he was making even weirder golems, and she was interested to see it. The guy figured that since she was going to look at it, he needed to do it right. In that case, he needed to focus. He applied a muscular golem formed 20 times stronger than the normal one, and noticed that they were better. They had a new improved face. Hestia said that was great, and so the hero started working on improving the golems before lunch. Sitting in the study, the girl thought about the fact that even the princess had to do writing work. She had a lot of work to do, and a lot of people had panicked when they thought the city was under attack and she would have to make a statement. At least she decided not to procrastinate all night. And thanks to Daichai's magical influence, their crops were growing much better than before. The girl wondered for a moment when they would meet the hero again, as someone knocked on the door and asked for permission to report. The princess took up her quill again and allowed entry. The knight apologized and said it was regarding the emergency forces from the fortress city. The princess remembered them and said that they were not needed, but still she was grateful for their support. She asked if there were any adventurers there, and the knight said yes. Most of them return, but some stay here to search for treasure. The girl thought about the fact that they wouldn't want to return empty-handed, since they were adventurers. The knight was in agreement with her. There were many dungeons near the fortress city. He was sure they wouldn't want to lose a week's earnings. It would make sense. The princess asked if the knight had remembered to warn them to stay away from the Daichai forest. The knight did as she asked. He wouldn't be surprised to find out that they would ignore that warning. The girl grudgingly said that it wasn't good, though Daichai shouldn't have a problem with them. The knight felt this power on himself, and yet there was still a certain specialty in his abilities. But he didn't think about Daichi killing the adventurers. But he also really appreciated the silence. If they bother him too much, an apology should have been prepared for him just in case. The princess agreed with him, and thought about visiting there to apologize. She thought about it so much that the knight worriedly asked her if she was alright. The girl apologized and asked if that was all there was to it, but the knight had something else to say. He said that a delegation was coming from the fortress city. The princess was shocked, whereupon she got up from her chair and slapped the table. They wanted to find out how they managed to fight off the dragon. Besides, the knight was sure they hadn't told them everything. He heard that they had someone capable of finding powerful magical energy. That was impressive, because the princess didn't realize that the fortress city was so familiar with magical items, and most likely she knew what they were aiming for. The knight was also sure that the rumor about the hero had already reached them as well. If they wanted to attack Daichai's home, the girl was ready to stop them proper if necessary. Perhaps the adventurers in delegation, it was already too much. She told the knight that she might need his help, and the mage knight agreed. Meanwhile, the adventurers walked purposefully into the forest, laughing. One of them said he loved going on morning hunts. One of the hunters told the boss that it was smart of him to go early while the monsters were still awake. The boss said that they would be there soon. After looking at Daichai's house in the distance, the boss said that this place is here. He suggested that the guys get ready for tons of treasures because he thought it would be an easy victory. When the adventurers and their boss reached the house, they laughed happily and decided to go on the attack. But one of the gang members felt sick, and his cheeks puffed up. At some point, the whole gang of people started vomiting, and the boss thought it was a magical disease. He thought it was impossible. After all, no one could be that strong. They shouldn't have had any problems. The boss pointed ahead and said that there was a hut there. He suggested they hide there and regroup. But then Hestia came out to meet them, and the guy ordered everyone to stand still. A girl with a cane in her hands asked the boys who they were. The adventurers wondered what a child was doing here. There was just incredible magical energy around her that shone in the shape of a dragon, and the people couldn't understand what happened to this magical energy. Hestia assumed that they were uninvited guests, and she was probably supposed to stop them. The girl thought for a moment. She pointed her finger at them and decided to give them her first warning. The adventurers didn't understand what was going on here. They stood still and just couldn't move. Hestia told them that this was private property and no weapons could be brought here. With those words, she ordered magic to blow it away. A gust of wind struck the opponents and knocked them to the ground. The boss said in a rage that she had used a magic key. He asked everyone to be careful as she was a high-level mage. Hestia, meanwhile, thought about the fact that it might have taken a lot of effort. She thought to just burn them. Noticing that the attack had stopped, the boss ordered his subordinates to prevent them from being taken by surprise and attacked. Suddenly, a wooden figure grew behind them, and the bald boss perplexedly shouted, "Where did this strange golem come from?" Hestia, barely surprised, said that he was now working on his own, and decided to leave them alone. The boss shouted to his subordinates that it was a simple wooden golem and they could just chop it into pieces. But after attacking the golem, The enemy noticed that it didn't have a scratch on it. He said that his blade couldn't cut it, and didn't understand how, since it was just wood. Realizing that there was nothing they could do to him, the men shouted that they had to run away. Meanwhile, Sakura handed a towel to the hero while he washed his face. After thanking her, dake wiped his face and heard some shouting outside. A voice was yelling that they were trapped. The hero gloomily said that the garden was quite noisy today. Sakura replied that a group of marauders came to them this morning, and she wanted to ask dake what to do about them. She also brought a staff to the hero. People hadn't attacked from it since Dane's time, and they also didn't know what they wanted. dake decided to find out what they wanted, and taking Sakura's hand, asked if she was ready to synchronize. dake applied the magic key of the wooden golem 20. Suddenly, the ground shook, which further puzzled the adventurers. Without noticing how it happened, they were completely surrounded by huge golems. They were so frightened that Sakura assumed they had fainted. The hero thought about how he didn't even use any of his real traps because he wanted to avoid it. He just wanted to talk to them. Sakura smiled and asked if dake was ready for breakfast. Opening the doors to the house, the hero happily said they would wake up after he finished breakfast and looked at the table of food. While Sakura and dake started their breakfast, Hestia walked over to the bald boss and poked him with a stick to check if he was alive. After waking up and kneeling down, the attackers apologized for what they had done. Apparently the golems were pretty intimidating, and the hero needed them to explain something to him. One of the guys started to pass out again, but the guy ordered, "Don't you dare make him fall asleep," because they needed to talk. He apologized, for he didn't have a high resistance to magic, so it was hard for him to breathe. In that case, the hero asked who was the strongest and who could explain this situation to him. The bald boss raised his hand and said that it was him. dake understood, assuming that they are adventurers from the fortress city. They also make up a group called the Shining Heads. They were summoned here to help them fight the dragon, but didn't want to return empty-handed. Sitting on his knees, the boss agreed with his words, and the hero asked how they had gotten the idea to come here. The man said they had been given an assignment at headquarters. It was a woman with black hair and huge orbs, and she made them come here. She told them that there would be a lot of treasure here. The hero frowned and asked if they had seen treasure here somewhere or something like that. The boss said there were a few magic stones, but that was it. But he asked to be sure they didn't touch them. They really didn't think anyone would be here, especially someone as powerful as him. They were very sorry. dake was barely surprised and asked if that was it. Looking at the guys, he didn't think they were lying to him, but it didn't look like they were really targeting him. In that case, he believed them and said he was still not happy that they barged in here uninvited and with guns at the ready. Repentant, the boss said that he understood everything and to pay for his actions, he was willing to shave his head. But the hero thought about the fact that his head was already shaved. The boss yelled to the others that they heard him and that they needed to shave their heads. In that case, they decided to do it. The hero asked them to stop and told them that he wouldn't care if they shaved their heads. In all seriousness, they would just make a mess, since it's quite difficult to clean up hair. Since they didn't break anything, he would be happy if they took their stuff and went home. The boss was surprised that that was the end of it. He interrogated the hero if he was going to put their heads on stakes as a warning to others. But the hero only asked what kind of savage do they take him for here. dake asked just not to attack his house again and to tell the others upon his return that there was no treasure here. The boss happily agreed and thanked the hero. Turning to the others, he ordered them to pack up and get the hell out of here. The hero wondered about the woman with black hair they were talking about. He didn't understand why a stranger would send a request to raid his house. He didn't know what might happen next, but it was obvious that these guys were just being manipulated. After gathering all their belongings, the men saluted and said they were done. The guy praised them and said that they could go home now. Leaving, the adventurers thanked him for his mercy and left. Exhaling tiredly, the guy thought about the fact that there would finally be some peace and quiet. dake thought about the fortress city, and he didn't like the fact that he knew so little about the situation. He asked Hestia if she could tell him about this city. The girl agreed, but first, she pointed her finger to the sky and said he had a visitor. The surprised hero looked up into the sky and saw a silhouette. It was a huge dragon that hovered above the heroes and looked up at them. Dake looked at the great dragon in surprise and asked if he was here because of Hestia. The girl knew him, but she was sure he was here for him. In that case, the hero asked what he wanted. The dragon apologized for disturbing him and asked for permission to land so that he could have a better conversation. The dragon addressed them as their former and present king. Noticing the great dragon over their heads, the adventurers said it was not their day and decided to run away from this place faster. The hero did not yet understand the reason for this sudden visit. The dragon thanked him for letting him land, and the guy asked if he was here because of Hestia. The dragon figured it would be rude of him to speak to him in the dragon language. With those words, he reincarnated. It was Harrison, who was Hestia's former deputy. Having assumed human form, he said that in this guise he could speak the human language and asked the hero if he understood it. Dake said with a smile that he understood him, and the dragon exhaled in relief. He wasn't very good at turning into a human, but the hero didn't understand what he meant. The boy asked Hestia if all dragons were capable of becoming human. The girl said that after 100 years of life, dragons skilled in magic may or may not learn it. The guy realized that it was a pretty rare ability, and the girl agreed with him. She said that also those who live a very long time can begin to degrade in intelligence, so they become simple animals. The boy was surprised that even dragons fall into senile marasmus. But Hestia said that this is not something to worry about, because when it becomes clear that they are a danger, other dragons get rid of them. There were cases where dragons survived, but most died slowly from their wounds or were killed by other beasts. The hero, once again surprised that dragon society was rather harsh, and asked what they needed from him. The dragon said that they had come here to meet their new king. Since he could transform and has a small stature, he was chosen as a representative. He was honored to meet him. With these words, the dragon bowed. Dake noticed that it was quite polite of them and thanked them. At this moment, all the other dragons were waiting for them. The boy looked up at the sky in surprise and saw a huge pack of dragons. One dragon told another that even though he was a human, he could speak their language, and the other was amazed at this, for it takes several decades for humans to learn their language. It was amazing to them that a hero did this for them. But Dake only thought about the fact that he learned it when he ate that apple. While the rest of the dragons were flying in the air, the representative wanted to pay his respects and asked to tell the others to land. But the hero thought it wasn't worth it, since they wouldn't all fit here anyway. Harrison said that in that case, they would just give him their greetings. From this day forward, the dragons swear to follow him as his subordinates. Guy looked up into the sky and saw the other dragons bowing to him as well. Dake understood everything and asked, then from now on, not to get too close to the city, as the people were in a panic after their last visit. Harrison said that they understood, then gave the order for the rest of the dragons to return home. He thanked the hero for letting them follow him. He looked at Dake and said that if the time ever came and he needed their power, he could use them. But the guy didn't think about the fact that someday he would be in a similar situation. He didn't know if he would ever need their powers in battle. Harrison said that in that case, they were lucky to have such a strong but kind king. The hero did not understand what he meant by the word kind. Looking at Hestia, Harrison smiled and said that he was very kind. After all, he did not kill Hestia. The girl looked surprised at the dragon, who said that this act was enough for them to swear loyalty and respect to him. The hero thought that Hestia was very much loved by the dragons. She had told him before that they didn't need her, but she seemed to have underestimated how much they still valued her. The dragon turned to the mistress, and Hestia said that there was no need to speak in that manner now. But Harrison said that was nonsense, for she had led them and they would always respect her. The girl was embarrassed and looked away. The boy thought about the fact that even among dragons there were some pretty good people, and he was glad that things had been resolved peacefully. He asked Harrison if this was all they had come here for. Harrison said he had something to discuss with Hestia, and she looked at the dragon in surprise. He believed that the Black Dragon King had come to move, and he sensed its unique magical power. Hestia, as if she wasn't surprised, and said she understood. The hero assumed that this dragon was dangerous, but Hestia said it was mostly harmless. In that case, the guy thought it must be okay. Harrison asked them to say hi from him if they met him, in which case he decided to say goodbye to the heroes. The three friends looked up into the sky following the dragon. Hestia yawned tiredly, and the hero said that a lot had happened today, and it was logical that she was tired. The girl agreed with him. The boy lay down under the apple tree and said that the sun was shining and everything was finally calm. It was a good time for a nap, and Hestia thought it was a good idea, deciding to join him. Sakura smiled and thought about the fact that now would be a good time to start making dinner. So the heroes slept until Sakura came to them and called them in for lunch. Dake ordered the golem to take care of the apple trees. Hestia called out to him from behind and asked if he had some time. Since those adventurers were here the other day, she would like to tell him about the fortress city. The guy thanked her for her help, and the girl said that was all in lieu of rent, then unfolded the map. Dake was surprised that the girl had a new map, and she said she had a lot of them. Since she often traveled the world in dragon form, they often broke, so she had a lot of supplies. Dake was not surprised, remembering her power. Hestia pointed her finger to the south of the demon forest and said that this is where the city fortress is located. It is a city-state built on a plain. They live in the territory of the Black Dragon King, and it is surrounded by forest werewolves, ogres, goblins, and orcs. There were also other monsters there. The guy noticed that they were too surrounded by other races and asked why they built a city in such a place. There was a dungeon in the center of the city that created a lot of magical energy, so groups of armed people gather there to make money. Going to the dungeon, this industry of the fortress city, and it was pretty brutal. Hestia agreed and said that it was efficient and it didn't fade. Other races besides humans also receive magical energy. She told the hero that the dungeon creates a lot of magical energy, though not as dense and powerful as the land here. There were many fierce tribes around the city, but also in this city there are many strong and armed people who like physical labor. It seems that this city had no connection with Dake because he didn't like physical labor. The girl said that if he went there, he would make a lot of money, but even if there was a lot of money, he had no way to use it. The hero asked Hestia if she needed money or something else. The girl said that they were not necessary to live, but he could buy materials for the staff. Also, time was necessary to create the staff. The boy smiled and asked in that case to tell him when she would need it, and he would give her as much as he could. Hestia asked the hero if he was sure of this. The staff would require good materials that cost money. Using something that would match her bones would be worth it. Dake recalled her saying that they were useless, so it was more beneficial to give it to someone who would use it. The girl smiled and said that she would buy the materials next time then and thanked him. She promised to make him a great staff, and she also thought he needed a spare one. In that case, the guy asked for the best staff, and thus he found a new place to invest his money. All was quiet in the kingdom of Prussia. A night magician entered the room of Princess Dainia and told her that a delegation from the fortress city had arrived. The girl asked in that case to let them pass, and the door opened. The dark-haired girl smiled and said that it was a pleasure to meet her. She introduced herself as the deputy chief of staff of the fortress city named Antedra. The princess was shocked to see two huge bidons in front of her. After coming to her senses a bit, the princess realized that she was the only delegate, and Anne said it was much simpler than that. She shook hands with the princess and asked her to accept her best wishes. Princess Dainia also introduced herself and said that she was something of a representative of this city. The girl also said that it was a pleasure to meet her. Anne grinned and said that it was to be expected from a great sorceress and second princess, for she had very delicate hands. The princess also said that Anne had pretty strong hands and she thought she could be relied on. This was because she was from the fortress city and her body was her capital. The princess thought that she had heard rumors the other day that the staff at the headquarters had changed. But she didn't think that a high-ranking officer in the fortress city could be such a beautiful woman. She asked Anne why the latter had come to the royal capital. A rumor had reached her that Prussia had defeated the White Dragon. When she heard that, she couldn't ignore it, so she came here. She just wanted to make sure it was true, but the princess thought it didn't seem like her true intention and told her that it was just a groundless rumor. She couldn't let it be known to her that only one person had done it. Anne said she was sorry, and the princess thought that she wanted to get rid of the Dragon King very badly. The girl said that wasn't true, and she just wanted to see the White Dragon King. The princess thought that she had a very unusual hobby, and Anne grinned and said that she was often told that. After looking at the city, Anne thought that there was really no reason for him to be here. The royal capital had repelled the Dragon King's attacks many times, so she hoped that they could provide them with information. Dainia grudgingly agreed and thought about the fact that they had sent them help a few days ago, and now they had to help them themselves. Anne said that she had heard that the dragon had been defeated in the demon forest, and the girl wondered if the princess could tell her exactly where that place was. She said it would be of great help to her. The princess was wary and thought that she had asked something troublesome, thinking that she had a different purpose. Dainia was worried about what Anne knew about this place. Anne suggested that perhaps she was asking for something impossible, but the princess said that wasn't true, for she didn't recommend her to do it, as it was too dangerous in the forest. Anne decided to tell the princess that she was quite strong, and she didn't need to worry about her. But Dainia could already feel her strength when they shook hands. But that wasn't what she was worried about. It was about not having to forget about Daichai, and she was afraid that she might cause trouble for the hero and bother him. In that case, there was only one thing left for her to do. Dainia volunteered to lead Anne through the demon forest. That way they could talk about countermeasures against dragons along the way. The girl was happy to hear the princess reply and thanked her for her help, but it was already quite late today, so they wouldn't be able to set off until tomorrow morning. Anne thanked her and asked her to take care of her. The knight said he would show her to her room. Dainia was sure that everything would be all right. For tomorrow, she was going to take her to a place where there were no obstacles and where monsters could be defeated even by a child. The princess thought she had a plan, and all that was left was to see to it that everything went as it should. Before Anne and Dainia's visit, Hestia quietly approached the hero. She held out the staff and said that she had made it as an experiment. The hero was surprised that she was able to make it in such a short time. But Hestia said she was already used to making them. This time she was testing the materials she had gotten on her journey. The guy asked if it was good to use something like that, and the girl said it was no problem. She could buy the materials again here nearby since she received some money from Daichai. After that, she could use them. The magic city of Prussia was famous for the production and its market of magic items, which was to be expected from a dragon king who traveled all over the world. The hero was sure she knew exactly where to get the right materials. Hestia said that the horn of an immortal unicorn that lives far from here was used in the creation of this staff. So he had to try to use something very complicated. The hero decided to try using a magic key in that case. He wanted to summon a wooden golem, but no sooner had he used the magic key than the staff exploded right in his hand. He couldn't understand what had happened, because it was destroyed before he even used it. The hero told Hestia that he was sorry, but the girl said it was okay. As the creator, she dreamed of him being used until he broke. It seems that this time, it was too focused on strength and not malleable enough. Hestia decided to make it again. The hero asked her not to overwork herself. He promised to invest as much as needed. Hestia asked to rely on her, and the guy noticed that Hestia had her artisan spirit inflamed. Now the staffs would be more and more. Closer to nightfall, loud shouts came from Prussia's tavern. The four adventurers had decided to have a drink. The bald boss drank the entire mug in a volley. A man came up to them and said he had brought them more drinks, and the others laughed. After drinking, the boss wiped the rest of the drink from his lips and said he felt alive again. The squad noticed something, that the boss was drinking too fast. One guy in the squad was still scared as he was attacked by the owner of that land. He assumed it was the aftermath. The boss poked the adventurer in the shoulder and said that he wasn't scared, he was just shaking with admiration. Unbelieving, the team member laughed. The boss kicked the table with all his might and said that they had weapons, but he was so strong that they didn't have a chance to overpower him. Now they were among the best adventurers, but even so, they were treated like children. The boss asked if the others realized that he had let them go. It looked like he had a big heart, and the others agreed with the boss. They were hostile to him, but he didn't charge them anything. One of the adventurers looked at the boss's sword and assumed it was worth a lot. The boss took the weapon in his hands and said that it could buy a house with many rooms, but he didn't even consider it. He was completely different from those rotten holy knights. This guy was strong, and the adventurer didn't feel any hostility towards them. It wasn't easy to be such a strong and kind person. The others laughed and supported him. The boss smiled and said that if they offered him to move in with him, he would go there, and the others all agreed with him. Even so, he wondered who the big-breasted An-chan with black hair was who gave them the money after they reported for the assignment. He had lived in the fortress city for a long time, but he had never seen such an attractive girl. He was surprised when she became the deputy chief. The team member told the others that he had seen her on the outskirts of the city, after which he sipped from his mug. She sold oddly shaped armor and suspicious items in her store. She was followed there, after which she was sent to headquarters. Perhaps she was not from the fortress city. The bald boss raised his mug to the top and suggested that they put off the hardest part for later. They would stay in the royal capital for a few days. Until the gold runs out, they will sightsee and drink. The adventurers told the boss that they would follow him. Thus passed the night in the royal capital. Anne and Daenair reached the entrance to the demonic forest. The princess offered to go on, and the girl thanked her for her help. Anne asked the girl what she must have known about there being a nest of an old dragon that had lost its mind. The fortress town is also cautious about the demonic forest, and Anne has done a lot of Isekai'd on the matter. She also knew about the fact that in the demonic forest, somewhere at the end, there might be a valley of dragons. The princess frowned at the girl and couldn't understand her intentions. For someone who knows about the dragon, she had too light equipment. The princess didn't want to let her appearance fool herself. This woman in front of her, at such a young age, became the deputy city chief of the fortress city. She couldn't let her guard down, otherwise she might say too much and it would be a huge problem. Daenair decided that today he would show her the dragon's nest from afar and explain what they usually do, after which they would return to the castle. The princess thought about how that would be better, and that was the first thing to think about. She didn't have to worry Daichai, and hoped that everything would be fine and she could protect him. As long as everything went according to plan, the situation shouldn't get any worse. She prayed that everything would go as it should. Anne turned to Dinya, wanting to ask her something. The princess agreed, and said that if she wanted to ask her about the dragon, she would tell her everything. Anne said that everything was fine, but noticed that someone was approaching them. There was a rumbling sound coming towards them from far away. It was a big mud monster running towards them. The princess couldn't understand what kind of monster it was. This golem was made of black mud, and she had never seen anything like it. Thinking that things were not going according to plan, the girl raised her staff and prepared to attack. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the top of the house and thought about the fact that he had finally finished rebuilding the house. The house had gotten much bigger, so he had been rebuilding it since morning. He finally got something done. It used to be tiny, but now it looked like a real castle. Looking to the side, he saw Hestia and assumed something was wrong because the girl was wearing a robe. Hestia replied that she had decided to go to town. She had gotten some money yesterday, so she needed to buy materials for her staff. The journey there and back only took 10 minutes. Upon her return, she was going to make another staff, so she asked the hero to just wait. Daichai smiled and agreed, after which the girl left. Looking at her trail, he found it hard to believe that at that speed, he could make it there and back in 10 minutes. Sakura smiled and said that she could use the power of a dragon, even in human form, so it would be very fast. The hero thought about the fact that he had never seen her move at such a tremendous speed. The guy said that even in human form, Hestia was very strong, and she was definitely not something to worry about. With those words, his stomach rumbled, and he thought about how hungry he was. He had been working since the morning though, so it had been quite some time. Sakura smiled and said that she had foreseen this, so she made bento. She brought the open box of food over to the hero. Daichai smiled and said that it looked just fine. He praised Sakura and said that she was just great. Sakura served him the onigiri and said it was saltier this time. The hero really appreciated that. Doing the remodeling of the house today, he was sweating and very hungry. He asked Sakura what about the rice stockpile, as it was getting low. Sakura replied that there was enough white rice for 2 more months and brown rice for 1 more month. As he chewed his food, the guy thought about starting to grow rice, though he didn't know if it could be grown like apple trees, and thought about checking it out as soon as possible. Sakura smiled and told the master that it would be easy. She suggested to try and grow as much rice as possible. The hero said that these onigiri were delicious and he would eat them forever, as he suddenly heard screaming. It was the princess who was running straight at the hero in tears. She asked Anne not to stop. The guy, in shock, looked at the girl and couldn't understand why they were in his garden and who it was next to the princess. The princess shouted to dake that she was sorry because they were attacked by some strange creatures. Finishing his food, the hero thought she had apologized this time, so he decided not to get angry. He took a deep breath and asked permission to say something. After yelling for them to let him eat in peace, a hurricane formed and blew away the monster along with the princess. Dainia fell right on her 5th point, and Anne smiled sweetly at her. The princess remembered how she hadn't been here for a long time, and the guy asked if she was okay, because it was reminiscent of the old days. Standing up, the girl adjusted her skirt and said that it wasn't like that this time. She is completely dry this time. Looking at the parts of the golem, the hero grimly said that it was good and asked her not to bring any more dragons, mud dolls, or anything weird here. She apologized and said it was an unknown monster. She didn't know how to handle it and was cornered, but the guy just thought of it as a mud doll. The princess replied that she thought he was the only one who could call it a dirty doll, but it was pretty sturdy. The hero realized that it was an earth golem, but whatever it was just a monster. The girl said that if there were only a couple of them, she might have been able to deal with them, but they were surrounded by more than 10 of these creatures. They somehow made it here, constantly shooting back at them. They managed to disarm almost all of them, except for that last one. dake asked why she brought him here, and the girl apologized. But since they had dealt with that, he thought about the fact that everything was fine now and looked at the dark-haired girl. He asked who she was, noticing that she was caught in the flow of his magical power, and yet she didn't seem bothered by it. Dainia explained to him that she was her guest, and suggested that Anne introduce herself. But the girl was as if in ecstasy, saying that this blow was so powerful that this force was beyond her imagination. It reached her mind, and it was a pleasant feeling of euphoria. The princess asked embarrassedly what she had just said, and she apologized to them, saying that she had forgotten a little. Looking at the surprised hero, she apologized. She explained that she worked in the command center of the fortress city and her name was Anne. She was the deputy chief. The guy replied that it was nice to meet her, and since she was from Fortress City, he immediately remembered these guys who were also from the same city. The hero assumed that she was a boss type there, and the girl smiled. Anne immediately realized that he was the boss of this magical land, and the hero agreed with her. She already knew that this place was full of magical energy. The girl smiled and said that there were places like this in their city, although they weren't as strong. Smiling, the hero noticed that she spoke like someone who was knowledgeable about it. The princess was a bit at a loss. The hero noticed this and asked the girl what was wrong, for she had a rather strange expression on her face. But the princess said that it was rather unexpected, since Anne was having a normal conversation with dake, and the guy agreed. After all, it was quite rare for someone to have a normal conversation with him. Ordinary people would start choking around him. It turned out that the deputy city chief of the fortress city was quite strong. The girl asked the princess to talk to this person some more and asked if she minded. Dainia was unsure and looked at dake, but the guy said it was fine and he had already finished. Right now he was free, and in that case he offered to have tea and talk quietly. Since the guys from the fortress city were involved, he would want to find out as much as he could. It wasn't a bad thing to have more information. He said that would be great, and he just wanted to relax a bit. Sakura smiled and said she would make a cup of tea for the host in that case. Just like that, the tea party began in his garden. While Sakura was pouring tea, the hero found out that the fortress city and the royal capital is cooperating and Anne is the envoy. But it was unclear to him why they came to his forest and what kind of monster it was, because he had never seen one before. The princess said she had never seen such dolls before either. They were attacked as soon as they entered the forest, so she didn't know where it came from. dake was surprised that the princess had never seen these creatures, though she knew more about this forest than he did. He concluded that it was a new creature that was born in the forest, but there was no black soil in this forest, so it couldn't have come naturally. The hero suggested that perhaps Anne knew about it. But the girl said that she had never been to this forest before, so she asked the princess to lead the search. The hero looked gloomily at Dainya, and she told him that she had explained their methods of countering against the dragon to her. But they also didn't want to disturb dake. The hero understood everything, but he was just a simple man living in this forest. He didn't think about the fact that such important people would come this far for him. At least the princess thought about recognizing him, so it was okay, though she was probably the one who should be grateful to him. And she didn't think the hero could be called a simple man at all. He didn't realize what kind of weird statement she just said, and Dainya asked him to just ignore it. Anne looked at the thing near dake in surprise and said it was a staff. The guy said she was right and thought about her seeing it as something else. But she said it wasn't, she just felt a great power in it. Anne asked the hero to take a closer look at it. She would like to know what he was made of, and dake agreed. Looking closely at the staff, the girl noticed something. Smiling, she said that it was made from the Dragon King's bones, and for the first time in a long time, Anne sees the Dragon King's work again. In shock, the princess stood up and with all her might pounded on the table and asked if it was true. The hero noticed that she was somehow agitated and asked if everything was all right, but the girl asked to answer her question. She said that it was a national treasure of the highest grade, which was kept in a treasury under the strictest protection. In case of a national disaster, the strongest wizard should get it. The hero at first could not believe that it was so valuable. He had broken it so many times without even knowing it, and now he was ashamed of it in front of its creator. The princess saw it for the first time and asked how he got it, but the hero said it was just a gift. Dainya still couldn't believe it, but since it was him, then there was nothing surprising about it. Anne, as if she didn't understand anything, asked what were they talking about. Dainya didn't know what to say, and the guy asked why she was looking at him like she wanted something from him. She just thought it would be nice to talk about who he was and who he lived with. But smiling, the guy said he didn't see anything wrong with it, so he didn't care. The princess wanted to confess to Anne that there was someone else living with dake. Just at that moment, Hestia walked in and said she was home. No sooner had the hero greeted Hestia than Anne turned to her and said that her big sister was here. With all her legs, Anne rushed to Hestia, screaming that she could finally see her. She hugged the girl so that Hestia's head just sank into her bidons. Hestia realized that it was this child sent after all, and resisting the embrace, asked to move away from her. But Anne was only too glad to do so and asked to keep that cold stare longer, holding the girl tighter. The hero thought that they were drawing too much attention to themselves and asked for an explanation of what was going on. He asked Dainya who she had brought to him, but the girl only looked at the hero incomprehensibly, and dake wasn't even surprised by that. She said that she herself didn't realize what was going on here. While Anne was hugging her sister, the guy thought that apparently there was a new problem in their family. Grinning at her sister's big boobs, Hestia said it was a black dragon king named Anne. A long time ago, she had been looking out for her. The hero had a hard time believing it, because Hestia looked like a child and Anne looked like an adult. Everything looked so strange that he didn't understand anything anymore. Meanwhile, Anne was squeezing her sister even more. Dake said that the Dragon King looks younger than he really is. He also remarked that his sister is very fond of Hestia. Squeezing the girl even harder, Anne said that it's exactly as he says. Hestia only pushed her balls away and said that she was annoying her. Anne twitched with pleasure and said it hurt, but it felt so good. She asked her sister to push her away even harder. The hero remarked that this was just awful because the first time he met her, he thought she was a reasonable person. He had no idea that she would behave so outrageously. Looking at Anne and Hestia's showdown, the hero decided that his common sense gauge had broken. But Dragon Kings should be able to hide their true selves well from ordinary people. The boy looked at the princess, who was mumbling to herself in shock as she grabbed her hat. She was thinking about whether or not she should report the matter to the Dragon King, the deputy city chief of the fortress. dake thought that Dainya was worrying too much about everything. Anne directly glistened with pleasure while talking about what a relief it was. After letting go of Hestia, the girl turned towards the hero and staggered towards him, talking about how stuffy it was. Watching the two dragons, dake was so tired that he didn't even know how to react. It was truly extraordinary. Just an amazing contrast. Apologizing for his question, The guy asked Anne why the Dragon King was the deputy city chief of the fortress city. He thought about the fact that the girl was planning to take over the fortress city. If that was the case, it would be a big problem, and he wouldn't want to get involved in any way. But Anne smiled and said she wasn't thinking of anything like that. Her main business was simply selling merchandise. Imitating her sister herself, she made and sold various items and things. She then became a deputy boss. Anne was a child who became a Dragon King without even knowing it. She unknowingly raised her status. The hero realized that she was actually able to get a position at the top of the city for nothing. The fortress city was amazing in many ways. But Hestia is a famous wizard and Anne is the deputy chief of the fortress city. For Dragon Kings, they get along pretty well with humans. It was good that they were pretty harmless. Anne's gaze was full of lust. She was really happy to see her big sister. Hestia hid behind dake, and the guy smilingly said that she really didn't like it. Hestia told him that this kid is so spunky, serious, harmless, and quite sensible, though she has a tendency to do various kinds of damage. She could put up with that, but not this strangulation. So this is what Hestia meant when she talked about being mostly harmless. Barring Hestia's injuries, she's basically harmless. Anne meanwhile wiped her lips and bowed, which surprised the hero. She smiled and said that it was nice to meet dake. And since her sister was by his side, she had nothing to worry about. She had never met someone as strong as him. For them dragons, that's a very big deal. The hero scratched the back of his head and said that he understood. Anne was a little embarrassed and said with honesty that she would very much like to bask in the glow of his strength. But bowing, the girl said that she had no time today and thanked him for accepting her. Leaving, she waved goodbye, and the hero looked thoughtfully after her. All the while, the princess was mumbling to herself thoughtfully. Above all, she was thinking about telling the whole truth. The hero didn't know what would happen next, but suggested leaving things as they were. Hero asked if everything was okay with Hestia, who had a serious look on her face. Hestia was confused and couldn't understand why this child was coming here. dake seemed like she would still come back, and Hestia trembled with fear. The kid smiled and told her that if she had any problems, she could immediately run to him for help. Hestia thanked him and said she would. It was obvious that the number of visitors to his house was only growing. So the Dragon King was utterly defeated. After the tea party, the hero set about cleaning up. Taking the dirt from the doll in his hands, he noticed that it was quite heavy, and it was quite difficult to remove. Hestia sadly lowered her gaze and said she was sorry, but the hero couldn't understand what she was apologizing for. Hestia thought that since she was here, this child came to him and caused trouble. But dake asked her not to worry about it and said it wasn't her fault. Only that mud-black doll was to blame, but Hestia thought about it and decided to say something. In fact, it's one of Anne's abilities. That's why she blamed Anne for it. The hero looked at the girl questioningly. It was the breath of black metal when Anne mixed metal with soil and made dolls out of it. dake looked at the dirt and realized why it was so heavy. It was because it had metal in it. Perhaps he could find a use for it outside of the garden. But the guy still didn't understand why they attacked it. Hestia explained that when Anne is frustrated, she has a habit of making them attack herself. This continues until she is refreshed. dake asked if she was serious, noting that this dragon was rather annoying. But Hestia didn't think she was doing that in the city as well, but later, she would still scold her for it. But the guy hesitated, since it could only give her pleasure. Hestia grudgingly agreed, and said that she would probably even enjoy it. There was nothing she could do about this useless Dragon King. While dake was cleaning up the dirt, he asked Hestia, since they live among humans, don't they understand their true nature? The girl said that as long as they were in human form, they would not be recognized. Besides, they were suppressing their magical power. The hero was surprised by this skill of Hestia. Another Dragon King usually drinks with humans and picks fights with them. Most live the life they want, happy, interesting lives, or just having fun. She immediately thought of her sister. Hestia told the hero that he could also suppress his constantly escaping magical energy. The hero sighed and thought about how he couldn't even feel it continuously coming out of him. But as long as he stayed here, everything should have been fine. Hestia thought about the fact that if he was a mere human, in that case he would have died a long time ago. Looking at the reasoning and tense Hestia, the guy asked her not to tell him such scary things. Hestia pointed her finger at him and said that the fact remains. Magical power is necessary to sustain life, so if it keeps going away at this rate, he will die like this. But the hero thought that his magic power was just a useful power, but it turns out that his life depends on it. Hestia didn't think there would be serious problems with his amount of magic power. There's just the possibility of attracting monsters. Looking surprised at his hand, Daichai never thought that it could cause trouble. Of course, he knew that this place was full of magic power, and that's why they were being attacked by monsters. But he didn't know that he was attracting them himself. Hestia didn't think it was such a big deal, because the dragon vein itself attracted a lot more attention than he did. Hestia offered to teach him how to suppress the power, and the boy asked if it was that easy. The girl touched the hero's belly and nodded affirmatively. She used magic to cover the mirage. The hero noticed his whole body covered in a small glow. Hestia made him a veil from her magic power and covered Daichai with it, thus preventing him from leaking. Now ordinary people could feel the same amount of magical power as if she were in dragon form. The boy was surprised to think that his body was strengthened. It was similar to wearing wooden armor, only much lighter. It felt like a weak amplification, and the hero tried lightly bouncing a couple times. Daichai thought he could create such a covering himself, and Hestia said he just needed practice. In that case, the hero offered to give it a try, and tried to use the magic of the covering. A glow appeared around his body, and he thought about what he had accomplished. Hestia frowned at him, and said that it was a success. She could not understand why he had succeeded the first time, and the hero asked her if it was a bad thing. Hestia seemed offended, and said sadly that she had nothing more to teach him. It was as if the meaning of her existence had simply disappeared. Daichai glared at Hestia despite her saying that. This covering will make his daily life quite difficult. It would be hard for him to move normally because his body wasn't used to it yet. But Hestia disagreed with him. She said it was because his magic power was completely blocked. The hero understood and said he had suppressed it too much. But sometimes blocking the power was even useful. He will not be noticed by those who can sense magic power or are oriented by it. For example, these are magical stone golems. Daichai thought it was useful. But on the other hand, it's better to release a bit of magic power to avoid getting into unnecessary trouble. Daichai said that it was quite difficult to control. Hestia offered to let her do it in that case, since it's difficult for him. She asked to call her when he needed it. The boy agreed, since Hestia is better than him at controlling all such things. Until he got used to it, he would rely on her. Daichai stroked the girl's head. Hestia rejoiced, for this way her existence would make more sense. Princess Dainaya and Anne were having dinner at Prussia Castle. Dainaya really couldn't believe that Anne was the Dragon King, and when she found out, at that moment she thought her heart would jump out. Anne apologized to Dainaya, for she wanted to be more restrained, but she lost control of herself. The princess asked if the town chief of the fortress knew who she was. Anne said that she didn't. She originally got the position by pure chance, and the warden doesn't know that she is the Dragon King. She usually worked as the deputy chief, and mainly dealt with security measures. This made the job easier for adventurers. Pritznessa thought about the fact that Anne did care about the people after all, so it was okay to leave things as they were for now. As long as Dainaya could defend the royal capital, she didn't care. But still, she was curious about what kind of mud doll it was, and if it was a new species, then some action had to be taken. Anne admitted that she was the one who made them, and the princess was surprised. Anne apologized for not saying that before, and explained that the doll was her scout. She knew about Daichai-sama living on the dragon vein being very powerful. That's why she sent the dolls to scout first, because if she wasn't careful, he might kill her. She also explored the forest. However, after they all had tea together, she realized that Daichai herself was very kind and strong. Now it seemed to her that it was a waste of time. The princess understood what she was experiencing, because at first she was also very scared when she met Daichai. But still she didn't understand why those dolls attacked her. Anne smiled, and said that it was just her hobby. The princess looked at Anne with a strained smile, and said that she understood. But the way he scolded her made her feel a little better. It felt good to do it with more dirt and metal. but she felt much better from that maelstrom of magic power from dake herself. It was very powerful. Dainaya didn't want to continue this topic any further, and didn't want to say anything about people's tastes. The princess inquired how Anne was doing with the results in her forest exploration. Anne unfortunately shuddered, but things are not as good as one would like. Due to the effects of the magic forest, the dungeon of the fortress city is expanding. The princess was terrified. That was the main reason why the deputy chief of the fortress city came here. Thanks to the dragon vein in the magic forest, the magic power and the lands of Prussia had become much richer. The dungeon is like a living creature that feeds on magic power, so it will inevitably advance towards this land. Anne's dolls searched the vast area around the royal capital and found several tunnels connecting it to the dungeon of the fortress city. If they are damaged, there is a chance that dungeon monsters will appear in the vicinity of Prussia. The princess took the situation with the Dragon King to the back of her mind, as a new threat from the land had just been resolved. She knew the basic information about the dungeons, but she didn't have any details. She asked Anne to tell her a little about the dungeons. She wondered how long it would take the monsters to get here. To a certain extent, it was possible to know when the monsters would appear, but it was impossible to determine the exact date and time. If the dungeon progressed at the same rate, they would arrive at their place in the next few days. The princess asked how the damage could be reduced, and Anne said that it was quite simple. One just needed to destroy the monsters, thus reducing their numbers. That was the best option. Currently, there are quite a lot of monsters in the fortress city, and they will come here to find new feeding grounds. Even if they use all their strength to create a magic barrier, it won't be able to cover the entire city. It would be a race of endurance. The princess didn't know if she would have enough magic power until the number of monsters decreased, but at least she didn't have to worry about the magic forest. The monsters wouldn't even be able to get close to dake herself. Even if a dungeon appeared in the magic forest, it would be fine. The whole problem was the safety of the city. It was necessary to make a contract with the adventurers first so that they would have more strength. The princess exhaled sadly, saying that it was a difficult situation. Anne smiled at her and said that if there was something she didn't understand about dungeons, she could ask her about it. She was very happy to see her big sister by herself, but if the places where they could see each other became fewer, she would be sad. Anne came to the royal capital to help them with this situation. Dainaya smiled at Anne and said that she would gladly take the help of the Dragon King Dono from the fortress city. First of all, they should have eaten before the battle began. The princess thought about the fact that she would have to stay up all night tonight, and thought about possible countermeasures. This was the night to start developing a plan. It was a beautiful sunny day in the courtyard of the apple orchard. The hero was lying on his pillow and idling. Rolling over to the other side, he smiled, thinking about how he hadn't just rested like this in a long time. Meanwhile, Sakura poured a cup of tea. She told the master to rest as long as he needed. The guy looked at the courtyard of the house and saw Hestia rushing towards them. She was running at a frightening speed, and dake thought that she had run to the city to get materials for the staff. After all, he had broken his spare staff yesterday, and he felt sorry for that. He had created a grand golem though. Sakura noticed that Hestia was even enjoying it. Judging from the fluctuations in her magic power, she was having fun and was even happy. She probably just liked doing it, and the hero understood. But he had some tension. He couldn't feel and see magical power the way Sakura could. Dake assumed it was because he hadn't practiced on it. Sakura suggested that option, but the more important factor is that the master's magical power itself is awesome great. In order to feel the magical power of animals and humans, one had to concentrate very well. This is because the magical power emanating from them is quite weak. But the hero noticed that Sakura could feel it perfectly. After all, she is a house, and she is very sensitive to the presence of people. Dake asked her if she would like to visit the city, but Sakura said she didn't really want to. She smiled and said that she takes care of her master by herself and watches his sleeping face and observes his life. Therefore, she is the happiest. The guy blushed and smiled and said that he understood. In that case, there will be times when he will go there by himself. He told Sakura that if she needed anything, she could tell him. But the girl said she didn't need anything. The guy noticed that she had no desires at all. But Sakura winked and said that she was a house after all, and very much like her master. After all, the guy didn't really want anything either. Daichai thought that there was still something special that he would like, and that was delicious food, though he doubted if it was a real desire. After thinking about it, he decided that he would probably want a more stable life. Sakura said she had that wish too. Sakura asked the hero if he wanted to go to the city. Actually, he thought he didn't have to go there. Necessities and more were gathered around the house, and the werewolves bring it. Daichai smiled and told Sakura that he would stay home in that case, and the girl cried. The hero was surprised, and Sakura said that hearing those words from her master made her feel so good, like she had gone to heaven. The guy admitted that he's a homebody, and it was fine as long as she was happy. The best thing for Sakura was taking care of her master. She loved cooking, doing laundry, preparing the bath, spreading the futon, and greeting him every morning. When she was doing these things, she felt very happy. According to her, in order to make Sakura's life comfortable, he had to leave all the worries to her and thank the girl. But still, Daichai thought that he should have helped a little too. But Sakura was adamantly against it and wanted her master to just rest and enjoy. After all, that was what made her happy. But the guy replied to her that if he did that, he would feel useless and collapsed on the floor. But today he thought about listening to Sakura. Sakura offered him her lap as a pillow, and the guy agreed. The girl clenched his head right among her soft legs. The hero lifted his head and looked at her, and Sakura thought about the fact that he was in pain. But the blushing guy just didn't expect the fact that she would do that while he was lying face down. He tilted his head and offered to lie sideways as something suddenly alarmed him. Meanwhile, the monsters were gathering around their house. And because he touched Sakura, an automatic synchronization occurred. Daichai noticed that there were more monsters than usual, but it didn't matter, and he asked the golem to be kind and deal with them. The golem obeyed its master. Only 10 seconds passed, and Sakura told the master that he gave them a good fight. It had been quite some time, and even the monsters needed a rest. It was very comfortable in the sun, and under Sakura's warm feet, the guy fell asleep. He thought about how this was the best day of his life, and that his home was the best. Daichai used his staff, and summoned as many as 100 huge golems. This was a record high production rate. The guy looked at his new staff, and said that it was just fine. There wasn't a single crack on it. Hestia rubbed her eyes with her hands, and said she had been making it all day and all night. Her stomach rumbled terribly, and she told the hero that she was hungry. Plucking an apple from a tree, the lad offered to eat it. Hestia began to gnaw on the apple, and the hero noticed that she was eating even the core with the seeds. Apparently she was very hungry. After eating the apple, the girl sat down on the grass. Even in one apple, there was so much magical power that she was now calm. The hero said that she didn't have to work so hard, and that he could wait in case, but Hestia disagreed with him. The amount of magical power he spent every day to use the magic key is getting more and more, and she must make every effort to keep up with it. Hestia was determined. The girl noticed that now the golems were getting bigger and stronger. The hero noticed that his golems were more muscular than before. Although, the more he dwelled on it, the more his magic power consumption increased, and there was something else. Daichai thanked her for everything. After all, she had been searching for materials for the staff and then also creating it. Hestia waved her head and said that it was just a hobby of hers. Besides, the hero paid her the cost of all the materials. But the guy noticed that the main material for the staff was her bones, and asked if that was the case. As she had told him before, even if it was bones, it was closer to claws or scales, so there was no problem with that. Even if they do run out, there were other places to get them. So the guy asked, what were those places? Besides Hestia, there were other dragon kings, but there were differences between magic power and degree of hardness. But overall, they were the same. So it was possible to use them as replacements. She cited her younger sister Anne as an example. But before she could say anything, with a terrible stomping sound, Anne was already running towards her. Hestia was startled by the surprise. Anne again plunged Hestia into her huge hooters, where her head sank. Without letting go of the girl, Anne wished good morning to Daichai. Since she needed to go back, she came here today to talk to Daichai by herself. The hero greeted the girl and assumed that she would still come. Still hugging her sister, Anne bowed along with her. The boy felt uneasy seeing Hestia twitching. Pushing Anne away with all her might, Hestia shouted furiously that she didn't call out for her. At her response, Anne was so ecstatic that saliva flowed from her mouth. Breaking out of her embrace, the girl quickly ran towards dake. Anne thought about how adorable it was, and it was a pity she ran away right away. She thought it was just her sister's marvelous strength, and how good it made her feel. The hero did not understand how Hestia tolerated such behavior of her younger sister, and the girl was glad that the guy understood her. For a moment, Anne forgot about everything earlier and looked at the amazing magical power of these golems that the guy had created. Dake said that he made these people from apple trees. Hestia thought about the fact that even using the magic key, she couldn't believe that such a quantity was made with such precision, and it was simply amazing. Anne was just thrilled. It was the first time she had seen someone with such a high precision of controlling magic power. He had put far more magic power into them than she had, and yet he had done it with a magic key. Both sisters looked at him with admiration, and the boy felt uncomfortable with those looks. It might have been amazing, but it wasn't like he was some rare beast. Anne apologized and told the hero that she creates golems too, so it's an awesome sight for her. The hero still didn't understand what Anne came here for. The girl wanted to apologize for the trouble she caused them last time. After all, as they already knew, she created that mud doll. The guy said that Hestia had already told him about it. Anne bowed and said that she was sorry, and she was really sorry for what happened. Dake smiled and said that she ruined his garden by getting dirt on it, but since she apologized, it's okay now. Anne was horrified, thinking that an apology would not be enough and she needed to be punished. The girl blushed as she thought about what kind of punishment awaited her. She hoped her butt would be spanked in the same whirlpool of magical power, and that would be just fine. The guy asked her to come back from the dream world, for he had already forgiven her. He asked if the girl had brought anything as an apology. Recovering, Anne said she had brought them some of her magic items, and the hero wondered what it was. The girl took a flask and said that it was a recovery potion made from the blood of the Dragon King. It was a very valuable item for sale. This medicine has a wide range of uses, from cuts to fractures. If he applied it, it would act immediately. The guy noticed that it was quite versatile. Also, magic items are items with magical power contained in them that produce various effects. There were many varieties from everyday to combat. Dake was impressed, as expected from Hestia, and the girl smiled. If there was something he didn't understand, she could explain it to him. Daichi noticed that Anne was good at creating magical items. Since she is the newest Dragon King, she liked to create new items that contained magical power. But she learned all of this from her older sister Hestia reminded her that she only creates staffs, but Anne creates a lot of everything from medicine to tools. The girl talked about how she didn't know how to make staffs, and that her older sister was amazing since she could make such a delicate thing as a staff. The boy realized that there are differences in what they create, but Hestia had a different opinion after looking at the golems and said that the most extraordinary thing is that he can make these golems with such precision. Dake thought that he was feeling kind of alienated as of late, and Anne apologized to him. When he made golems out of wood or worked with wood, the recovery potion might even be more useful. Even if he broke a bone, cut his finger with a splinter, or scratched his leg with a root, it would all heal. The guy excitedly said that it really had a wide range of uses. He usually left the care of the trees to the golems, but sometimes he also got injured. If you can be cured just by applying it, that's great. The hero took the potion bottle and said that he was grateful to her for the cure. But Anne said in surprise that she was the one who should be grateful to him. Also, she wanted to warn them about something. Anne said that in the future, the number of monsters would increase and they might appear in the magic forest. The hero assumed that something happened in the magic forest, and the girl said that there is a small problem under the forest. But since the monster's activity is only temporary, they didn't need to worry about it. Waving his staff, Dake said that he understood everything and would be more careful then. In that case, Anne said that was the end of it and asked to let her know when the recovery potion ran out so she could bring more. Anne thanked the heroes for everything and hoped that their cooperation would be successful in the future. As she hugged Hestia, she also meant her older sister. At parting, the girl bowed and wished them all the best. Hestia told Dake that she had been making the staff all night, so she would go to bed, and the hero agreed with her, wishing her a good night's rest. Sighing heavily, the guy thought about the fact that this was a very noisy medicine merchant. But he thought it was normal to be so lively at home, and nostalgia attacked the hero. The clanking of armor sounded inside the Prussian castle, and the knight told the princess that the magic barriers and water mages were ready. The girl thought that this would be a grand experiment, and decided to try her best. The princess turned to the night mage. She told the captain of the knights to judge objectively. The night magician raised his hand sharply and asked everyone to get ready. The princess summoned the water stream in front of her to be her projectile. A multitude of sorceresses summoned a huge bubble of water that merged together. The princess commanded and launched the water bullet forward. She thought about remembering that feeling in the forest. Pulling her wand forward, she commanded the piercing fire lance to burn everything. After that, a stream of fire emerged from the wand, which was directed at the barriers. As soon as the fire reached its target, there was an explosion. The knight proudly said that it was their princess. It was the power to break through the 10 water bullets of the witch squad. An incredible piercing power that created a new record level. But the princess said that it wasn't over yet, because the current fire spear had gotten a bit stronger. Dainya was sure that this level wasn't enough to vaporize a dragon with magic defense. The power of the magic she used thanks to Daichai Dono was different. The firepower and penetration was much greater. The knight didn't understand if that power wouldn't be enough. But the princess said it wasn't, and she would never be able to catch up with him if she didn't improve her skills. Dainya knew that the knight captain planned to fill out the paperwork afterward and visit Daichai Dono. The knight confirmed that. In that case, the princess asked the knight captain and the witch squad to stay here for the whole workday. The squad bowed to her, and the captain of the knights agreed. The princess thanked them and suggested they continue. Meanwhile, Daichai and Hestia sat outside the house on a bench and rested. Hestia smiled and looked at the staff, which the hero had not yet managed to break with his magic. Daichai looked at Hestia and said that it was easy to use. He had used it dozens of times, but it hadn't broken. Hestia stayed up all night making adjustments to it. But she was displeased that there were many small cracks in this staff. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, but there was no leakage of magic power before. The hero didn't know about it and was surprised. Hestia blazed with fire at the thought of having something to aspire to. Daichai smiled and only asked her not to overdo it. Just then, a princess walked up to them and said hello to them. Behind her back was a bag that was rattling something. Daichai greeted her. He noticed that Dainya had a happy face. The girl said it was because her somewhat difficult and special training had been a success. It made her feel a little better. Piling a heavy bag on the ground, the girl wanted Daichai to take it. The hero assumed she was bringing him money. Dainya recalled that he was in town once. Thanks to his magic power, the town's medicinal herb farm near the castle had a good harvest. It was his part of the reward, so she hoped he would take it. Having said that he would accept it, he thought he had an economic cycle going on at home again. The boy looked at Hestia falling asleep and thought that if he took into account the last expenditure on the materials for the staff, he had given all the money to her. Noticing the girl rubbing her eyes, he asked if she wanted to sleep. Hestia said that she had not slept since yesterday, and in doing so, she was constantly using her magical power. The girl wanted to tell him to leave her alone to sleep, but immediately she fell on his shoulder and fell asleep. The boy smiled and said he would carry her back to the cabin now. Daichai took the girl in his arms and told her not to worry about it. Since she wanted to sleep, there was nothing she could do about it. Sleepy Hestia thanked him, and Dainya remarked that it was very sweet. The guy asked what was cute about it, and the girl blushed, not knowing what to say. Trying to think of something to say, she said there was nothing to it. She pretended she didn't know what he was talking about. The uncomprehending hero looked at Dainya and said that if she said that, he wouldn't worry about it. The princess, pulling on her hat, said that she would probably go. As she left, she said that she did not want to disturb Hestia's rest, and she was afraid she would have to leave them alone. The guy, smiling, said they would see each other again, and the girl tried to run away faster. With a quick step, the blushing girl headed faster towards the castle, thinking about how embarrassed she was. She never would have thought that jealousy would show in words. As she thought about the fact that she had accidentally told the truth, she noticed that her face was burning and needed to cool down and go home. Anne was approaching Daichai's house and was spotted by a guy. He greeted the girl. The girl smiled and said that she came today to give him a present. It was a portable first aid kit that had a beautiful design. The guy incomprehensively looked at it, and the girl said that this bag was for storing potions. He could immediately use the potion if he hurt himself while working in the garden. Hestia looked at the medicine bag carefully and noticed that it was made from the skin of a dragon king. It was most likely around the base of the wing, she thought. Daichai was surprised that Hestia realized this just by looking at it. The girl, as if hesitating, asked the creator if she was right. Mad Anne, agreeing with her, said that she expected that from her older sister. She was able to identify her material so quickly. The hero assumed that Anne had taken the material of her own body as well. Smiling, the girl said that he had the right idea. It was a magic item that was made from her wings, so it wouldn't be destroyed even by Daichai's magic power. At least she could guarantee him that. Guy noticed that she was just like Hestia and asked if it was too much for a dragon king to use her body as a material. But Anne said that it was only a part of the skin, so it was fine. Also, everything healed in a few seconds. In that case, the hero thought that he would take it for nothing without worrying, but he felt sorry that he couldn't give anything in return. A distraught Anne said that she didn't need anything, and it was just enough that she could breathe the same air as her older sister by herself. Daichai looked at the girl warily and decided not to argue with her. Hestia, expecting the worst, hid behind the hero and said that she was indeed terribly spunky. But Anne thought she was joking, and the hero said that half the time it was true. Anne said that regardless of her sister's relationship herself, she gets enough reward from Daichai, but the hero didn't understand what she meant. The girl reminded that he showed her his golems, and that was very important to her. After all, they are some of the best first-class magic items. Since she is also a creator for her, it was very useful. The guy thought of Anne creating golems too, and the girl, smiling, confirmed. But they had a completely different quality. They weren't like Daichi's. She said that he would understand if he compared them and applied the breath of black metal. Immediately, dirt spilled out of her hands that fell to the ground and began to take shape. With interest, the hero looked at Anne's ability and asked her what it was. Hestia explained that Anne was a black metal dragon king, so her breath creates earth with metal. And since she is also the newest dragon king, she can create new magic items one by one. Anne thanked her sister for the explanation. The girl said that it was her mud golem and it would take her a long time to finish it. She lacked the stamina for it, although it has the ability to explode and if surrounded by monsters. The little golem looked at the guy and waved at him while smiling. Daichai said that he was just adorable, and even Hestia stroked his head. With a smile, the girl told her sister that she was growing up, and her magic power contained in him had become stronger. Anne immediately grabbed her sister and thanked her from the bottom of her heart. Cuddling the girl tightly to her, she said that she was happy that she remembered her from those old times. Anne couldn't help how kind, sweet and tiny she was, and Hestia thought the second part was unnecessary. Frowning, the girl didn't even bother to lash out and thought to herself. Daichai smiled, noticing that Hestia had apparently already accepted it. The boy decided that Hestia was very kind after all, since Anne kept coming over to hug her. He looked at the golem and decided that he would use the earth that Anne had left behind. That way he can make it himself. He asked for the girl's permission to make the same golem. Since her last arrival, there was some of that land left here, and Anne looked at Daichai in surprise. She said that if he had the material, he could certainly make one. But since it was different from making wooden golems, it might be more difficult to make. The guy understood her and decided to see what would happen by ordering the mud golem to stand up. A second later, a large golem appeared out of the small mud. In shock, the girl couldn't understand why he had succeeded, and Hestia thought to herself that this was exactly the reaction she expected from her. Embarrassed, the boy said he couldn't help it. The hero pointed the mud golem to a rock and ordered it to hit it, and the golem prepared to attack. It was able to destroy the rock with ease, and the guy said that this golem had a very slow reaction time and was hard to control. But apparently it was too late to remake him. Blushing, the girl said that it wasn't. because it was already hitting faster than her mud golem. She also said that all the golem makers would get depressed if you told them he was hitting slow. Or rather, the versatility of Daichi's wooden golems is too high. The hero thought about the fact that it was true, because his wooden golem could be made instantly. It was only worth thinking of him. Mass production is also possible. And since it was very easy to make, he thought it was convenient. But he didn't know that because there was nothing to compare it to. Anne simply had no words and said that Daichi was simply amazing. Hestia just waved her hand and said that it's nice to have someone who understands you. The guy thought about how he felt alienated again. But there was something else. He said that the land could be used for more than just golems, and asked if in that case he could take the rest. Anne, smiling, agreed and said it was fine. So the hero had new material, and he thanked her. There was a huge explosion on the border of Prussia and the magical forest, after which the girl said that for today alone and here finished. Dainia turned to the commander of the knights and told him that it was certainly good that he was accompanying her. But it wasn't good to leave an order of knights without command. The knight bowed to the princess and said that she had done a good job. He also said that he had already given them the necessary instructions, so everything would be fine. It was much more dangerous now to leave the princess alone. Now that the dungeon was activated, she had to be careful. The princess said that was correct, but so far there hadn't been a single massive monster invasion. Right now, they were just hunting naturally occurring monsters as usual. According to Anne, the invasion was supposed to happen in 2-3 days, but it had already been more than 3 days. The city was in turmoil. It had already been quite some time. Because of this, they had time to deploy defensive personnel. They were lucky to have such an experienced group of people in the royal capital. Brilliant Heads, a group of top adventurers from the fortress city that boasted a 90% completion rate. It was good that they were in the royal capital, and the knight was very grateful to them for helping defend their city. The monsters here were quite strong, and even 2 normal adventurers working in pairs have a hard time here. The girl agreed and gave the example of the Fabuneers that try to kill humans with their sharp tusks. Also the big slime that waits for you to let your guard down in the magical forest to devour you. Many of the monsters here are hard to defeat without a good group of adventurers. Adding to that, the monsters from the dungeon become no longer a joke. It was good that they were able to organize a defense in time. The commander of the knights said that they had invited other adventurers, but they would also need a lot of supplies. Sighing heavily, he said that they had a lot of problems. They also didn't have enough food in case they isolate the city with a barrier. Dainia replied that if he said so, there was nothing she could do about it and asked to move on to the next case. She was going to ask the werewolves about the situation in the magic forest. And in the meantime, the captain of the knights was to check the defense of the capital and the cities. The knight bowed and said that he was really sorry, because this should be handled by the messenger, not the princess. But Danae asked not to worry about it. She smiled and said that she was the only one who could use the teleporter. Besides, acting alone was easier and faster. After applying the teleport, the girl disappeared and appeared right beside the werewolves. Noticing her, the werewolves greeted the princess. The princess apologized for keeping them waiting, and the werewolf said it was no big deal. After all, they were only a few minutes behind schedule. The werewolf knew that the princess was hunting monsters on the plains, and this was also for their own good. Dainia smiled and said that she expected that from werewolves because they gather information quickly. It was only a few tens of minutes ago, and they had already found out about it. Gathering intelligence and procuring materials is the werewolf's business. The werewolf howled and said that if you can't do something like that, then you can't meet the king face to face. As the girl realized, they meant Daichi as the king. The werewolf said she was right and invited her to go to a place on the other side of the square where they would give her the information she needed about everything. While walking through the town, the princess noticed children playing in the street and said that they had become quite wealthy. She had been here several times, and every time she came here there was peace and bustle. This was their best dwelling place, at least in the last few decades. Thanks to their king, they were able to establish trade quite well, and that helped them to set up the settlement so well. The werewolf said that even their entire family couldn't thank their king enough for what he had done for them. They arrived before the appointed place. First of all, the princess wanted to know what was the situation of the monsters in the magic forest. and the werewolf was sure that the monsters were becoming more and more active. The number of monsters had not changed much, but the radius of appearance had increased, so the frequency of encounters with them had increased as well. It might have something to do with the fact that the dungeon was growing underground, but the werewolf didn't know about it yet. There was also a possibility that this time they just happened to cross paths, so he couldn't give a clear answer. The princess agreed, saying that it didn't necessarily have to be the dungeon's fault. Reasoning, the werewolf said that the only thing that was different from normal was that the underground monsters came out. By underground, he meant something like a worm coming out from under the ground. He had never seen such before, deciding that they were definitely not from around here, or they lived so deep down that they had never seen them before. The princess thought about how the ecology of the magical forest had changed. Also, their king was in the vicinity, and his presence alone changed the ecosystem at least a little bit. Smiling, the werewolf looked at his sister and said that they were among them. Pointing at the paper, the werewolf said that the number and types of monsters they had encountered so far were recorded here. He also wrote down the name of the monsters they had stopped encountering in recent months. The girl noticed that the monsters they had stopped encountering were the most aggressive. The ones that confronted their king were beaten up and then ran away. They must have decided it wasn't safe for them to stay here. After that, the girl looked at the name of the underground monsters, and the werewolf said that these enemies were easier to smell or feel and could also be found by various signs. He smirked and said that the forest was convenient to live in for that reason. Dania remembered dake and said that it was all thanks to him. But the appearance of underground monsters is somehow disturbing. Starting from today, they better start taking the necessary measures one by one. The werewolf asked to let him know if they need any help. After all, he owed the merchants in their town for food and other items. He thanked the princess and asked her to keep him informed. However, the werewolf smirked and said he would like to be paid for it, but they could arrange that a little later. Dania said goodbye to the werewolves. As they walked through the forest, the princess thought about having to explore the connection between the magical forest and the dungeon a little more anyway. The next stop was at Dake's place. Dania heard an eerie stomping and thought that it was very noisy here. The girl noticed that the noise was coming from near Dake's house, so she assumed that the monsters had shown up here as well. It shouldn't have been possible, but since he was there, it couldn't be ruled out. It was an emergency situation of mass monster invasion, and the girl saw that the Fabineras were to blame. She was surprised to see a large herd of high-level four-legged monsters. The golems were furiously repelling their attacks, and in the very center of them, the girl saw a hero. The girl saw how the massive monsters were immediately defeated. She didn't even know what to say to that. The girl only smiled silently, and a blush appeared on her face. She said that it was very cool. The hero looked at the princess in surprise, deciding that something had happened, and she said that she had come to make sure of something. By the way, she wanted to ask what he was going to do with that herd of Fabineru. After thinking about it, the guy said that they could be sold, eaten, divided among the werewolves, or just let go. The meat of those boars was quite tough but tasty, and it was just a great thing for making sukiyaki. Dania didn't understand what he meant. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor and asked that he sell them in bulk to her town. They had a lot of people and they needed food, and of course they would pay him. The hero didn't mind at all and said there were too many of them anyway. The princess's eyes shone, and after thanking the hero, she said that he was the savior of their town. The guy didn't quite understand her, but since she was happy, he thought it was okay. Dake decided to immediately move the boars to the city. 1 hour later, the princess was at the table telling Sakura and dake about how their home was truly wonderful. Sakura smiled and thanked Dania for her efforts. The princess thanked Sakura and bowed, also telling the hero that she would bring money next time. He asked her why she had come here. Taking a mug of tea, the girl remembered that she came here for the sake of reporting something to dake. It was quite likely that the monsters would activate in the vicinity of the city. The princess was confident that he would be fine, but she felt that they should keep their distance just in case. The hero smiled, noticing that she was as benevolent as ever. After all, the girl had come here just to say that. Suddenly, there was an explosion nearby. The princess abruptly stood up from the table and asked what that sound was, noticing that it was in the direction of the city. She figured that it was the beginning of a monster invasion. thinking that they were just waiting for an opportunity. But it was not to be. The girl apologized to the hero and said that she was going back to the city, then used the teleporter. Sakura and dake silently looked after her. Exhaling heavily, the guy said that she was a very busy person, and Sakura said that Danielson had her reasons. Suddenly, some rustling was heard from the direction of the bushes, which caught the hero's attention. In front of them stood creatures that looked like demons. Looking at the heroes, they smiled, and in their hands burned fire. dake looked at the monster in surprise and decided that it looked like a demon, and Sakura agreed with him. The monster suddenly attacked, whereupon the hero grabbed the staff and ordered the golem to protect them. Before the flames could reach the heroes, they were covered by a huge golem. It immediately rushed at the monster, who began to run away from it. The guy noticed that this demon is quite agile and the golem can't deal with such a thing. In that case, he and Sakura held hands. He used an indestructible wooden armor with her, after which there was a rustling of branches. Instantly, an armored huge golem appeared with the heroes in it. While inside the armor, dake said he would deal with it himself and used a shot. Immediately, the monster turned to Ash, and Sakura, smiling, said that it was excellent. The guy noticed that something fell off the monster. It was like a magic stone, but with very stale magic power. It looked like his body was created by the magic power of that stone. dake sighed and said that there are very strange creatures living here. Hestia woke up from the noise and asked what was wrong with them. Showing the stone to the girl, the hero said that he killed a strange monster and it fell off him. Examining it carefully, Hestia said that it was a magical stone of demonic origin from the dungeon. Judging by his size, he had killed a demon servant, but she didn't understand why he was here. The hero didn't understand if it was strange, and the girl said there were no dungeons nearby. And yet it was left by the dungeon monster. It seems that there was an environmental change in the forest, and that's why the dungeon monsters started to appear. The hero asked if it would affect his house in any way, but Hestia waved her head in the negative. She said that these guys were warlike, cunning, and instinctively attacked people, so they were quite troublesome to deal with, whereupon she pointed her finger and asked him to take a look for himself. The same monsters started coming out of the forest and watching the heroes with anger. dake thought that this was the same monster invasion that the princess was talking about. But Sakura also didn't understand where they came from. The armored golem took Daichi and Sakura on his arm, and the hero said that he would deal with them right away, after which explosions were heard. After a couple moments, Sakura told the master that there was no sign of demons outside the house. The guy smiled and said that was good. Meanwhile, in Castle Prussia, there was bustle and talk. People were shouting that the adventurers were holding defenses in the north, but what was happening in the west? Dainia appeared behind the captain of the knights, and the night mage said that they had been waiting for her appearance. The girl asked how they were doing. Monsters appeared in the east and south at the same time, all of them moving towards the city. Their defensive forces had already intercepted them. The princess looked at the map, and the knight explained that the red crosses marked where their troops were fighting. Dainia asked what the black circle in the east was. In the east was Anne herself. She said to mark the place and went there. She also said that her alone there would be enough. The princess smilingly thought that the Dragon King should have been enough to handle it alone. The squad of knights in the south was showing superiority in the battle. It appeared that only the west was left. Because of the lack of time, there's a gap in their defense. But the knight said that a group of adventurers had gone there. Dainia wondered what kind of group it was. It's a group called the Shiny Heads. They were a group of high-class adventurers, and with a 90% completion rate. Judging from these numbers, they were quite powerful. But it was dangerous for only one group to go there. With these thoughts, the girl gripped the staff tighter. The princess decided that she would go there to help them, causing people to be shocked. But Dainia didn't see it as a surprise. She's the only one who can teleport there. The knight wanted to object, but after thinking about it, he decided that even if he asked her to stay here, the princess still wouldn't listen to him. Dainia smiled and said that the captain of the knights knows her very well. As long as she could fight, she would do her best to protect this city. That is her duty as an archmage. And she admired dake, so this is the path she decided to take. So she decided to go, and said she was leaving the command to the captain of the knights. The knight captain accepted her order, and asked her to be careful, whereupon the girl used the teleporter. In the west of Prussia, a squad of adventurers was already approaching the target. Laughing, the leader said that they had the weakest defense in this place. They were far away from the trade area, and there were only 10 men. There was a rustling of bushes, and right in front of them there was a rumbling and shaking sound from underground. A huge underground worm burst out that looked at the adventurers. Immediately from the place where the worm crawled out, small monsters that resembled goblins began to crawl out. The commander laughed and said that they had appeared. He never thought that he would fight monsters from the dungeons of the fortress city. Looking up, he noticed that a huge worm was already approaching them. The man shouted that compared to dake, such pressure was nothing. The other guy laughed and supported him. When it was said by their leader who had passed out then, it motivated the whole group and they giggled. The leader blushed and said it was all because he admired him. If they had stood up against such a horde earlier, he would have just run away. The only thing that calmed him now was his strength. The guys supported him, and the head noticed that even though they were far away, there were still residential areas with many people here. There were many crops and other things to gather. So he was sure there were many people living there. In that case, the chief shouted to the adventurers that they should protect them. There was good booze in this town. They also fed them good food, and they had a great time here. If they don't protect them, their name won't be worth anything. The guys decided to overpower them at all costs so they could drink together again. With shouts, the adventurers ran to attack directly at the enemy. Full of fighting spirit, the squad leader struck the goblin, which flew backwards. Panting heavily, he asked the squad if it was all over. They really hoped that it was. The guy said that at this rate, he and his outfit wouldn't last long. A squad member yelled to the head that he was being attacked from behind. The demon-like goblin threw fire directly at the squad leader's back, and he screamed in pain. The demon smirked. The guy shouted that it was a servant demon, and the squad leader noticed that it was cunning and attacked from afar. Then a shout was heard. Someone was using a fire spear. The attack immediately knocked the goblin off his feet, and excited head decided that this is his chance. Went to attack. As soon as the goblin was defeated, the stone fell from him. A man approached the head of the adventurers from behind. It turned out to be Dainia, who exhaled and said that she had arrived in time. The head exclaimed that she had saved them, and she was a princess herself. The girl said that her name was Dainia, and it was she who wanted to thank them. She looked at the squad that was badly exhausted after the battle. She was sorry, for she had thought of arriving on time. But by all appearances, she was late. The head smilingly said that since they had been helped a lot by the townsfolk, they would like to thank them as much as possible. The princess was very happy that they were of that opinion. Suddenly, one of the adventurers flew right past them and was hit by someone's attack. Looking around, Dainia and the head couldn't understand what the heck was going on. A large goat appeared behind them with an oak tree and a shield in his hands. His feet were huge hooves, and he resembled a demon. The beast roared furiously at them. The cloak that was on the goat began to melt, and demons began to jump out of it. The head shouted to the others that he was creating servant demons. He couldn't understand. What the hell was the dungeon master doing here? The princess was terrified that it was the dungeon master himself. It's a monster that can create dungeon monsters. It usually lives in the deepest levels of the dungeon. His level must be quite high since he could create demons. The boss gritted his teeth and assumed that in that case, either the master himself or his servants would kill them. The head of the adventurers cursed, and the girl clutched the staff tighter. She was determined, and told the adventurers that she could handle him herself. A fellow adventurer shouted to the princess that it was too dangerous, and that he was very strong. He said she had to run. Just because she could defeat the dragon didn't mean she could defeat the dungeon master. But Dainia smilingly told them that she couldn't just run away. At least not while someone was threatening her city. She couldn't let that happen, and would do everything in her power. The girl was going to use a new spell she had learned after meeting that man. This attack absorbs all her feelings and experiences so that she is able to defeat even a dragon. The girl shouted, and used the volcanic spear that flew towards the dungeon master. The goat fiercely looked at her attack, then swung his club and scattered it. The explosion made the girl close her eyes, and her staff cracked in half. From the force of the blow, Dainia flew backwards, and heard the head of the adventurers call out to her. but as soon as she opened her eyes, she felt herself fall on something soft. The battered princess couldn't realize what it was, so she looked up. The voice asked her if she was all right, for it had made that hand as soft as possible to catch her. She recognized that voice. It was dake that was in the battle armor along with Sakura. The hero asked Sakura to get the medicine that Anne had given them. Sakura clarified that it was in a pouch on the guy's belt and then took it out. Dake smiled and asked dake to wait a bit while he healed her. Descending into the palm of the armored golem, the hero was about to give dake the cure. The girl coughed up blood and thanked him. Dake asked him not to tell her, as her mouth was wounded. He smiled at her and praised her for a good job. It was surprising, for she felt an overwhelming sense of security. The hero said she was doing a good job. The princess smiled, after which she fainted. Dake fearfully assumed that he had injected too much mana again, but Sakura asked him to calm down and said that she was just tired. In that case, the hero decided that everything was fine. Her wound had healed, and now she had no trouble breathing. He didn't really understand what was going on here, but it looked like this monster was going to be a big problem. Dodging the blast attack, Dake noticed that it was the same demon servant. The armored golem held the heroes with one hand and aimed at the demons with the other, then fired. Daichi watched the enemies carefully. As soon as the smoke cleared, he saw the dungeon master standing in front of him completely unharmed. The hero angered the demon even more. The group of adventurers were simply shocked. After all, they had defeated the servant demons only after combining their efforts, and Dake had done it in one blow. The head of the adventurers smiled and said that it's amazing and Dake is awesome. The head ran up to the golem and asked Master Daichi why he was here. The hero said that those pesky servant demons showed up outside his house. And when he came to his senses, he was right in the middle of a battle outside the forest. Anyway, the guy noticed that the adventurers were also fighting them and thanked them. One of the adventurers shouted to them that the master had started summoning servants again. The hero decided that now was not the time to talk, and handed dake to the head of the adventurers and asked them to take care of her. The head turned to the others and said that they would protect the princess. After that, Dake prepared to fight the dungeon master. After they were alone with him, the guy angrily said that he didn't care what he was doing. But this forest was his home where he felt comfortable, so he ordered the demon to get ready to get his ass kicked for this. He looked at Sakura and said they were starting, and the girl said she was always ready. The guy applied the wooden armor, and the golem began to equip into even more powerful armor. The golem grew 2 more pairs of arms, and this mode was called Wooden Armor Mode. Looking at the enemy's stats, Dake counted a total of 20 monsters. It looked like the monsters were about to attack, so the guy commanded to attack. A large root rapidly grew from the ground and slammed into the golem from behind. The golem stretched out all 6 arms in front of it and prepared to attack. At some point it was attacked by demons, and the golem was covered in fire. Dake only calmly said that this fire was no longer damaging them. He had noticeably improved his wooden armor abilities after the battle with Hestia. This armor was now completely invulnerable to fire. Even if it could reach the wood, it would only damage the coating at most. The golem extended its arm and prepared to strike again. Shots rang out from all 6 arms, instantly wounding all the monsters around the goat and killing them. The guy smiled and said that he was invincible. The battle against the dungeon master and the hero continued. The goat looked at the hero and thought, why the hell does he have such great strength? Dake was surprised that this demon was also talking, whereupon he threw himself into the attack. But no sooner had he run up to the golem than he hit it with a shot from his hand, and the demon fell to the ground. The enraged dungeon master began to summon more and more of the demon's new servants. The guy noticed that the dungeon master could summon a bunch of servants every second. The hero noticed that there were already more than 100 of them, and the dungeon master smiled evilly. He commanded his servants to attack, after which the demons pounced on the golem. From all sides of the hero began to fall on the hero, but with all 6 hands he managed to reflect them, while shooting at the demons. Dungeon stones began to fall to the ground, but the dungeon master created more and more new servants. The guy realized that apparently 6 hands were not enough for him, but he thought that the dungeon master was underestimating him. After all, the hero also had several aces up his sleeve. 2 more roots came out from under the ground and grabbed the golem's back. All the trees in the area began to cover the golem's armored body. As a result, the armor gained a new mode, which was called the additional fire mode of 1,000 hands. Meanwhile, the goat silently watched the transformation of the enemy. The guy noticed that apparently even monsters could be afraid, but it was too late. Dake commanded and went on the attack. The golem stretched out 1,000 arms in front of him, after which they created a whirlpool of shots. The bullets swiftly rained down on the enemy, after which only rocks were left behind. After all the servants were destroyed, the golem didn't stop and started firing at the dungeon master, who had to take the hit. After the firing ended, the enemy sighed heavily and wanted to say something to the hero. With furious shouts, the goat threw himself at the golem, asking who he was. The guy noticed that he was attacking him again, and appreciated the enemy's zeal, but he shouted firmly to the dungeon master that he would smash him on the spot. Thousands of shots rained down on the demon, after which he fell to the ground with screams. After the demon was defeated, all that was left of it was a large piece of stone. The guy smiled and said that the strength of 1,000 fists and a huge explosion was what was needed. Watching the fight from the side, the princess was surprised by Senju's incredible strength, and quietly said that he was very strong, even though she was much stronger now than she was before. She could even kill one wandering dragon alone. Her magic now is stronger than before, but it's still not his level. The girl's eyes sparkled. Smiling, she said that she wanted to be strong too. When Dake stepped out of the golem, he exhaled heavily. Just as he thought, the Senju had drawn a lot of mana from the trees. Looking at the huge golem, the guy said that it was just a prototype that could only use 40 hands. Sakura smiled and noticed that the master didn't even use 30% of his mana. The hero was surprised by that and assumed that he was tired from not being used to such a thing yet. In that case, maybe he should have used it for normal tasks like harvesting. Sakura grinned and said she would help the hero when the time came. The princess looked at the boy with admiration and said that she could defend her city if she became as strong as him. She also always wanted to be on his side. The hero went to the others and said that apparently all the enemies had been defeated. The guy was pleased because in that case he could go home and relax. However, when he looked at the battlefield, he noticed that the place was devastated. After all, he had uprooted some trees in the forest for his own purposes, and he should have planted new trees. The princess told Daichi that she would take care of it, so he could just relax. Dake was surprised that she could already walk. Dainaya smiled and said that the medicine he gave her was very good, and her wounds had already healed. However, she thought that wasting such a potion on her was probably a waste. But the hero asked her not to worry, because it didn't matter if she was fine. He also said that this potion was given to him by Anne, so she could thank her for it. The princess was shocked, and couldn't believe that this potion was brewed from the blood of the Dragon Queen herself. Dake wondered, because this busty Dragon Queen had really said something about the use of blood. The princess was even more unhinged, and exclaimed that she drank a potion made from the Dragon King's blood. She fell to the ground, and sadly said that the hero had wasted such a potion on her. The guy thought she was really weird, first jumping around and then suddenly falling down. Dake asked if she was suffering from anemia. Even though her wounds were healed, she still didn't have enough blood, but the girl said she wasn't. She asked if the guy understood the price of the Dragon Queen's blood potion, but Dake said he didn't know, so that's what the girl thought. The princess was in tears thinking about what they should do. After all, this potion was worth at least around 100 million, and they couldn't afford it even with their treasury. But immediately the princess came to her senses and gloomed. She couldn't take money from the treasury for her own personal use, and if she took it, she was finished. The hero didn't understand what she was even muttering about. Dainaya admitted that she was just thinking about how she could pay for her treatment, but the guy said he didn't need anything from her. He smiled and said he wouldn't take money for what he was given for free. But if anything, he offered to repay him by repairing the damage to the place. It was settled, and he said he caught her eye. The princess heard her stomach rumbling at Dake's side, and the guy grabbed his stomach and said he was getting hungry. It wasn't surprising since it was already lunchtime. Sakura told him that she would go ahead to have time to prepare everything, and the hero thanked her. Sakura took off and said she had to go, saying goodbye to everyone. Seeing that she could fly, the princess was shocked. She had learned to fly since she became a spirit, and the guy said that it really was an amazing ability. He told Dania that it was also time for him to go, but the girl grabbed his cloak, asking him to wait for a while. Daichai couldn't understand what was the matter, since they had already agreed on everything earlier. Dania said that she would certainly clean everything up, and asked if the hero was going to pick up all those magic stones scattered after the monsters. But Daichai didn't understand why he needed them. The girl said he could sell them or use them for crafting. They had many uses. The hero asked if that was true, noticing that there were indeed a lot of them. He decided that in that case he would take the large stone as a souvenir for Hestia. He had no need for the others, so he offered to let Dania take them. Daichai said that in that case they could sell them. The princess thought about the fact that they could make a lot of money with that many. Daichai said goodbye to her and asked her to use the stones as she wished. The princess wanted to stop him, but the boy said he had to go home and that he was hungry. Dania blushingly looked at him in his wake and thanked him for doing all this for them. After seeing the guy off with a glance and clenching his fist harder, the boss of the adventurers thought that Daichi-san was a very brave guy. After looking at the stones, one of the adventurers told the boss that with this many magic stones, they could easily make at least a few hundred million. And that was truly generous. The boss smiled, thinking that he was an extraordinary guy, and they really weren't his equal. The guy behind the leader decided that he was right, after which they noticed the other adventurers woke up. After ruffling the hair of one of the team members, the boss was glad that they were back to normal. The guy asked him what he was talking about, since they had tons of wounds and no quest rewards would pay for it. He said he wouldn't be healed until he drank sake. One of the guys smiled and remarked that they were fine since they were talking so much, and the boss nodded his head affirmatively. The princess turned to the leader of the shiny heads and asked to speak to him. She knew they were tired, but she had a request for them and asked if they could help. She asked the adventurers if they could help her collect all the magic stones. The boss asked if she could use the teleporter, because with it she could collect everything without their help. The girl smiled tiredly and said that they could tell she was completely exhausted. She asked what they thought of an invitation to a banquet tomorrow at the palace, as a reward for her request. Looking at the boys, the boss said that they would gladly accept the princess' offer. He shouted to the others and offered to make one final effort for a good sake, and the team agreed. A little girl was sitting among a pile of stones and was hitting one of them. Daichai told Hestia that he had returned, and the latter greeted him. He asked what she was doing, and the girl said she was working on improving the magic stones. Once she was done, she could use them for different things or even medicine. But the guy noticed that she was just tapping on them and asked if that would work. Hestia said she had it under control. In that case, he decided to show her the stone and said he brought it for her. Hestia surprisingly asked Daichai what it was, and the guy said it fell out after he defeated the dungeon master. The girl said in surprise that she knew about dungeon masters, but she didn't think that magic stones of such a large size could fall from them. Daichai hesitantly said about getting that stone after defeating him. Hestia said that it was an abnormal size and most likely came from an unexpected mutation or something else. But the hero thought about the girl knowing about it and asked if she could use it. Hestia thought about it and admitted that she didn't know about what would happen after they used it. Daichai asked if it was that dangerous since he had taken it as a battle trophy. He thought it might be better if he threw it away somewhere. The girl said that this stone contains enough power to create a dungeon, and if it somehow got underground, it would be even more dangerous. In that case, the boy didn't understand what kind of stone it was and asked what they should do. But Hestia said that this thing that could create a whole dungeon, and if left unattended, it would be very dangerous. Hestia asked him not to worry. If he left this stone, monsters might reappear, so basically only he could own it. She thought he should keep it for himself. The guy realized that he couldn't use it or throw it away somewhere, but the girl told him not to worry. After all, the mana of his home was much stronger, so if he buried it in this area, the mana from the stone would become his. That was the best option. The hero asked if it was dangerous and Hestia said it wasn't really. She thought that on the contrary, this stone would make him much stronger. The guy didn't fully understand her theory, but since she said that was the best option, he decided to just bury it. Daichai asked the golem to dig him a hole. The golem immediately understood and got to work. Hestia also asked the hero to break off a piece for her. She wanted to analyze this stone. She said that if she found a way to use it, she would make something out of it, and the boy agreed, breaking off a piece of the stone. Hestia was surprised that the hero broke it off with ease. She said that the hardness of the magic stone depended on the amount of mana in it. Therefore, it should be impossible to crack such a stone with bare hands. But the guy only tried to repeat the way she broke her stones. The girl frowned, thinking about her years of experience being devalued for nothing. Suddenly Anne came out to them and exclaimed that her big sister was home. Before she could do anything, Hestia hid behind Daichai's back. The boy noticed that Anne was all disheveled, and he asked her what was wrong. All her clothes were tattered. She said that she used a lot of her power to protect the city. Also, she created a lot of magical things to stop the monsters from attacking. The hero noticed that she was having a hard time and asked why she was here. The girl smiled and said that she came here to replenish her mana. The hero questioned if she should have traveled so far for such a thing. Anne drooled as soon as she thought about the fact that all she needed to do to restore her was to receive love or a blow from her older sister. With all her love, she looked at Hestia. She said that one punch would be enough and asked if the hero could lend her her big sister. Daichai asked Hestia what she thought of it, and the girl said she refused. Anne was thrilled and said her big sister was so cute. With a heavy sigh, she thanked her big sister and said she felt so much better. The guy got uncomfortable and asked if she happened to have some kind of battery inside. Anne said that wasn't exactly true and turned her attention to the magic stone that had fallen out of the monster. The hero said that apparently its mana was too strong, so he decided to bury it here. The girl smiled and said that she was relieved. Still, the mana of that magic stone was exuding too much power. However, if you compared its power to Daichai's, it was simply insignificant. Hestia confirmed it, and the guy thought about the fact that he had received the approval of the two dragon queens. In that case, the guy said he was starting, after which he took the stone in his hands and handed it to the golem. It looked like his house mana became stronger, but only by a small amount. For his house, this stone didn't turn out to be that cool. A day passed after the fight between the hero and the dungeon master ended. Looking around the neighborhood, the boy thought about whether new trees could be planted here, since part of the forest in the vicinity of his house had been destroyed. Hestia told him that the more he went deeper into the forest, the more inferior demons appeared. At first, she fought them in the form of a man, but they became much more numerous, so she burned them all to the ground. Daichai was a little surprised, but said it would be great if she thought about the consequences of her actions. But since everything was fine, it wasn't that important. Hestia looked at Daichai in surprise and smiled. Anne came over to them and wished them a good morning. She asked about how they were doing today. Hestia immediately hid behind a surprised Daichai who asked the girl why she came. Anne forgot that she hadn't told them and rejoiced at the news that she would now be living in Prussia. Hestia was just shocked, and Anne said she had talked to the princess about it as early as yesterday. The princess gave her a plot of land next to this forest, located in Prussia, and she decided to open a store there. The guy looked at Hestia, who almost fell over from shock. He decided that she was in such shock that it was best to leave her alone, and asked Anne why she had decided this so suddenly. After all, her position and lifestyle in the protected city was pretty good. She said that was true, but she could always fulfill her duties from there just as well. The elder gave her his approval when she told him she wanted to open a store, and there was something else that was more important. She smiled and said that this way she would be closer to her elder sister still. She would always wish to breathe the same air as her. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, noticing that her main target was her. Daichai also noticed that Hestia wasn't herself with fear, but Anne said that it wasn't just because of her sister. After drooling, the girl said that she also wanted to be next to Daichai in this magical point where she was always full of energy. It was addictive. She had never felt such unimaginable power anywhere else. Hero exhaled heavily, saying that things were getting more serious and that even he had managed to get dragged into this. He looked at the shocked Hestia, who understood him perfectly. Daichai agreed to it, but on the condition that she wouldn't bother him. Anne blushed and thought they should go back to their conversation. After all, she had brought a gift since they were neighbors now. She thought about giving him a potion. But Anne also thought about how it wouldn't be normal to give him the same potion as before. Daichai realized what potion she was talking about. He said that he cured Dainaya with it yesterday, and it was indeed very effective, as her wounds healed instantly. Anne suggested that in that case, it was because of this that she had given her land here, because she had made that potion. The girl told the hero that if he was running low on supplies, she could give him new potions. Daichai asked her in surprise if she was sure she wanted to give more. After all, the princess had said about it being very valuable. The crazy girl said that she was sure of it, for it was priceless for her to spend time by her big sister's side. Hugging the girl, she said that if the girl would let her hug her a little, she would bring as many potions as they needed. Hestia noticed that she hugs her every time she comes here. Daichai told the girl that if she felt it was too much, she could always hide behind him. Anne waved goodbye to them and said she would go get the potion. That's how they got new neighbors. At night, a large banquet was organized in the capital. After the fierce battle, the princess stood before the people and said that she was sincerely grateful to them all for their help in the defense of Prussia. She knew it was not the most sumptuous feast, but she asked everyone to enjoy it. Raising her glass, she offered people a drink. Immediately, everyone raised their glasses, and in the front rows were the very adventurers she had fought. The captain knight said that it was a good toast, and they would so spend all the proceeds on this feast. But the princess asked the captain not to be stingy, for their city had hardly been disturbed. She said that if they don't reward the people, it will come back to them someday. The knight agreed with her and, remembering the hero, asked how he was doing. The princess said that she had invited him to a feast, but he refused, saying that it would be too boring here. In that case, she decided to visit him herself, and the knight apologized for bothering her with it. They were approached by the satisfied and bald head of the adventurers, who thanked the princess for the good liquor. She was glad to see them having fun, and the man scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. He would actually like to see Daichai-san, but he didn't seem to be coming. The princess had told him that she was going to visit Daichai after the feast, and the boss had asked to give him something to tell him in that case. The boss showed her the bottle and said that it was the best liquor he had ever drunk. He ordered it straight from the factory, and the hero was their best fighter, and he definitely deserved to drink it. The princess smiled and said that she understood him. Taking the bottle, she promised to deliver it along with their words. The boss waved his hand and said that in that case they would see each other again and continued feasting. He shouted to the group of adventurers to get on with the business, and they cheered him on. Watching them, the princess smiled and said that they were indeed good adventurers. She had to pass on their words to Daichai as well. Turning to the captain knight, she said that she was on her way to Daiichi Dono, and the latter wished her a safe journey. The girl immediately used the teleporter and found herself in the middle of the forest. The guy smiled after noticing that the princess decided to bring him food and drink. The girl said it was the liquor that the shiny heads gave him. She also brought him dishes that she thought were the most delicious. Looking at Sakura, Daichai, and Anne, the princess asked if she could share this meal with them. The hero was fine with that, but still decided to ask if the princess needed to go back to the palace for the feast. The girl smiled and asked not to worry about it. After all, today it was them, and the adventurers with Anne were the heroes. Also, the adventurers were already feasting in the palace. The princess smiled and said that on this occasion she would like to have a drink with them. The boy said he didn't mind, and Dainia started pouring the drink into his glass, saying that it was time for them to celebrate. After tasting the liquor, Daichai noticed that it was well refreshing and had a subtle flavor. The princess was glad he liked it. Just then, Hestia tugged on the hero's arm, and he asked in surprise what she wanted. From behind, the girl was being squeezed by Anne's huge boobs, and she grimly told Daichai that she couldn't relax. Anne was going crazy. She loved it when her sister resisted her so hard. Pushing Anne away with all her might, Hestia ran away asking her to stop. The girl was in a kind of euphoria, and the hero thought about how she would never change. It was a little noisy, but he felt fresh, which he liked. Daichai thought the liquor was good, and Sakura and Dainaya's food was very good. Tonight's dinner was just great. Sakura smiled and said she was pleased to hear that. Pouring water into Daichai's cup, Sakura offered him some tea. Blazing with anger, Hestia said she'd had enough and was leaving. Anne begged her not to leave, but Hestia didn't care. The guy looked at them silently and smiled. He thought about how nice it was to just have dinner like this sometimes. This was the moment of quiet happiness. That long-awaited peace came, and Daichai closed his eyes and thought about how comfortable he was. Hestia asked the hero who was lying on the bench if he was resting too much. The boy didn't understand what was wrong here, since it had been so long since they'd had that kind of rest. He asked the girl what she was doing. Hestia said she separates the materials she can use from those she can't. Looking at the stone, the hero didn't realize what difference there was between the two. Hestia explained that the large pieces were easy to use because they could store a large amount of mana. The smaller ones were disposable. That's why the small ones are often used as magic ammunition, something Daichai didn't know. In the past, she often played around using those disposable stones to cast fireball spells, so she knew about it. The boy asked her what kind of game it was. When the young dragons were afraid and didn't want to fly, she used small stones to push them. They were only considered adult dragons when they could fly, so it was both practice and play at the same time. Daichai thought of it as a reverse bungee jump, but on a completely different scale. Now Hestia had a lot of those rocks, so she could make it fly pretty far. She asked the hero if he wanted to try it, but Daichai said he declined her offer. Instead of this rather dangerous game, he would rather rest like this. Hestia said that now he was using his golems to defeat the monsters in the neighborhood, and he called it resting. The guy said that they are in automatic mode after all. Hestia took a piece of stone and told the hero that if Mana was to be believed, a strong monster was approaching them. Hearing the sounds of battle from behind, she thought that it had just been defeated. Hestia wasn't surprised by that. The guy said that he liked this kind of vacation. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice shouting that he had done nothing. The girl yelled to the golem who grabbed her by her hat and hair. She shouted to him that she was completely unarmed and asked him not to take off her clothes. But the golem did not listen to her and pulled off her skirt, which left the girl in her underwear. Daichai could not understand what he was doing, and Hestia asked if he wanted to stop him. Meanwhile, the golem was already reaching for her breasts. The golem was merely following orders and performing its duties. The other golems would also stop if he stopped him too. And since they were still fighting monsters, stopping them was not rational. This was a structural flaw, and from now on he would start working on an assembly that would allow him to stop them one at a time. Hestia thought and said that the monsters would be destroyed in a few minutes. The girl in tears begged Daichai Dono to help her. As she fell to the ground, the naked girl was adjusting her panties, saying that it was a horrible experience. The guy handed over the clothes and said it was her fault, as she had tried to enter from the back entrance. She was seen as a grabber, and the girl had already realized that. Daichai asked why she came here. The girl said that she came here to check it out. Even though the large-scale attack had stopped, they had to not relax and be on guard. Daichai asked the princess why she came from the north, and assumed that she had met monsters. But the girl said that was not the case. But she had heard of fighting rabbits that had settled in the north of the forest. That's pretty strange, so she went there to check it out. After thinking about it, the boy assumed that they were the same rabbits that shared territory with the werewolves. She heard from the village leader that they had partially left the village. When she got there, the village was completely empty. Daichai didn't understand what was wrong with that. The princess said that rabbits were also called night butterflies. They also fed on the energy of men at times. In their form, there were only female species that regenerated their mana through lust. The guy guessed the connection the girl was talking about. Daichai asked what kind of species they were and why they were called battle rabbits. The princess replied that there were 3 reasons. The first was the fact that they had large ears. The second was that they were very strong, each as strong as 2 or 3 adventurers. And there was a final reason. They could completely steal the male energy and use it to restore their mana. And that male energy became their strength. Listening to the princess, she noticed that Daichai had a rather strange expression on her face. The guy said she thought she was imagining it, and asked where those fighting rabbits went. But she was just figuring that out on her way here. Hestia called out to them and asked if they were talking about the rabbits. In the midst of the fallen boars, there were also girls with ears, just as Danae had said. Hestia touched one with a stick, checking if she was alive. She said that they were attacked by golems along with monsters. The boy looked at one of them in surprise and hesitantly asked if they were real. The stunned rabbit made moaning noises, and the princess told the hero that he was doing a quick job as always. The guy felt embarrassed, as he didn't feel what he was working on. However, they decided to attack him specifically. It seemed like he needed to find out about their motives. He wondered what these shameless rabbits were forgetting here. Realizing nothing, the rabbits opened their eyes and could not understand where they were. The guy noticed that it seemed like all the rabbits were awake at the moment. He wanted to ask them a couple of questions, and one of the rabbits felt an unimaginable power that came from the hero. Feeling all the power of the hero, the girl rabbits squealed. Daichai was not surprised, because surprisingly he was familiar with this situation. The princess blushed with anger and embarrassment when the guy looked at her. Among other things, the guy thought that he should learn how to control his mana when he met new people. Looking at the girl with the crown on her head, Daichai decided that she was the most important person here. He asked her if she could talk, and the girl admitted that she was a leader of the fighting rabbits named Rebecca. Daichai asked her why she, along with the others, attacked them with the monsters. The girl started to make excuses and say that they didn't mean it. Frankly speaking, they had planned to attack them for another purpose. They didn't want to hurt them in any way. And they wouldn't even think of attacking anyone with that much magic power. Rebecca blushed and bowed to the hero, asking him to do whatever he wanted to her, but only if Daichai would spare her comrades. The guy scratched his head thoughtfully and asked her not to worry, because he wasn't going to kill anyone. Rebecca looked at him with tears in her eyes. He asked her to calm down, thinking about the fact that all the people in this forest like to put their lives on the line. Like she said, they had a reason to attack them, and the guy asked what purpose she was talking about. Rebecca blushed and said that the reason was of an intimate nature. She thought they could satisfy their hunger if they absorbed his mana. Daichai didn't quite understand her, and the girl clarified that she didn't mean food, but energy and mana. A lot of men from Prussia who came for entertainment used to come specifically to their establishment that they had opened in their village. However, they stopped going there, so they had too little energy left. The boy assumed that this was why they came to his house, which was nearby. More specifically, they came here because of the huge amount of mana they sensed. With his strength, she was sure that he would be perfectly fine even if they absorbed all of his energy. Daichai turned to Dainaya and asked if this kind of entertainment was forbidden in their city. The princess said that it wasn't, because adventurers still went into the forest even though it was dangerous. She wondered what the current situation was about. Rabbit said that the establishment they built near the entrance to their village was destroyed by a rock falling from the sky. Daichai didn't quite believe it, since rocks couldn't fall from the sky in this world. The hero concluded that they were now in trouble because their establishment was destroyed and they could not continue their business. The rabbits replied to the hero that the stone was so heavy that they could not move it. The place where the stone fell is now quite dangerous, so it was unwise to rebuild the establishment there again. They would not be able to continue their nightly business without a store, and they had no money to buy new land and rebuild. With these thoughts, Rebecca cried. The hero thought about it and said that he felt sorry for them, but he didn't know how to help them. Even if he gave them money to build a new place, he was sure that people wouldn't come if the place was hard to get to. Daichai put his hand on Dainaya's shoulder and said that he knew who they needed. Daichai told the princess that she was the ruler of Prussia, in which case she could make sure they built an establishment within the city. The princess said he was right, and the guy was surprised that such a thing could be forgotten. Dainaya blushed and said that when they first met she wasn't a ruler yet, but just a good sorceress. So now she had forgotten about it. By the way, she said that there was free land in the city, so there was a possibility to build an establishment there. Rebecca approached the princess hopefully and squeezed her hand, asking if it was true. The princess admitted that there were almost no entertainment venues in their town, so their establishment would be very useful to them and would help relieve people's stress. However, it seemed to Dinya that there was one problem. Since this business is not promoted by the country, she could not personally finance it. So the rabbits had to find the money on their own, and the princess asked if they had any ideas. The rabbits were thoughtfully silent, and Daichai said he had an idea. He said it was simple, and he just needed to build an establishment for them. He could easily build a house using trees and earth. He only needed to use a little more mana to do so. The princess was shocked, asking if he would really do that for them. Dake suggested that if those rabbits left unsatisfied now, they might attack someone else in the future. He smiled and said that in that case he would build an establishment for them. The rabbits were delighted, and Rebecca agreed with him. She ran up to the boy and pounced on him with a hug. Rebecca exclaimed that they would never forget this and thanked him, saying he was their savior. Dake suggested that in that case they start building. As they approached the town, he asked if they liked the place. The princess said that it would be convenient for visitors to stop by here. It looked like there shouldn't be any problems with this place. She asked Rebecca for her opinion, and Rebecca said it was cool. She thanked the princess for such a beautiful place near the city. Since they had decided everything, the hero said it was time to start, glancing at the bag he had brought with him. Bunny bowed and thanked Dake profusely, saying that not only had he provided them with a new place, he had also lent them money. The hero embarrassedly said that he would accept the thanks after he was done. He checked with the rabbits about the establishment, and they asked that it wasn't small. The guy started to lay out the apples from the sack on the ground that he had brought with him. Rebecca didn't understand anything and wanted to clarify what the hero was doing. Dake said he was building a house and asked what was wrong. Bunny didn't know what to answer him, and the hero asked her to wait a bit to see for herself. Dake concentrated and thought he needed to visualize a house that wasn't small. He needed to visualize the layout of the house in his head. Dake raised his staff and commanded the trees to rise up and reunite together. Large tree roots sprouted from the ground and began to form the structure of the house. In a couple of moments, the empty spot with the apples turned into a 2-story mansion. The princess looked at the house in surprise, and the hero said that it was his first house built out of mud and sticks, yet it had a good view. He asked the rabbit leader what she thought of it. Rebecca was shocked at how big it was. She couldn't understand what kind of power Dake used to build all this in an instant. She said it was a power that didn't belong to the forest magic she was familiar with. And after all, the hero also didn't say any special words during the construction. Dake slammed the wall of the house and said that he just visualized in his head how he moved the trees. He didn't focus on the interior and only created a large framework of trees, so it was pretty simple for him. Rebecca was even more surprised. The princess didn't know how to say it and said that the hero was just incredible in his different ways. She really admired him, but she had to say that it was all kind of weird. Dake replied that he couldn't help it. Besides, he thought that doing such things quickly was cool. The princess smiled in embarrassment and said that he was right. In a word, he was awesome. Walking up the steps to the establishment, the guy told Rebecca that they could now continue their business here. Recovering, Rebecca and the rest of the rabbits bowed to him in gratitude. She asked to be allowed to express her gratitude again to her savior. The rabbits said they were eternally indebted to him. The guy smiled and asked them not to worry about it. Rebecca cried again and agreed. The next day, the rabbit den opened on the outskirts of Prussia. Their establishment became very popular, especially among muscular men in a short time. Daichi was sitting at a table in the garden, thinking about something sadly. Hestia stealthily approached him from behind. The girl asked him what he was thinking about, because not often you see a hero in such a state. The guy mentioned a rabbit den he had recently invested in, and said it had become quite popular. Their business was booming, so these rabbits brought him a whole bag of coins, and told him it was their rent, handing over 1 million gold pieces. He asked Hestia to just present it. Hestia noticed the sack by the table, and said it was really a lot. They told him that they earned it in just a few days. They charge about 10,000 coins per service, and it seems that the adventurers have become their regular customers. It looked like these rabbits were very experienced. Hestia asked if it was bad, and the guy had told them earlier that he didn't need that much. But Rebecca told him that it was the least they could do to thank their savior. If that wasn't enough, she was willing to give him her life. The hero frowned and said he liked to accept gifts, but not human lives. Everyone in this forest liked to put their lives on the line and things like that. Hestia asked what this bag of money was doing here. Dake said glumly that there was no more room in the treasury. He built more treasuries, but they were already full. He gave most of the money to Hestia and the werewolves, but there was still no room. If this continues, his house will become a tower of gold. Hestia asked if the hero wanted to buy anything, but Daichai said he didn't want anything, and even asked Sakura, but she also didn't want anything. She just smiled and said she didn't need anything. Sakura is really selfless. The hero wondered who she got that from. Hestia asked if the hero had any hobbies he could splurge on. The guy said he has a hobby. He grows an orchard. He also creates golems and strengthens them, but he doesn't have money for those things. Hestia exhaled and said that because of his hobby, the golems were getting stronger every day. But he couldn't stop because they were getting more and more refined each time. Daichai thought that if that was the case, the money would all keep piling up. He also spent some money on that rabbit place, but it wasn't as costly as he thought it would be, even though he ordered lunch there and spent as much as he could. In the end, he still had nowhere to spend it. While they were talking about money, Anne ran up to them and wished them a good morning. As soon as Hestia spotted Anne, she yelled at her not to hug her, running away from the girl with all her legs. But before she could do so, a disgruntled Hestia found herself in her sister's arms. The hero asked Anne how she was doing. Anne happily turned to the hero and said that she opened her store. Daichai thought she meant a bling store, and Anne agreed with him. She wanted to invite them all over to celebrate her opening. That's why she ran all the way to them. Plus, since she had spent all her energy on interior design, she needed Hestia's energy. Also, Anne was sure that she would weaken from lack of energy if she didn't get caught up with Daichai herself. That's why she came here early in the morning. Daichai said she was too loud, but he wasn't in the habit of fighting over little things. I mean, he didn't scold people who didn't do anything wrong. Anne tearfully said it was bad, in which case she decided to replenish her energy by hugging her big sister. Hestia desperately yelled for her to stop harassing her, but Anne only remarked how nice she was. The hero asked if she could buy something from her if she was already open. Anne agreed, and said that she made some things herself and some things she purchased, so the store worked as it should. She had spent all her money and was on the verge of using a lot of magic, and it wasn't easy. Daichai said that she should have thought about the consequences of her actions. After all, she is a dragon queen. Hestia said that Anne was pretty strong despite her actions, so she would be fine. Anne was thrilled and said that of course she was fine. After all, she could always restore her energy with the help of her big sister. Daichai clarified that Anne had goods and no money left. In that case, he had an idea. Anne asked in surprise if he was sure of it, since to him she could give everything for free. The hero smiled and said that then it wouldn't make sense, and asked Anne to take them to his store. The girl smiled and agreed. So Daichai went to the store to go shopping. This was their first visit to Anne's store. Looking around, the hero mentioned how she said her store had just opened, but was already so cool. Anne replied that even if people came in just to look, she still had to try her best. That's what she learned from her big sister. But Hestia couldn't remember ever saying that. Daichai agreed with her, and said that all the items that Hestia created were just great. Since there was quite a lot of room inside, Anne would love for them to stay with her for tea. She asked them not to be shy and to come, even if they just needed to test magic on her. She was always happy to have them visit. Looking around the shelves of merchandise, Daichai smiled and said that this was a really nice store. It was interesting for him to look at things he had never seen before. He decided that he would take Sakura with him next time. He thought she might be able to look for something for herself. Daichai looked at a mad Anne and asked her to come back to reality. Anne said he was right, and business came first. The guy said it was his first time buying such things, and he didn't know anything about them. He asked to know what effects they had, and if Anne could recommend anything to him. Anne asked what exactly he was looking for, and the hero thought about how he could use such a thing that he would use all the time. Anne smiled and suggested one interesting thing in that case. She showed a flask and said that these were golem seeds. They would instantly sprout as soon as he buried them and would follow his orders. They could also be used for different purposes. Daichai apologized and said that if it had to do with golems, he didn't need to, since he was already doing them every day. Anne asked him then how he felt about a dragon cannon that could defeat any flying monster. The hero apologized and said he already had one. Anne sighed heavily and was confused, thinking about what else to offer. Daichai turned to Hestia and quietly said something about how Anne was about to cry. Apparently coming here was a bad idea. Hester replied that finding something he didn't have right now would be quite a problem. In any case, Daichai thought about the fact that he needed to buy something or else it would turn out that all of this was pointless. Daichai mentioned the potion Anne gave him last time and said he wanted the most expensive one. Anne offered him a restoring potion that restores mana. It was so valuable and rare that she could only make one a month. Daichai was uncomfortable and apologized, for he had apples at home that restored mana. Anne looked at the potion's shelf in tears and assumed her wares were worthless. The hero said that's not what he meant. Even he uses potions to restore physical energy, and he would like to buy one of those. But it was just an ordinary potion without any additional effects. Anne had made it herself and said it was quite ordinary. She asked the hero if it was the one he wanted to take. Daichai agreed and said he could use it every day. Anne explained that potions are separated by quality level. She had potions including high-quality potions and asked which ones the hero wanted. The guy looked at the potions above and asked how much the best ones cost. Anne took the bottle and said that she created it with her drop of blood, so one such vessel is worth about 100,000 gold. The boy started digging through his bag. He pulled out a filled sack of gold and said he would take 10 of these. Anne was shocked, and the guy smiled and said they were much easier to walk around with than that bag of money. Anne asked if he was sure about that, since there's a huge amount of money in here, and the guy said not to worry, since he still had plenty more. The girl said that even for such a big city, this amount was considered too expensive, and she wouldn't have thought she could sell so much of it at once. The boy asked if she had more in that case that he could use. Anne took the parchment and said that she in all likelihood had only this left. Although it wasn't that popular. It was a teleportation scroll, and it could teleport the hero to a marked location once he opened it. Daichai thought about it being quite useful. In that case, everyone could use teleportation magic like Dainaya. The guy said it was really good stuff, and wondered why it wasn't popular. It was because it could only be used once. It's also quite difficult to coordinate and control teleportation, and it's also not easy to apply modifications to the scroll. People didn't want to pay such a high price for one-time teleportation. Daichai thought that Dainaya was really amazing since she could use teleportation by herself. Taking the scroll, he asked Anne how much it cost. Anne timidly said that it was worth 1 million gold, and the guy said it was a good price. Putting another sack on the table, he said he was taking them. Anne was doubly shocked, but the hero said he was grateful that he could keep it all with her. He remembered the rabbits, which again were to bring him a month's rent. Daichai told Anne that he would come to see her again, and the girl agreed. Leaving the store, the guy thanked Anne and said they should go home. On the way home, the boy told Hestia that this was his first trip to the store since he came into this world, and it was fun. So Daichai had shopped from the bottom of his heart. The next day, the princess came into Anne's store, which Anne was glad about. She greeted Dainaya. The princess had heard that this part of town was thriving, so she decided to see for herself. Anne offered the princess some candy, and Dainaya couldn't refuse. While eating the candy, Dainaya noticed that there weren't many visitors here. But she thought about the fact that Anne had only recently opened, and things should have gotten better with time. Princess heard about Anne spending a lot of money in the stores in the neighborhood. Anne smiled and said that it was all because of Daichai Sama who spent a lot of money, and she decided to share the profits with the city. The princess smiled and realized who the reason for the sudden economic boom was. As she left, Dainaya said that it was time for her to visit other places. Anne said goodbye to the princess and asked her to come back again. Dainaya used a teleporter and found herself not far from the merry men. Looking at the rabbit den, the girl noticed that everyone was having fun here. She was glad that the town's budget had been replenished thanks to their entertainment. The well-being of the town had also improved. The townspeople were starting to stop by as well. Plus, since then, their business had become legal and honest, and there were no more problems with them. Everything was quiet on the border, and the residents were happy. Also, the finances of the town went up, and it was revitalized again. Furthermore, this establishment had only recently opened thanks to Daiichi Dono. The development of the entire area, for the most part, is only because of him. The princess was very grateful for that. She thought about how she should thank him personally for everything later. Danya thought about getting down to business, after which she used the teleporter. The rabbits smiled and said that they were waiting for the princess to arrive. They welcomed her to their village. The place had been a vast desert until recently, and she asked the rabbits if they planned to stay here. The girl smiled and told the princess that their lifestyle was related to the establishment and the village. Thanks to the Master Savior and the rebuilt establishment, they could return to their former life. They were sincerely grateful to the Savior and the princess. Bunny told Dinya that if she ever needed night services at their place, she would be happy to help her. The princess blushed and admitted that she had no such hobby, but she appreciated their intentions. The princess was about to say the purpose of her visit, as the girl rabbit invited her to walk her to the spot where their old establishment was located. The princess looked in surprise at the same huge rock that had destroyed their establishment. The princess tapped on the rock and noticed that its surface was too smooth for a rock, and she could even see some pattern on it. Also, the rock didn't look like metal, and the girl wondered what it was made of. If such a big thing fell on the city, there could be a disaster. Danya decided to take a piece of it for examination as part of their investigation. She hoped that nothing serious would happen in such a case. Daichai tried to focus on the magic's power and felt something incomprehensible happening underground. Sakura asked him what was wrong, and the hero said that through their synchronization, he discovered a cavity under their house.
Sakura concentrated
And saw it too. She felt something happening to the ground since he buried the magic stone underground, but she never noticed the cavity. Daichai used synchronization to rearrange something, but discovered something strange. The hero assumed that Sakura couldn't have sensed it since she was deep underground. He was a bit creeped out that this cavity was right under his feet. Daichai offered to explore this cavity since they had discovered it, and Sakura said she would keep him company. Daichi also wanted to tell Hestia about it, since she might want to get involved too. Once the three of them were all in place, the hero suggested that Sakura synchronize. He was going to create a passage to the cavity 5 meters underground. Sakura understood him, raising his staff. Daichai used magic, and as if to carve the ground into the shape of a square. After a couple of moments, a tunnel underground appeared in front of them. Daichai said that it wasn't that hard to open the passage since he was already used to rebuilding the house. Descending downward, they reached their destination in just a minute. Daichai looked around in surprise and said that this cavity was just huge. Even though there was no sunlight coming in here, it was quite bright. It looked like the same dungeon. Hestia said that the guy wasn't wrong, and this is indeed a dungeon. And it looks like it was created by the same magic stone. Daichai wondered if monsters would appear here. Hestia said that it was not necessary, but looking at these walls, she was sure that they were in a dungeon. The crystals that were inside the walls were shining strongly. Sakura looked at the crystals in surprise. These walls were made of magic stones, and that was one of the signs of a dungeon. But that didn't mean there had to be monsters here at all. Daichai asked if it was definitely okay to leave such an area under their feet, because they could fall through here. Hestia asked to take a look at it, and pointed forward with her staff. She hit the wall with a blast, after which the wall immediately rebuilt itself. Because of the magic stones, these walls are very reliable and able to recover. Hestia noticed that she also couldn't break through the wall if she didn't strengthen her staff. If they were recovering quickly, then it shouldn't be a problem. Hestia told the hero that dungeons were used as natural resources because of their characteristics, so she intended to carry as many magic stones as she could. In that case, Daichai was interested in exploring such places, as they were just like normal mines. After walking a little further, the hero began to breathe heavily, and wiping the sweat from his face said that it was getting hot here. Hestia suggested that the mana was giving off heat, and the hero asked if this was supposed to be the case. Hestia compared this phenomenon to her breath. Then she suddenly shuddered, and the hero asked her what was wrong. Pointing her finger forward, Hestia said that she couldn't have gone any further, for she felt a staggering magical power right from there. But the hero didn't understand the whole mana magic thing, and assumed they should stay away. Sakura decided to check it out. It didn't look dangerous after all. Walking closer to the place, the girl called out to the owner. Picking up the water in her hands, Sakura said it was a hot spring, which surprised the hero. Getting closer to Sakura, She told the hero that the temperature of the water was below 40 degrees due to the low alkaline environment. It posed no threat to the human body. The guy said it was great even though there was no volcano. The water was heated by the magic stones. In addition, the mana from the stones dissolved in the water. Dake asked if it would be safe to dive into this mana-enriched spring. Sakura said that nothing would happen to the host, but the skin of an ordinary person would dissolve or come off. Apparently, this place was dangerous after all then. In that case, the guy thought that this source would not gain fame. He didn't think anyone would use it. Sakura agreed and said that in undiluted form, its use would be limited. Hestia was still hesitant to approach and said she couldn't do it. Dake thought to himself that he was definitely dangerous, since even dragon skin couldn't take it. Sakura was sure there was a dragon vein not far from here since he was so deep underground. That explained the high concentration of mana. She was constantly absorbing mana from the dragon vein, so nothing would happen to her even if she touched water. The hero said that it was a very effective medicine then. He thought that they could only use it after they diluted it. Sakura smiled and said that she could use the water to make rice, and it was supposed to be very tasty. Dake agreed with her and said that it could be used in many different ways. He decided to create something like a pump to water the garden when needed. Sakura was delighted and said she would help her master. Dake turned some apple trees into a water pump and drilled a path underground, but hasn't started them up yet. Perhaps there could be an opening of hot springs soon, and the lad thought of making an outdoor bath for him. One day something happened outside Dake's house. While he was inspecting his golems, a powerful explosion came from Hestia's house, which startled the hero. He looked questioningly at the house from which Hestia came out. She was covered in black soot and was coughing. Hestia looked at Dake and said that her experiment had failed. Running up to her, the guy asked if she was all right. Hestia said she was fine and apologized for ruining the atelier. Dake asked not to worry about it. The house was fine since it was enhanced by his magic. If it was ordinary, it would have collapsed long ago. Dake asked what she was doing, assuming it was a dangerous experiment. Hestia showed the beaker that contained the stones. She said she had turned the magic stones into fuel that could launch someone into the air. The guy thought it was something like the reverse bungee jump she'd talked about once. She'd experimented it on herself by tying them to her legs and seeing if they could make her take off. But it seems she got the proportions wrong. Dake said it was quite dangerous and suggested doing it outside. Hestia asked if he was sure about that, since it could contaminate his territory. But it was better than blowing them up inside the atelier. Also, the guy asked not to test them on himself anymore. Hestia said that nothing would happen to her. After all, she is a dragon queen after all. Even so, it hurt Dake to see her like that, and Hestia thought he was worried about her. But they had known each other for quite a while, and Dake said that of course he was worried about her. Hestia agreed, and promised to experiment on someone else in that case. The guy thanked her, and asked her who she planned to use next. The hero looked up into the sky and thought that he couldn't fly, and he didn't want to be a guinea pig. And he couldn't ask the werewolves to do that. If he offered it to them, they would immediately agree without thinking about their safety. The werewolves would do it even if it was deadly, and he didn't want that. Dake thought about what they should do and came up with something. He pointed to the golem and asked if it could be used. Hestia said it could work and asked if he was sure. But Dake said he was sure because he had created them himself. But most importantly, he thought it was cool if they could fly. Hestia was surprised, for it was rare to see Dake so enthusiastic. But Dake admitted that it was one of his fantasies, and it would be incredibly cool to have muscular flying golems. Hestia said she'd get everything ready in that case, and asked the hero to help her out a bit. Just like that, Dake and Hestia started working on the flying golem project. They tried to reach the sky. The head of the bald heads pounced on the boar, stabbing it with a dagger. Smiling, he looked at the boar that was bleeding and said that this pork was good. He was still on his feet, no matter how badly they had chopped him up. The guy from the squad told the leader that it was like that, but the leader broke both of his arms after that battle with the dungeon master. He asked the head to be a little more careful, but he just smiled at him and told him to stop it. After all, he knew very well that everything was already fine thanks to the restoring potion. The boss looked thoughtfully towards the city. The city was still recovering from the damage done, just like them. They could no longer let monsters harm this city. The boss looked at the wolf and said that it was very strong, but it wasn't even close to Master dake, pointing his blade at the enemy. The boss shouted that they made an oath in the tavern that they would become stronger, so they had to do it. With full morale and shouting, the boss pounced on the boar as suddenly a second one appeared from behind. He ran straight at the heroes. The guys shouted to the leader that there was another one. The boss looked at the boar in surprise, thinking they were allies. He cursed and said they would die if they couldn't kill them now. Seeing a large shadow above him, the guy yelled to the boss that the enemies were also up there. But what flew right above them collapsed on the boar, sealing it into the ground. As he fell to the ground, the boss said it hurt, and one of the adventurers fearfully asked if he was okay. The leader said that apparently he was all right, and wondered what it was in front of him. Stepping out of the golem, the hero scratched the back of his head. He grudgingly commented on the fact that this golem was really hard to control. It seemed to be doing fine at first, and then it abruptly fell down. And it all happened in a matter of seconds. It tried not to fall on those people on the ground, but it still caught something. dake wondered what it was. The leader looked at the hero and shouted to him that they hadn't seen him in a while. Daichi recognized the skinheads. The leader laughed and thanked dake for helping with the boars. He said Daichi had saved them. They were giving them a good beating, and he wasn't in the best shape right now. The guy realized that he had now crushed several monsters. The blast wave even created a crater where the monsters lay. It looked like this golem was quite heavy. dake said he made it stronger just in case. But next time, they needed to make it lighter, or at least add more thrust. He imagined a golem with engines, and thought that would be cool. Every time he thought about it, so many things crossed his mind. His musings were interrupted by his boss. The hero apologized, and said he was just talking to himself. The guy thought that the adventurers should have returned to the protected city, but the leader said that they settled for a while in Prussia. After all, the inhabitants now needed help in building the city. The leader said they had great booze and food and lots of beautiful women. There was also great equipment. They had a lot of things keeping them going. They were rescued thanks to dake, and the leader said that they would go back and report back. He also insisted that the hero take the reward for the mission for himself. The guy looked at the boars and realized that it was their assignment. He smiled and said that he just happened to fall out of the sky here, so he would hate to steal their reward, especially since he didn't need it. He asked to keep the reward for himself. The leader was delighted and thanked dake, but he still wanted to thank the hero for his help and promised to bring food and drink. Daichi agreed to this. With that, the leader shouted to the adventurers that they were moving out. Guy ordered the golem to wake up and thought about adding more engines and getting rid of the extra weight when he returned. Removing moisture from the wood was going to work. He was already able to fly for a few seconds, and if he kept this up, he should be able to do well. The hero couldn't wait for this. After all, he had already managed to kill 2 boars with 1 shot. Hestia found a sorceress outside her house, who had apparently fallen here from sunstroke. She poked her with a stick and asked if she was breathing. The girl only sniffled softly. A surprised dake came up to them and said that he felt someone's presence here. He turned around at the golems and was glad that at least they hadn't done anything to her. Hestia thought to herself as she passed out from lack of mana. Perhaps it was from working hard. It was the same with Hestia when she was crafting her staff. dake decided that she should have rested as well. The princess opened her eyes and apologized. She said that as soon as she got here, she passed out. It was like she had overworked herself with organizing the construction of the city and the upcoming festival. dake said that she was overly businesslike, and it would be a good idea to take her to the house in that case. Hestia hesitated and suggested that the hero give her an apple, which would restore her energy. The hero only now remembered this, that his apples could restore energy. But Sakura had told him about how they weren't worth eating to someone who had a lot of mana. Hestia was sure that her condition would be fine if the apple wasn't plucked right now. Still, their mana was too high. dake asked the golem to bring some apples from the warehouse, and the golem obeyed. After slicing the apples, the hero offered the princess to eat a slice. dake thought about how that wouldn't work. and Hestia noticed that it looked like some strange idea had wandered into his head again. Daichi had envisioned that she would be able to eat on her own, since she could move her lips. But she would have to try another method. He decided to use an apple tree and make a bowl out of it, then pour the juice of the apple into it. Daichi asked the golem to squeeze the apple. The golem obediently took the apple and started squeezing the juice into the bowl. The boy noticed that this would not be enough and decided to squeeze 20 more apples. The method of preparing the juice was unusual, but it didn't matter because the main thing was the result. Daichi held out a bowl to the princess and hoped she could drink it. The tired princess drank the juice from the bowl held by the hero. He was absolutely sure that the apple juice would help her. Suddenly, the princess had a twitch and she glowed. The flustered princess jumped up on the spot and asked what was going on. Before the guy could think that it helped better than he thought, the girl swooped down on him with a hug. Red Dainya told Daichi that her body was getting hot. She assumed that Daichi had given her some kind of aphrodisiac. She pressed the guy against her and said that if that's what he wanted, she was certainly okay with it. Hestia watched in surprise as the princess rubbed her face against the hero who asked her to calm down. Daichi couldn't understand what was going on here. He thought about the fact that it was some kind of side effect. He had never noticed apples had this effect. Hestia reminded him that he had squeezed as many as 20 of them, so the guy figured it was an overdose. Dainya was already taking off her clothes and asked Daichi to wait another minute. Left without outerwear, the girl pounced on Daichi again, who tried to remind her that she was a princess. The hero used the power of the apple tree and asked her to hold it temporarily. The uncomprehending girl was grabbed by the roots and lifted off the ground. Dainya tried to break free and asked why this was all happening. The hero pronounced that the princess should take care of her body. The juice she drank drove her crazy, and Hestia thought about how it should have been diluted a little. But the guy thought about the fact that Dainya would be fine. After all, she's a pretty strong mage. Daichi asked Hestia if the same thing happened to her after eating apples. Hestia averted her gaze and said that she was sometimes very tired, and she would also like to replenish her mana. After all, she was a girl after all. Daichi thought with horror that he had created a powerful aphrodisiac without even thinking about it. Hestia said that this effect only appeared when one was completely exhausted. It was because Own drank a lot of juice. Usually it acts as an aphrodisiac. After a while, the girl came to her senses, not understanding why she was being held back by the roots. The hero thought that next time he would be sure to dilute it before giving it to anyone. The girl asked what she was doing in that tree. It took all night for Dainya to finally come to her senses. The heroes made a fire and sat in a circle. Dainya apologized for losing her temper and asked them to forget about it. Daichi asked not to worry about it and suggested to just think about the fact that she was too drunk. The princess couldn't believe it and began to bang her head against the tree trunk in despair. Daichi asked her to calm down and said that he didn't mind. Tears came to the princess' eyes. Even if he was fine with it, she was still fine with it. What's even more important is that Own was behaving like this in front of everyone. The hero thought about how it was too late to worry about it because it wasn't the first time. He remembered the time she wet herself. But first of all, she was a girl, not a wizard, and of course she was embarrassed. Daichi asked how she was feeling in general. The girl, as if forgetting everything, jumped for joy and said that thanks to Daichi she felt great. Dainya wondered if Daichi drinks this apple juice every day. But the guy said that only sometimes. The princess thought about how bad it is, but if you turn a blind eye to the side effects, it tastes really good. A delightful idea popped into the princess's head. After all, he had once told her that he was picking a lot of apples and didn't know where to put them. She suggested that the hero make juice and sell it in their town. There would be a festival there soon, and she was sure everyone would love it. The boy thought about the fact that it was too risky. Suddenly, the festival would turn into a huge problem. But the girl, relying on her experience, said that the apple juice diluted several times was supposed to be safe for people, so everyone could drink it without any problem. Apples have a very strong flavor, and even diluted, it will be good. Also, the juice has a revitalizing effect, so she thought it was a great idea. Daichi thought of such a business. With his capabilities, they would be able to open their own store where the attendants could be golems. On top of all that, it would also be a regular source of income. The guy said that the idea was quite interesting, but he was already too rich, but getting a job in the city wouldn't be so bad. He could come up with something interesting there. He could store the profits in the empty rooms of the store. So it's kind of like a cash warehouse. And that's one reason why the golems would be able to operate autonomously. Dainaya recalled giving the land in Daichai's city and asked why he wasn't using it. He could use it as a training base for the festival. Daichai noticed that the girl had already thought of everything. He looked at Hestia and thought that Sakura and the girl could stay there if they came to town. It was like having a vacation home and killing two birds with one stone. It sounded like a great idea. In that case, the guy decided to build a store. He apologized to Dainaya, since she had just recovered, and asked her to use the teleporter to transport herself to the right place. But the princess reminded him that it was nighttime, and the hero on the contrary wanted to get just at this time, when there are few people. He reminded her to forge iron while it was hot, and decided to finish the construction by morning. He already had experience with starting rabbits. Dainaya understood and used the teleporter. The heroes moved to Prussia, where Daichai summoned an apple tree and formed his store. A couple moments later, the finished building stood in front of him. He figured it was almost done, only the interior remained. The princess asked if it was even realistic. The guy thought about becoming a store owner in the city. It was interesting to him. So he opened his own store. Daichai exhaled, heavily thinking about the fact that it took him a whole night to finish the interior. Dainaya smiled and said that they had indeed worked all night. The hero apologized for keeping her late and thanked her for her help. The princess asked not to worry about it, for she had learned a lot from watching him. The boy decided that everything was fine. However, he thought that the princess should have gone back to the castle. Dainaya said she would stay with him, for she was the one who suggested the idea to him. Daichi asked her not to overexert herself, for just yesterday she had fainted from fatigue. The princess thanked for the concern, but said that this juice was fantastic. She was so exhausted yesterday, but working all night today, she didn't even feel tired. But the guy immediately decided to say he wouldn't give it to her today. The girl looked at the guy disappointedly and would have liked to take at least a sip. But the hero saw her true intentions. Daichai thought it would be bad if she became addicted to apple juice, and she needed to get over it. The leader of the adventurers approached them. He was happy to see Daichai and asked if it was really him. The boy greeted his familiar friend. The boss said that it wasn't necessary to call him leader. He would be happy to just be called by his first name, Ash. The hero thought it was the first time he heard his name. Ash said that it wasn't often that a hero would be seen in town. He didn't recall that there had been any building on this spot before. Daichai said he was going to open a business here. That's why he built a store here. The guys were shocked that he built it all in one night. It was very cool to them, and Ash told Daichai he was amazing, but it was just a small store in the hero's opinion. Dainaya reminded him that doing something like that in just one night is still not normal. He could also expand his house quickly. He just needed to touch Sakura to enlarge his house, so a small store was an easy task for him. Daichai asked Ash what he was doing here so early in the morning. The leader said that they usually always do their morning patrol here. They also hunted monsters during the patrol. Dainaya said that they are first-class adventurers, so they help in the defense of the city. At first glance, they looked like brigands, but you couldn't judge a person just by their appearance. Daichai noticed that Ash had not yet fully recovered since their last encounter. His partner said that Ash just likes to overexert himself, even though he hasn't recovered yet. In honor of the store opening, the hero decided to treat them to free juice. The adventurers began to crowd in and talk about what they wanted to. Daichai was sure of its taste, but wanted to have a couple reviews before selling it. Ash asked the hero how much it cost, but the guy said he didn't need money right now, and asked him to tell them what they thought of the drink. In that case, Ash gladly accepted his offer and tried it. He was absolutely ecstatic, and asked what it even was. All the team members exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious. They could feel the energy overflowing through their bodies. A teammate told the leader that his fatigue was disappearing. Ash told Master Daichai that it was just an incredible energy drink. The guy thought that was the best reaction he expected. With this burst of power, it seemed like they could accomplish anything. With that in mind, they decided to go hunting, and the guy asked them to take care of themselves. With a herd, they tore into the forest for their prey. They were quite excited, and the hero said they were too energetic. He did ask Denia if she was sure about selling it, though. Denia thought it was worth diluting it further. Upon leaving the house, the hero stretched lazily and said that he had had a great night's sleep. He decided to take some apples to the store, since he still had to prepare for the upcoming festival, and Sakura agreed. However, he still also had several floors overflowing with apples. Sakura said it was about 5 floors. The hero didn't have to order the golems to collect them automatically, and even now apples sometimes even fall from the windows. It seemed to the girl that the golems were collecting them as canned food, since apples never spoil. Daichai was uncomfortable taking up Sakura's space with unnecessary things. But Sakura asked not to worry about it, because it's okay to use the house to store things. Hearing that from her made the hero feel better. Adding the underground rooms as well, there are about 10 floors, and he would like the house to look like one of them. There was a time when he thought of an underground house in the shape of a castle with a tower built on the surface. Sakura was surprised and said it was just adorable. But with his actual abilities, he wouldn't be able to build a castle properly. Sakura was sure that he would be able to build it by trial and error, like when he built his golems. The boy agreed and said that he should try again. The girl said they would build it the way he liked, and she would be happy to create the design he wanted. The hero smiled and said he would let her know when the time was right. Sakura looked up and told her master that something was falling from the sky. Daichai saw something that looked like a comet. He decided that it looked rather dangerous, deciding to stop it. With a wave of his staff, the lad ordered the trees to grow and grow strong. The trees began to twist away from each other, then grew to the sky, catching a huge boulder. With great force, the stone crashed into the trees, destroying them, but the guy conjured up new ones. After some effort, he was glad when the stone finally stopped. Sakura exclaimed to her master that it was quite expected since he was so fast. But the hero said that she was the one who noticed him. The guy wondered what it was and ordered the trees to slowly lower it to the ground. Upon touching the object, he assumed it was just a rock, but the patterns on it seemed geometric to him, and Sakura still didn't understand something else. Apparently it was some kind of metal, but it was unclear why it fell from the sky. Daichai asked Sakura about what she was feeling. To the girl, it didn't seem like it was dangerous. The stone was more like an empty shell or some kind of inorganic matter. The boy suggested that it was the same kind of stone that had destroyed the rabbit's establishment, and Sakura said it was quite possible. Daichai thought about the fact that they hadn't found the culprit yet, and he was going to tell Denia all about it, because that rock was going to crush his apple orchard. Sakura offered to meet her on the road when he took the apples to the store. But the guy noticed that it was already evening and there would be a lot of people there. He didn't feel like going there right now. He decided that he would meet the princess at night, and the girl said that first they should move that stone behind the orchard. Daichai agreed and decided to do it carefully. He thanked his muscular golems for their labor. Circling over the plains, the dragon-shaped Hestia carried a load, with Daichai sitting on her back. He apologized for her having to carry this load, but Hestia said it would be good for her. Flying up to the building, the guy asked to put her cargo not far away, and they landed. The girl took human form again, and the hero, thanking her, asked if she was all right, for she had been sleeping a lot lately. Hestia said that she had been working all night and was busy with her staff, so she had slept a lot today. Daichai asked her not to overexert herself, and the girl said she wouldn't anymore. Still, he noticed that life was much easier with the cover, for people were terribly frightened when he came to town after setting up shop. Hestia said that it was all because there are those who feel strong magical energy, which is why the cover is so important. The boy noticed that Hestia was indeed very caring, and it was no problem to even come to the city with her. Suddenly there was a noise. It was Anne who was rushing towards them with all her legs. The girl said that she saw someone white in the sky and came to check, and it was really her. The hero said that not even Hestia could hide from this problem. The girl thought about being scared, so she wanted to punch her with all her might, but Daichai asked her to do without fighting in the city, as always hugging her sister Anne was happy to see her. Hestia indifferently said she had to take the apples to the shop. Ignoring that Anne was crawling on the ground behind her, Mad Anne asked her sister not to be so cold. though she liked that side of her too. The guy said it was nighttime and asked her to admire her more quietly. The girl apologized to the hero and said she was a little overexcited. Anne looked at the hero with surprise and asked why he smelled his sister's magic. The guy was surprised that magic could have an odor, but she said it didn't. But her sister's magic she was willing to learn anywhere. Dake held out his hand and said he didn't understand anything, but he didn't want her to get close because her gaze scared him. Anne was delighted and said that his hand smelled like magic too, then licked it. Dake clenched his fist and asked her not to lick it. He asked Hestia to hide behind him, and Anne said he was too cruel. But Dake thought the opposite. The emotionless and sleepy Hestia thanked for saving her, and the hero asked her to come to her senses. She said that as soon as she saw her sister, her night fatigue was lifted like a hand. Anne said that it was only a short time before the festival, so she had been practically awake for the third day and had been preparing goods at night. Here Hestia understood her perfectly and said that when you concentrate on creating something you forget even to eat and drink. The hero thought that they had reached an understanding at least in some way. Anne turned her attention to their building. She said it looked like a store and asked what they sold here. Hero said he sold apple juice here, which he made at home. Anne asked if they were sure this juice was safe for people to drink, because it must be imbued with magic. Guy said that this juice was not concentrated, so there shouldn't be any problems, and Hestia and the adventurers liked it. They made it themselves, and Dake offered her a taste. After trying it, Anne noticed that the drink was similar in effect to hangover and fatigue remedies. The girl smiled and said that it is a great product. The drink is really safe and also very tasty. Dake remarked that it was excellent, and they seemed to have gotten rid of the invigorating effect after all. Otherwise, she would have already gone to attack Hestia. Anne wondered why they were looking at her like that, and the hero said he was just glad she liked it. He asked her not to take it to heart and asked what her backpack was. After opening the backpack, the girl said that it was medicine and magical artifacts that she was going to deliver to Dania. The hero assumed that she was going to the castle, and the girl said that they had arranged to meet at the castle. Even at night, getting to the castle wasn't, well, easy, so Dania teleports her. Dake said it was very convenient and asked permission to go along with her. But Anne didn't understand why he would do that. The guy said he had something he needed to know, and she asked if Hestia was coming with him. The girl said there was no way she was going with them. While Anne was totally distraught, the girl told the hero that she would stay here, so that if anything happened he could call her. Anne tearfully asked her sister to visit her sometime, but she said she would do without. In that case, the boy got ready to go. Hestia waved goodbye, and the heroes set off on their journey.